in fact, the confidence of its allies in saying that we are well-intentioned, and that is the catch, because the BJP, Preeti, has been underlining that who is the doula of this Bharat that's taken off. And yet again, giving it back to the BJP, saying we are not power hungry. But the bigger question really is it just about the meeting? Because at the end of the day, when they travel that far, and then 2024 elections are close on the heels, this question will be pervading and overshadowing all their agitations and fight against the BJP, because you have a big leader like Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the other side.
Well, interesting, Maushmi. We're going to keep coming back to you. So that's the big ticket news break, viewers, because interesting to note, you have Mr. Kharge there opening the opposition meet with one statement: Congress not interested to be the Prime Minister when and if the numbers are attained by a united opposition, leaving the floor open for discussion there, especially with political parties that have been uncomfortable with Congress taking the lead. So possibly Congress might come to be the pivot on which rests opposition unity. But having said that, making it very clear, not interested in being the Prime Minister. There is a clear difference there. Not interested in being the Prime Minister at one end is different from leading the united opposition, which really now it seems Congress is doing. With that, a quick break. To stay with us. On the other side, we have all right, no break. We're going to cut across directly to an exclusive interview with Chirag Paswan. First reaction of Chirag Paswan on joining the NDA with Rajdeep Sardesai.
Joining me now is our newsmaker of the day, Lok Janshakti Party leader Chirag Paswan joins me. He's just back with the NDA. Chirag, just 15 months ago, you were at war with the NDA when you were evicted from your late father Ram Vilas Paswan's house. Now you are coming back to the NDA. What has suddenly changed?
Well, to begin with, Rajdeep ji, let me begin by saying this, that I feel so nostalgic and I feel so emotional today talking to you, because I remember my last interview with my father together was with you only. And so yes, I mean, this makes me a little emotional remembering those things. But coming back to your question, well, I wasn't really at war with BJP. I mean, even when my house was, when it was evicted, I was to do that because I wasn't really authorized to continue staying in that house because I wasn't really eligible. But then, yes, the way I was thrown out of the house, that was one of the concerns. But my fight is not for my, it's not for me individually, I have bigger goals. It's more for my party, it's more for my state. So yes, I mean, alliances are made on that basis, not keeping your personal benefits in mind. It's always for the benefit of the party, benefit of the state, and more importantly, your ideology that you believe in. So yes, I mean, coming back in an Indian alliance is keeping all those things in mind.
But who needs whom more? Do you need the BJP, or does the BJP need you? Because for the last couple of years, the BJP has supported your father's brother and made him even a union minister, while you were cast aside because of your war with Nitish Kumar. Now Nitish Kumar joins the opposition and you are back in the NDA. So who needs whom more? Do you need the NDA or the BJP, or does the BJP need you now before 2024?
I think in an alliance, everyone complements each other, and that's why the alliance is made. So I think it's not the question of who needs who more. It's about together how strong we can make this alliance, and that's exactly what we are working towards.
But is there some deal? We are told that you have asked for 1 Rajya Sabha, 6 Lok Sabha seats, and you will be made a minister. Have you struck some kind of a deal with the BJP? Was there any bargaining that you had to do with Amit Shah before you have come back into the NDA fold? And have you asked for your uncle to be removed from the cabinet?
Well, about the ministership, definitely it's not a matter of concern for me at all. And when it comes to my uncle also, whether he stays in the alliance, whether he is not in the alliance, it really doesn't matter, Rajdeep ji, because it's been over 2 years now, and I'm way past all these things. It doesn't really matter what is he doing and, whether he's the part of the alliance or he continues to be the minister or not. But then definitely, yes, me and my party, we had our concerns and which we wanted to have a clarity on before we officially say yes to the alliance, and we discussed all these concerns with the senior leadership of Bharatiya Janata Party, and yes, I mean it was well appreciated, and is the reason why we are in India now.
But people will say that this is opportunism on all sides. BJP attacks the opposition saying that the opposition is Parivarvad. Your coming back to the NDA, people will say, is also Parivarvad. So it all seems to me that because of 2024 Lok Sabha, sab kuch chalega. Anyone now will go wherever they can see opportunity. The BJP attacked the opposition for Parivarvad, and you are back in the BJP.
I think not anymore, Rajdeep ji. Now you cannot call me an outcome of Parivarvad. I mean, I'll not shy away from the fact, Vanshvad, definitely, आप वो मुझ पे डाल सकते हैं. But I think Parivarvad doesn't associate with me anymore. My family has broken away and they have drifted away from me. So no more Parivarvad. But having said that, I think when there are bigger goals, then these are not the considerations that you keep in mind.
What is the bigger goal? Is it to defeat Nitish Kumar? For Chirag Paswan is Nitish Kumar enemy number one. If Nitish Kumar were tomorrow to come back into the NDA, you would probably leave again. Is Nitish Kumar defeating him your prime goal now?
Making my state, Bihar, a developed state, that is my bigger goal. My politics, I don't believe in a negative politics where putting down someone makes me feel better. My politics, I believe in positive politics, and is the reason why for me a developed state and working towards making a developed state, Bihar first, Bihari first is my vision, and I'm working towards that. So it really doesn't matter what my chief minister is doing right now. Any which way, I mean, people of Bihar have already rejected him. Right now, he might be the chief minister because of somebody else's support. But definitely in 2020, the people of my state rejected him. And I think in coming days and in coming elections, he'll not be a matter of concern at all. But the people of Bihar is very indifferent to him now.
But you've got Nitish ji, Tejasvi and Congress on one side, and you will have BJP, Jitin Ram Majhi and Chirag Paswan on the other, maybe even an Upendra Kushwaha. Who is the stronger alliance ahead of the 2024 election? Last time NDA won 39 out of 40 seats in Bihar. Will you concede that this time it will be much more difficult given that you have a strong Mahagathbandhan on the other side?
I think it will be easier comparatively, Rajdeep ji. And I'm not giving a political answer. Even if you look at the stats, as I say, that the people of my state, they don't trust, they don't believe my chief minister anymore. And is the reason why, if he's a part of any alliance, negative voting starts taking place for that alliance, And if you see the results of the recent by-polls that took place in my state, so that clearly shows that that whichever part my chief minister is of any alliance, the people of state start drifting away, and this makes my belief even stronger that in coming Lok Sabha or Vidhan Sabha elections, the performance of NDA will be much better compared to Mahagathbandhan. Yes, definitely there was a time when Mahagathbandhan was strong in 2015, but the way repeatedly my chief minister shifted alliances, so the credibility is in big question when it comes to my chief minister now, and is the reason why the people doesn't support him anymore. And this is not the only reason which makes my alliance stronger, but India as a whole, the people of my state believe strongly in our Prime Minister. They believe strongly in Bihar First, Bihari First, the vision that I carry forward. So yeah, that makes my belief stronger that in coming Lok Sabha, 40 out of 40 will not be difficult.
40 out of 40, but let's be clear. Would I be right in saying that Chirag Paswan has been used by the BJP? They wanted to use you to cut Nitish Kumar to size in 2020. So they made you float an independent, become a third front of sorts. Then they did not need you. Now they need you again because of the 2024 elections. Has Chirag Paswan been used by the BJP?
Rajdeep ji, I have my own party, and this was the decision taken by my party in 2020. No matter what the other says now for their political benefit, but the fact is that it was a collective decision by all the member of parliaments and our MLAs and MLC then, and we all collectively decided to contest alone, because the way we were getting cornered in that alliance because of my Chief Minister Nitish Kumar ji, we were hardly given any seats in that alliance, and also there was no representation of my vision document in the government agenda, because I really don't believe in Sat Nishay, the government agenda that run by my Chief Minister. So I wanted that a common minimum program should be there, and Bihar First, Bihari First should be incorporated in that common minimum program. But then that was outrightly rejected by the Chief Minister, and we were hardly given any seats, just 15 odd seats that was offered to us. So it wasn't possible for us to continue in that alliance, and very amicably with BJP we parted our ways, and is the reason why in 2020 my candidates were fielded only against Janata Dal United and not against Bharatiya Janata Party. So when you say that I was being used, I'll not agree to that, because that was the decision which was taken by me and my party, and not somebody else deciding for me.
Right. Well, one final question. What is your ambition? I remember when I did that interview with you and your father said his dream was one day my son Chirag can become the Chief Minister of Bihar, something I could not become. Is that still your goal, or do you want to simply be a mantri at the center, get back your house? That's your goal? Or is your goal to become Chief Minister of Bihar one day, and will the BJP ever let you become the Chief Minister of Bihar?
My priority is my state, and I'm not here for the center politics. My priority is for my state, and I would love to be involved in the state politics only. And yes, I mean, when you are mentioning that interview, please mention that part also where my father said that I wanted Chirag to contest from Hajipur, because there are few who are saying this, that my father never wanted me to contest from Hajipur, and it was in your interview only that Papa said this very clearly, that I want Chirag to contest from Hajipur. But having said it all, I think it's the people who decides your fate, whether you become the Chief Minister, you don't become the Chief Minister. But one thing that is very clear in my head and in my mind is to continue working for the people of my state. My agenda to make my state the #1 state of our country, Bihar First, Bihari First, is what I'm aiming towards and working towards.
Okay, 26 parties on one side with the opposition and 38 parties, big and small, with the BJP. Is it true that basically this is a BJP alliance? All of you are only there as smaller parties. It will be driven completely by BJP, by Amit Shah and Narendra Modi. And on the other side, you've got a Congress-led alliance. Chirag Paswan, 2024, battle of the alliances, who will win?
As I said, Rajdeep ji, it's not, it's about everyone coming in together. It's like a collective responsibility. It's everyone contributing for a common goal, for a common agenda. So I'll not say that it's just one party leading it all. I think it's a collective responsibility, whether it's on the Mahagathbandhan side, whether it's on the NDA side. I think everyone contributes, and there's a saying in Hindi ki boond boond se sagar banta hai. So I think everybody's got their own bit to contribute.
Now, the reason I asked you, because till the other day, the BJP seemed to have forgotten all their NDA allies. Suddenly, they are remembering the NDA allies. Chunav aa gaye, to aapki yaad aa gayi.
So was the case with UPA also. And let's be very honest, I think this is how the politics of alliances work. You know, alliances are made most of the time near the elections only. You strengthen your alliances during elections, not that you don't remember them for the rest of the years. Yes, there are times and there are alliances which who don't remember their allies for the rest 5-4 years, and then they remember them during elections. But having said it all, I think this is how the politics of alliance works. I think the same goes for UPA also. You call it UPA, you call it Mahagathbandhan. Today I think they are trying to figure out a new name also. So whatever these alliances are, I think during election time everybody wants to strengthen their alliances.
Let's leave it there, Chirag Paswan. We wish you well. We'll see how your new move, as now firmly part of the NDA, actually works on the ground in Bihar. But I thank you very much for joining me here on the news today. Thank you.
हमने किसी की हत्या कर डाली हो, ऐसा हमें लग रहा है।
सरकार से ये चाहता हूँ, हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट है, यहाँ पर आ जाए। अगर अभी हिंदू मुस्लिम कहीं हो गया होता तो सारे नेता वहाँ पर होते।
The blue-colored construction that you see there is a cow shelter located just below a bridge in Delhi. But the floods didn't spare it, and many cows and other animals were left stuck, battling for their lives.
काफी गायें जो हैं वो पूरी डूब चुकी हैं, जिनके अंदर पेट में पानी भर चुका है। 3 सांड मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं जो बुरी तरह से फूल के और तैर रहे हैं उसमें, जो मर चुके हैं।
अंदर स्नेक घूम रहे हैं, सांप घूम रहे हैं गौशाला में, और सांड आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। गाय एक दूसरे की तरफ भाग रही है, दौड़ रही है, टक्कर मार रही है। उनमें से गाय को पकड़ के रस्सा मारना और यहाँ तक लेके आना, आप देख लीजिए कि गौरक्षक गुंडे या सेवक आज यहाँ पता चल जाएगा। सारी गायों के रस्से बंधे हुए थे, अगर पानी का लेवल और बढ़ जाता तो वो गाय तो वहीं डूब के मर जाती सबकी सब।
However, these Gaurakshaks allege that no one from the government came to the rescue.
ये जमुना में ये गौशाला बना रखी है, 2-3 दिन पहले इनको नोटिस भी मिला होगा, ये गौशाला क्यों नहीं खाली करवाई गई? कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से मदद नहीं है। गौ सेवक लगे हुए हैं, गौ रक्षक लगे हुए हैं, बस ये बोट जरूर आई थी, बाकी तो सारी गाय हम वहीं से खोल के और यहाँ तक ला रहे हैं और ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं।
कैसे ला रहे हैं?
बोट के साथ 2-2 गाय बांध कर ला रहे हैं। इलाज चल रहा है, हमारे डॉक्टर भी हमारे पर्सनल आए हुए हैं। यहाँ तक तो दिल्ली सरकार ने वेटनरी डॉक्टर भी यहाँ पर अभी तक नहीं भेजे हैं।
But as per the government, they're doing all they can.
देखिए, उसके लिए एनडीआरएफ की भी मदद दी जा रही है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी कहा गया है कि हर संभव मदद दी जाए और जानवरों को निकाल के सेफ जगहों पे लाया जाए।
This man you see here is the owner of the cow shelter. He has been taking care of the shelter for the past 13 years. When asked why the shelter was constructed near a flood-prone area, he claimed to have never witnessed such a calamity here before.
गौशाला है ना, वहाँ काफी अच्छी हाइट करवा रखी है। मतलब आप पुल के लेवल में अगर आप जाओगे तो पुल का लेवल है पूरा, वो उस हिसाब से भराव करा के तो वहाँ गौशाला बनाई गई। जीवन में पहली बार ऐसा अनुभव हुआ, आपको बताएं। और बाढ़ तो हर साल आई, पर वो पानी बार जमुना में आशीर्वाद देके चली गई।
Meanwhile, animal rescue scenes across Delhi NCR were also witnessed. In Noida also, many dog shelters were found inundated with rainwater.
On 13th July at about 4:30, the flood water started entering our shelter. We started evacuating dogs. We have about 350 sick dogs, and we managed to evacuate almost all of them so far, after rescue operations of about 30-35 hours. We have lost our entire solar panels, our entire refrigerator, our appliances, our oxygen concentrator, our treatment tables, all our medicines, food, everything. We have lost everything. Thankfully, our dogs are safe. We've had a few casualties as well because of drowning.
We hope that the water that has crippled the lives of not just humans but also of our communities, animals and wildlife recedes and normalcy prevails.
It is never too late to chase your dream. Anil Kumar Mishra took to art late in his life, but what started as a hobby has become a passion over the years. The 70-year-old from Ramnagar in Jharkhand spends his time giving new life to waste wood.
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कोई ईश्वरीय देन है, जो शक्ति है, जो मुझे प्रेरणा देता है और मैं इसको कार्य रूप में परिणत कर पाता हूँ.
Mishra's tryst with art started in 2007 when he was a school teacher.
गाछ है बहुत पुराना, हजारों साल पुराना गाछ है जिसमें बहुत सारे दीमक खाए हुए हैं, बहुत टिड्डा रहते हैं सर. और उसी गाछ का टुकड़ा से एक प्रेरणा जगी हमको और उसी गाछ के टुकड़ा से मैं एक बर्ड का भाव आया और मैं उसमें क्रिएशन का शुरुआत वहीं से हुई.
In the beginning, not everyone was his fan.
तो मुझे तो काफी बुरा लगता था, कभी कोई लड़ाई झगड़ा हो ही जाता था कि पुराना लकड़ी क्यों लेके आ रहे हैं. लकड़ी लाके जब इकट्ठा करना शुरू किए तो थोड़ा हो जाता था झगड़ा. जब बनाना शुरू किए तो जब पूरा बनने लगा तब बन के फिर बहुत अच्छा लगने लगा. अब तो खैर जान गए तो अब कोई बात नहीं.
Now his family and friends bring the raw materials for him.
सपोर्ट मुझे वो अगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कुछ मिलता तो मैं और इसको आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ.
Mishra has won many prizes for his art. He has created more than 1,000 sculptures. With Rajesh Verma in Ramgarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. In fact, India Today's rolling coverage really showing all the heated political developments coming in from the country today. As we see, it's alliance versus alliance. The NDA versus UPA. While the NDA boasts of at least 38 parties as part of their alliance partnership, you have the UPA now suggesting that they have at least 26 parties who are on board to take on the Modi government. Now, it's a show of strength, a symbolic one on both ends. ends. Of course, it's for the UPA this time to show its prowess a lot more, to come down to discussing seat sharing, who's really going to be the prime ministerial candidate. Can any one of them really take on the mighty BJP, the juggernaut of the BJP, the Modi Shah team? All that and more, India Today on its special coverage. Let's start with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on the opposition, says family first and nation is nothing for the opposition. Reiterates the Prime Minister's 20 lakh crore graph attack on the opposition parties.
गाइड कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
Mega opposition huddle in Bengaluru that's currently underway. Kharge says the Congress is not interested in the Prime Minister's post. Sonia Gandhi says a new name of the united opposition shouldn't have India in English. NDA counter-strike on united opposition. BJP and 38 of its allies all set to meet this afternoon. Prime Minister Modi also to attend this mega NDA gathering. The WFI chief all set to appear in Delhi's court today. Testimonies of wrestlers reveal harassment horror. Picture proof against Brij Bhushan has been revealed. And Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmudi has been grilled for over 8 hours at Chennai ED office. Summoned yet again for grilling today at 4 p.m. Tragic news right this morning. Congress veteran and former Chief Minister of Kerala, Oman Chandy, passes away. Was undergoing treatment in Bengaluru for the last few months and loses life at the age of 79. As we see the united opposition now holding a key huddle here, we started to get reactions from that meeting. I'm going to cut across to this very meeting that's currently taking place in Bengaluru with at least 26 opposition parties all in attendance. Mostly the big major regional faces, including Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, Sharad Pawar also added this time, and a bunch of the other top netas of regional parties in attendance. These are reactions coming in as the first reaction of the opposition leaders from that very key meeting. I'm going to cut across.
जरूरी है देश के लिए, देश को बचाना है, डेमोक्रेसी को, इसलिए हर हालत में देश के किसान, मजदूर, नौजवान, माइनॉरिटी सबकी रक्षा करना है। नरेंद्र मोदी के शासन में बिल्कुल समूचा समाप्त हो चुका है।
मीटिंग जरूरी इसलिए है, देश को बचाना, लोगों को बचाना, पॉलिटिकल लीडर के साथ जिस तरह व्यवहार हो रहा है, और मैं ये कहता हूँ कि देश की 2/3 जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ है, 2/3 जनता खिलाफ है। तो इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सफाया होने के लिए सब एक है।
I think this is a good meeting. This is a fruitful meeting, and it's a constructive decision to be taken. All the agenda is very fruitful. Let us discuss it today, and if the outcome today, what we discussed, after that the outcome may be the good for the people of this country.
जो इस वक्त मुल्क के हालात हैं, जिस तरह हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को उसके साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हमारी डेमोक्रेसी के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हमारी डाइवर्सिटी जो हमारे मुल्क की ताकत है, जो गांधी के मुल्क की ताकत है, सबको मलियामेट किया जा रहा है। इसलिए सब पार्टीज को इकट्ठा होके द आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया हैज टू बी सेव्ड।
I think it's important that we put up a united stand against everything that is going wrong in this country, particularly the way in which the constitution is being eroded, the way in which the secular fabric of this country is being undermined, and all sensible parties need to come together and unite in opposition to this.
हम सब लोग एक साथ इसलिए आए हैं क्योंकि देश के लोकतंत्र, देश के संविधान, देश की जो भाईचारा है, जो डाइवर्सिटी है इस देश की, उसको बचाने के लिए हम लोग सब लोग एकजुट हुए हैं। और जिस तरह से संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर दुरुपयोग कराया जा रहा है, जिस हिसाब से देश की संपत्तियों को बेचा जा रहा है, इन सारे जो असल मुद्दे हैं, इन पर बात ना करके जो जहर की बातें जो है, जो नाकों से चलती हैं, उसकी बात की जानी है। इसलिए हम सब लोग मजबूती के साथ एक साथ हैं।
All right, now, even as the opposition unity meeting is currently happening in Bengaluru, we are receiving a lot of positive reactions from there. We see one of the states, West Bengal, where Congress and the TMC ideally faces off during elections. The Congress leadership there not very happy with this alliance that TMC is sketching with the Congress. In fact, Congress netas in West Bengal have accused the TMC of trying to target the Congress netas within the region, within West Bengal, and says that if at all Congress allies with the TMC, that would really mean the end of the party, or rather the fall of the party in the state of West Bengal. This is one of the TMC leaders one of the Congress leaders who's spoken against TMC, Suman, who says TMC and Congress's alliance will mean fall of the party in the state. In fact, accusing the TMC of targeted attacks and violence against the Congress netas in the state. He says the cadre was killed by TMC in West Bengal. If at all the Congress allies with the TMC in the central level, then this will mean the fall of the Congress party itself in the state of West Bengal. Listen in.
मैंने अपना हाईकमांड से अपील किया है, जिसके हाथ हमारे कर्मियों के खून से रंगे हुए हैं, उसके साथ किसी भी तरह का समझौता, किसी भी तरह का सीट एडजस्टमेंट नहीं होना चाहिए। ममता बनर्जी जैसा शख्स के साथ हम लोगों को नहीं जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि इसे कांग्रेस और भी मार्जिनलाइज हो जाएगा वेस्ट बंगाल में।
There you have the Congress neta who accuses the TMC of targeted killing, especially against the Congress leaders. This recent panchayat elections has been highly violent, volatile. Let me cut across to Ritik Mandal joining us, our correspondent right there from West Bengal. Ritik, go on. Congress party is all set to ally with the TMC on a central level, while you have many of them in the state level, the Congress netas, who are very upset. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was one of them. Now you have more leaders coming out from the Congress to almost request the Congress High Command not to ally with the TMC, because that would mean the end of the party in the state of West Bengal.
Well, at a time when all opposition parties are getting united against BJP, and in the light of recent panchayat election which had been marred by violence and in which several Congress workers were allegedly killed by TMC goons, and at this point in time you have several voices coming from the Pradesh Congress itself. You have Shumon Roy Chaudhary and of course Kaustubh Bagchi, who represents Congress very widely in Bengal politics, and as per recent Bengal politics and the Pradesh Congress is concerned, Shumon Roy Chaudhary was one of the leaders who become very voice against this opposition, any coalition happening between Congress and Trinamool Congress, and he actually stated that this kind of coalitions just ahead of 2024 general election between Congress and Trinamool Congress will lead to the fall of Congress party in the state of West Bengal, and the workers in grassroots level, they won't ever support such coalition between or alliance between Trinamool Congress and Congress when their party workers are dying and they have been brutally killed in recent panchayat election. So these kind of voices are coming, be it Shumon Roy Chaudhary, who is the secretary of Pradesh Congress in Bengal, and another top leader of Pradesh Congress, who is Kaustubh Bagchi, known for his very being outspoken against Mamata Banerjee. He also tweeted last night that going against the party line, and they actually requested leaders like Rahul Gandhi to boycott Mamata Banerjee and party like Trinamool Congress from any such alliance when they are taking it up against the NDA or the BJP. So these are the voice which clearly shows, it seems like a very clean sheet sharing or agreement or any agenda, sheet sharing agenda between Trinamool Congress and Congress in the state of West Bengal. It won't be so easier for party like Congress or Trinamool Congress when
the seat sharing is secondary. I think the most basic here is the Congress in West Bengal. The Congress cadre in West Bengal are really worrying for their safety, and that's the most basic. They accuse the TMC of attacking them. We saw what violence ensued in West Bengal ahead of the Panchayat elections, even ahead of the assembly elections, and Congress cadre in West Bengal right now worried and concerned of their future in the state of West Bengal. In fact, at this point, while the Congress is trying to strike an alliance with the TMC on a central level, here's the Congress cadre in West Bengal very worried about their own future in the state. Listening. In fact, we have Tom Vadakan, though, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Vadakan, go on. You have the Congress in West Bengal very worried about this alliance that's being struck on a much senior level or a central level, saying that on one end you have TMC attacking the Congress cadre in the local level of West Bengal, and the central leadership is striking an alliance and warming up to the same netas who targeted their leaders in the state. How would you look at this alliance itself?
Well, this is a kind of a grafting that is not organic in growth, where the ideologies are different. I mean, you are seeing that they have their own cadre people killed. The congressmen have been killed there. And it's right on the state unit to say that how can you have unity with a party that's killing our people? And then you have something in Kerala also happening. I think the leader of the opposition is wondering what are we doing with the unity talk with the CPM, while they are competing in Kerala, and their cadre, their leaders are also being killed by some of the ruling party partners. So that being the case, this is kind of a band-aid, I mean, just a kind of a grafting for temporary relief from corruption. So this is the voices that if you arrest somebody in Bengal, somebody from Tamil Nadu will speak supporting, blaming the institution like the CBI, investigating agencies like ED, and finally the BJP. So these are, echoing system that has been a new methodology be adopted. First they were doing it with international media, New York Times, BBC, and what have you. I don't want to go into names. But yes, this was an international, ecosystem working. Now they're trying to work an ecosystem where if you have a problem in Tamil Nadu, there are leaders from, say, Assam saying something, or leaders from West Bengal saying something, defending the issue. So, two ministers in Delhi are in jail. Two are likely to go to jail because the cases are very serious against them in Tamil Nadu. And they're fighting against corruption. So this is essentially a fight against corruption. A unity to kind of unify corruption, institutionalize corruption at the national level. That's all.
Right. Mr. Vadakan, thank you very much for joining us on that. Of course, this is quite a difficult situation for the opposition grouping, for them to set aside differences on a local level and come together at a national level to take on the mighty BJP. This is the second day of the opposition meeting that's currently underway in Karnataka's Bengaluru. Top brass of the Congress party, including Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, currently convening the meeting. In fact, this meeting is rolled out under the leadership of Mallikarjun Kharge at his home turf in Karnataka. Bigwigs of at least 26 opposition parties, including Mamata Banerjee, MK Stalin, Arvind Kejriwal, Nitish Kumar, Sharad Pawar, and others are currently deliberating on strategies on how to take on the ruling BJP, the Lok Sabha, in 2024. In fact, a lot of talk also now on how to strategize ahead of the monsoon session of the parliament in days to come. The second opposition meeting that comes about 3 weeks after the first one was helmed in Bihar by Nitish Kumar on June 23rd, and this is the second. pledging for unity. The Congress chief, Mallikarjun Kharge, has said that Congress is not interested in the prime ministerial post. All they are concerned of is protecting the constitution, democracy and secularism, as well as social justice. That's what they're concerned of, and that's the larger cause of coming together to hoping to defeat the BJP in 24.
I think it is important because Mr. Narendra Modi got a chance to rule the country for the last 10 years, and he has made a complete mess of almost every sector in the country. He has created so much of hatred amongst the people. The economy is in shambles. There is so much of inflation. There is so much of unemployment in all sectors. So now I think it's a time that people of this country want to get rid of him.
प्रधानमंत्री जी का दिन प्रतिदिन कद बढ़ते जा रहा है, देश में नहीं विदेशों में भी। तो इससे अपने देश के जो विपक्ष के लोग हैं उनको ईर्ष्या हो रही है, दूसरे को सुख देख करके ईर्ष्या हो रही है। अपना दुख से तकलीफ उनको नहीं है कि वो कहाँ है। रोज विपक्ष रोज टूट रहा है, और 2014 से लेके और आज तक देश की राजनीति में हमारे परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक अच्छा व्यवहार है, स्वभाव है, काम करने का तौर तरीका है, इससे विपक्ष को जलन हो रहा है।
All right, there you have positive messages coming in from all the opposition leaders who are currently in attendance at that unity meet in Bengaluru. I'm going to cut across to Rahul Srivastav joining us for a lot more live updates and his analysis. Of course, Rahul, give us a sense. First of all, the big task here is for them to project themselves as a united front. Many of them facing off one another on local levels, but on the national level, they've got to set aside their differences and come together as one single unit, iron out those differences, and that's going to be the biggest task at hand. Do you see prospects of that as you're following the developments live?
Nabila, it has been done in the past, so there is no reason why it can't be done in the past. Coalitions have been formed which have been very disparate. Before elections, after elections, it is a different story that a lot of coalitions which were made during election time collapsed later or did not work out as far as the election are concerned. You see, in UP, Akhilesh and Rahul came together, Mayawati and Akhilesh came together, never brought results. The United Front and the Janata Parivar government, there have been examples against coalitions. But the fact is that given the threat perception that the opposition parties, especially the 26 which are here, vis-a-vis Narendra Modi, there is one clarity that they need to come together. It's a survival trick now. And that is why it is important for these parties to set aside their contradictions and differences to eventually find basic templates of unity. Now that basic template of unity could well be that they come together, create a name like UPA it used to be at one time. It may be an extended Parivar now. There is a hunt for a new name for this coming together. 4 names were in suggestion. One will be finally decided. Sonia Gandhi did not want the term India in English in it. Mamata Banerjee didn't want the term front in it. So the discussion will be on in that. The second is a common minimum program, the possibility that they create a common agenda. Now that's again a very difficult task because the left and the Trinamool don't get together. Congress and Arvind Kejriwal don't come together. So they are trying to identify in this meeting something which are called the common issues that they can be raising. Common issues which can be raised and common issues they should avoid. Say, for example, a Veer Savarkar issue can be a problem between the Congress and the Shiv Sena's Thackeray version. Similarly, NCP and PDP. So they are going to identify these broad templates on which they can work together. The bigger questions, these are low-hanging fruits. The bigger question of seat adjustment, strategic alliances, all these definitely will have to wait. Though they are the core of any coalition, but right now it seems what is more important is to build an arithmetic, stay together, somehow find templates to tell the people that there has been an incremental improvement as far as the coming together is concerned.
Well, you know, you did mention about the name change of UPA. That's also something on the cards that's being discussed. Give us clarity on exactly what Sonia Gandhi means by not wanting India in the name, Mamata Banerjee not wanting English in the name. There's still some confusion on that. Please explain to us.
See, one, I will say that this entire interpretation that UPA is dead, I think that will be incorrect, primarily because since 2019, when the UPA was a very depleted force, say for example, Lalu Prasad Yadav did not even have a seat in Lok Sabha. So it was a very depleted force. So every time that UPA met, it used to call several other like-minded, so-called like-minded parties to show a certain strength to the gathering. And that is why the UPS, I will say, is evolving out, getting expanded, and there will be a new entity replacing it. So what is important is that Sonia Gandhi does not want the term India, because India is a word in English. She wants some Hindi term to be replaced, like Bharat, Hindustan or something. Similarly, Mamata Banerjee has had decades of struggle against the left front in Bengal. So the term front is something that she does not want, because front will also mean that she is sitting together in the same front with the left parties in Bengal. And that's something which is slightly unacceptable to, in fact, even the left parties who do not want to be visibly, that will be part of a front with Mamata Banerjee. So it could well be a loosely knit, a name which is more of a, not a front or a union or something, but it could well be something else. We are waiting for a clarity on that issue, but definitely there is likelihood of a term. New template, and second, very importantly, a subcommittee likely to look into the very idea of what can be the common issues that can be taken up from here. No contradictions are going to disappear through this meeting. There is no magic wand inside, but definitely an incremental improvement or a step forward as far as the opposition unity is concerned. Remember one thing, these people represent 170, 180 odd seats in the Lok Sabha. There is another large chunk outside of opposition, the BRS, the PDP, the BJD and the YSRCP, who are still not part of the opposition effort. So we are eventually looking at three gatherings. One is the NDA, which is trying to expand, consolidate and confirm their vote banks. The second is the 26 odd parties which are here, and then the three who are virtually operating like independent republics.
Well, we believe that the fact that the Congress has managed to win Karnataka, BJP has moved out of the southern part of India entirely. Himachal Pradesh also, the Congress had its victory. So it seems like it's given quite a boost for the opposition parties to come together, really hoping that they can take on the BJP, which received 37.6% vote share in 2019. So the opposition parties believe that coming together would really mean, if they are united, they could definitely realize their dream of taking on the BJP in 24. This is the wish and the hope that they have, but the fact that they have such great, huge differences at local levels is something that they've really got to get past those hurdles first. Do stay with us. We have some big breaking news coming in. On the other hand, you have the BJP now launching this all-out attack on the opposition unity meeting. In fact, here you have Tejasvi Surya, who's commented on this meeting, saying Alibaba and Charlie's Chor. This is Tejasvi, who's spoken, who resides himself in Bengaluru itself. Tejasvi Surya has said that this meeting is nothing short of Alibaba and Charlie's Chor. Says, have to be corrupt to join the opposition club. Second and third generation dynasts can enter the opposition club. This is Tejasvi Surya, who's the MP of Bengaluru South, who's now put out this strongly worded tweet where he condemns this opposition unity meeting, saying Alibaba and Charlie's Chor, and then says that one has to be corrupt to join this opposition club. Second or third generation dynasts can enter the opposition club. In every way, taking a jibe exactly on the lines of what Prime Minister Modi has spoken, accusing the opposition party members of being highly corrupt, to say that they have no intention for good, to do any good for this country. Their only attempt is to wriggle out from all the corruption charges and the central agencies that are currently investigating them. And the fact that they have absolutely no policy to ensure India's progress. These are as many words the BJP has said. In fact, JP Nadda himself had spoken about how the opposition netas have no niti, neta or niyat. Basically, no leader, no policy or intention. On the same lines, you also have the BJP Yuva leader, Tejasvi Surya, an MP from Bangalore South, who says this is Alibaba and Charlie's Chor's grouping. All right. Meanwhile, you have the Prime Minister who a little earlier has trained his guns at the big opposition huddle. From corruption, casteism to dynasty politics, Prime Minister has attacked several opposition leaders, including Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, for the scams that he is allegedly involved in, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for the Panchayat poll violence, and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin for the graft scandal. He's even made scathing attacks on the Gandhis, taking a jibe at the opposition mega meeting. Prime Minister has branded it as undemocratic united opposition. He slammed the huddle, saying that the opposition's motto is family first and really nothing towards the nation. He's gone on to count ED and IT raids on several opposition netas and said that all of them have united only to erase corruption charges against them. The attack comes right at a time when top opposition parties now are attending a key meeting in Bengaluru to chalk out a strategy to take on Prime Minister Modi and the BJP in 2024.
आज देश के लोग 2024 चुनाव में फिर एक बार हमारी सरकार वापस लाने का मन बना चुके हैं, निर्णय ले चुके हैं। ऐसे में भारत की बदहाली के जिम्मेदार कुछ लोग अपनी दुकान खोलकर बैठ गए हैं। इन्हें देखकर मुझे एक कविता की कुछ पंक्तियां याद आती हैं। एक कवि महाशय ने अवधी में लिखा था, ये अवधी भाषा में लिखी गई कविता है। गायित कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबिल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है। गायित कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबिल कुछ है और माल कुछ है। यानी गाना कोई और गाया जा रहा है, जबकि सच्चाई कुछ और है। लेबल किसी और का लगाया गया है, जबकि प्रोडक्ट कुछ और ही है। इनकी दुकान की यही सच्चाई है। इनकी दुकान पर 2 चीजों की गारंटी मिलती है। एक तो ये अपनी दुकान पर जातिवाद का जहर बेचते हैं और दूसरा ये लोग असीमित भ्रष्टाचार करते हैं। आजकल ये लोग बेंगलुरु में जुटे हैं। एक जमाने में एक गाना बहुत मशहूर था, मुझे तो पूरा याद नहीं है लेकिन मुझे याद आ रहा है। एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग, एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग। आप देखिए ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं। जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार। इसलिए देश की जनता कह रही है कि ये तो कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी सम्मेलन हो रहा है, कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी सम्मेलन हो रहा है। ये लोग गा कुछ और रहे हैं, हाल कुछ और है, इन्होंने लेबल कुछ और लगाया हुआ है, माल कुछ और है। इनका प्रोडक्ट है 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए के घोटाले की गारंटी। 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए के घोटाले की गारंटी। साथियों, इस बैठक की एक और खास बात है, अगर कोई करोड़ों के घोटाले में जमानत पर है तो उसे बहुत सम्मान की नजर से देखा जाता है। अगर पूरा का पूरा परिवार ही जमानत पर है तो उसकी और ज्यादा खातिरदारी होती है। अगर किसी दल का कोई वर्तमान मंत्री भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में जेल जाता है तो उसे एक्स्ट्रा नंबर देकर स्पेशल इनवाइटी बुलाकर बुलाया जाता है। अगर कोई किसी समाज का अपमान करता है, अदालत से सजा पाता है, तो उसकी बड़ी आवाभगत होती है। अगर कोई अदालत से करोड़ों के घोटाले में दोषी पाया गया है तो इस बैठक में शामिल होने की उसकी क्वालिफिकेशन और बढ़ जाती है। बल्कि ये लोग तो उससे मार्गदर्शन मांगते हैं। भ्रष्टाचार को लेकर इनमें बड़ी आत्मीयता है, बड़ा प्रेम है। इसलिए 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए के भ्रष्टाचार की गारंटी देने वाले ये लोग बड़े प्रेम से, बड़ी आत्मीयता से आपस में मिल रहे हैं। साथियों, भ्रष्टाचार की इस दुकान में जुटे हुए ये सभी परिवारवाद के कट्टर समर्थक हैं। न खाता न वही, जो परिवार कहे वही सही। लोकतंत्र के लिए कहा जाता है ऑफ द पीपल, बाय द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल। लेकिन इन परिवारवादियों का मंत्र है ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। फैमिली फर्स्ट, नेशन नथिंग। इन लोगों का मोटो है, इनकी यही प्रेरणा है। ये लोग देश के लोकतंत्र को, देश के संविधान को अपना बंधक बनाना चाहते हैं। इनके लिए मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा, नफरत है, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं। साथियों, इनके लिए देश के गरीब के बच्चों का विकास नहीं, बल्कि अपने बच्चों का, अपने भाई भतीजों का विकास मायने रखता है।
This is rather a very disappointing commentary of Indian politics. That if you are with the BJP, you're pure, and if you oppose the BJP, you're somehow termed to be corrupt. And if you are BJP, you are a democratic party, and if you are against the BJP, you are a dynastic political party. I mean, this is a very disappointing comment, the political commentary which is being laid out. The NDA has put together a motley crew of political parties which don't have any presence in neither the assembly nor the parliament, and they call that an alliance. And the Congress party and other like-minded parties, including many chief ministers from regional parties, have come together to put together an alliance. The people of India will decide which alliance they want, which alliance they trust, which is the path India should go, whether a secular constitutional path is what we need to go, or do we need to go to a fundamentalist unitary idea of India, of India. Do you want India to be the Hindutva version of Iran, or do you want India to be a constitutional secular country? The people of India will decide.
फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा हो रहा है कि अपोजिशन एजेंडा सेट कर रहा है और भाजपा बौखलाई हुई उस पर कमेंट कर रही है या फिर उसी नक्शे कदम पर चल रही है। पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है। पहली विपक्ष की जो मीटिंग हुई पटना में, उसका परिणाम और उसकी बौखलाहट ये रही कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ी तोड़फोड़ की लूट करके लोकतंत्र को लूट के पहले से सरकार चला रहे थे, उसके बाद फिर उनको एनसीपी को भी तोड़ने की जरूरत पड़ गई। तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर किस मुंह से भ्रष्टाचार पर भाषण देते हैं? जिनके साथ भ्रष्टाचारी नेताओं की एक लंबी फहरिस्त, तो हेमंत विश्व शर्मा से लेकर के शुभेंदु अधिकारी से लेकर के, और अब जिनके ऊपर ईडी के केसेस चल रहे थे उनको आपने मिनिस्टर बनाया, डिप्टी सीएम बनाया। तो प्रधानमंत्री किस मुंह से भ्रष्टाचार पर भाषण दे रहे हैं? हम तो सिर्फ 26 पार्टियां अलायंस में है अपोजिशन के, एनडीए के अलायंस में तो 38 पार्टीज हैं। अभी कल ही वो लिस्ट जारी हुई है, इसीलिए भाजपा इस तरह से बौखलाई हुई है।
Conclave of political parties is not new to Bangalore. Earlier also they were done. But never before IAS and IPS officers have been designated and put to do the PRO work as if they are some PRO staff. And I can understand that if there is a sitting chief minister, there is some protocol. But even if those are not chief ministers now, and they are not chief ministers at all, such people are given such a protocol, which is unprecedented, misuse of government machinery to conduct their political conclaves for the political needs. It is really shameful.
All right, even as the meeting continues in Bengaluru, the opposition unity meet. We're going to slip into a short break as we continue those developments on the other side. A lot more coming in on the WFI chief to appear in the Delhi court today, Brij Bhushan. It appears that some testimonies of wrestlers indeed reveal a harassment order. Picture proof has surfaced against Brij Bhushan. We're going to take you through that on the other side. Stay with us.
We are standing on the ring road. You can see there's only water, water and water everywhere.
What could have been done to provide proper facilities to the people who have been affected by the Yamuna flood?
How long will it take for normalcy to return to Delhi?
The national capital now finding itself virtually submerged in water.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, in the water reporting, only on India Today TV.
Dr. Vikram Singh, police officers, the police have a sixth sense. You know, you've spent over 4 decades in the police. Given your long experience, what were red flags, and were red flags either ignored or played down initially?
The red flags are there for all of us to see. Number one, see the compatibility of Sachin and Seema. 2, no questions asked, love can be blind. Second, Seema, as per her own confession, is only class 5. But yes, her comfort level with Sindhi, Urdu, English and Hindi are amazing. Then her use and IT skill, interpersonal skills, her level of confidence, her voice, her choice of words is unnatural for a student who has just cleared class 5. Obviously, there has been mentoring, grooming and training. Then it is totally unconvincing for a person of her caliber to sell off the house and take the 4 kids and bring them to India. For whom and for what? For a person who is making 10,000 rupees a month as a palletar. It is just does not add up. Then the use of hotspot, using her IT skills, she had, of course, she was not in the lap of luxury in Sindh, Pakistan too. But yes, here, from the frying pan into the fire, there was nothing so very luxurious for her to make this hazardous journey. And yes, there are things that need to be investigated by the ATS, the use of the hotspot, the breaking of the mobile phones and the SIM cards, procurement of the identity papers at the drop of a hat. These are the things that they will have to investigate. And coming down close to the proximity of the Zevar Airport and the Hindon Air Base also needs to be evaluated, examined, and from the point of view of fieldcraft and tactics.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Dr. Mohammed, you also know your Delhi unit has been calling Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party corrupt, especially where the liquor scam is concerned. You've been holding them responsible. You are now breaking bread with Arvind Kejriwal, who's sitting right there. But having said, okay, can I just, no, what we're going to do is, ma'am, we're going to just open the debate out. So in a lot of ways, it cuts both ways. Where a united opposition is concerned, we still do not know whether there is going to be a united opposition. You have a Mamata Banerjee who's attending the meet right now, but she's skipping the dinner, which is being hosted by Mr. Siddaramaiah. But I want to bring in Guru Paswan into this conversation. Dr. Paswan, interesting that the BJP chooses to have the NDA meet the same time that the Congress has, or the opposition, united opposition hosted by the Congress in Bengaluru is having their meet tomorrow. A tad bit insecure, Dr. Paswan?
Preeti, a very warm good evening to you and all my fellow panelists. I was patiently listening to my friend from the Congress party who made a comment on cooperative federalism, which is a bit rich coming from Congress party that has suspended more than 50 duly elected state governments. In the entire constitutional history of our country, we have seen emergency only once by the same Congress party. We have seen the same Congress party that has feared to go beyond one family. Point number one. Point number two about NDA, let me make this very clear. We are out there on a positive and constructive note. In 2014, India was the 10th largest economy. In our 9 years of governance, India is the 5th largest economy. You look at every single indicator. The IMF has said that the poverty has gone down. The World Bank is constantly praising India. IMF is saying that India is going to be the bright spot in the future. Right. But coming back to NDA, I consider NDA, the making of NDA, Preeti, was an important event in the political history of our country. And I'm sure you would remember Gadbandhan Dharma. This term was introduced to political lexicon that Gadbandhan is also a dharma by Bharat Ratna former Prime Minister late Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. We are going out there on a positive and constructive agenda. On the contrary, look at what the opposition is doing. In Bihar, what is happening? In Bihar, you have a Mukesh Sahni who has left the Mahagathbandhan. In Bihar, you have a Chirag Paswan who is going to join NDA. In Bihar, you have a Dalit leader, Mahadalit leader, Jitan Ram Manjhi, who has left the Mahagathbandhan. In Bihar, you have Upendra Kushwaha. In Uttar Pradesh, you have Suhel Dev, Bharatiya Samaj Party. So it shows the elitist and the arrogant nature of the Congress party.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Right, seems like more trouble coming in on WFI chief Brij Bhushan. He's all set to appear before the Rouse Avenue court shortly from now. The WFI boss, Brij Bhushan, is all set to seek bail in court. After court takes cognizance of the charge sheet, Brij Bhushan will be appearing before the Rouse Avenue court in a little while from now. In fact, he's just about left. He's on his way towards the Rouse Avenue court. He's attempting to seek bail. If at all there is arrest, he's hoping to get bail. Will be reaching the Rouse Avenue court. He's on his way. Anisha Mathur joins us. Anisha, tell us what's due to be heard in court today. We hear Brij Bhushan is on his way to court. A charge sheet, which is nearly 1,600 pages, has a lot of talk about Brij Bhushan and his sexual advances on many of the complainants. And in fact, an image also now showing very clearly his physical, the way he's really approached one of those girls. The victim's face is blurred there, but these images that have surfaced really put him all the more in the spot.
Well, Nabila, this is going to be the first appearance of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh in the Rouse Avenue court since the cognizance has been taken by the Rouse Avenue Special Court in this particular case. We are waiting for Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh to show up, and my cameraman Jagan is showing you the visuals of the security arrangement that's been put in here. Remember, the police has, as you just said, filed a detailed charge sheet with about 108 witnesses, some of whom have backed what the women wrestlers have said. These are 6 women wrestlers who are all international level players. These are who have alleged stalking and molestation against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, one of whom has in fact made harrowing allegations regarding how Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, in the guise of trying to give her a hug after a win or at an event, had tried to sort of lift her t-shirt a little bit, and that these are the kind of allegations that have been made in that have also been repeated in the charge sheet that the Delhi police has now filed. As I said, we are waiting for Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh to come to the court very shortly. The hearing was scheduled at around 2 o'clock, and we're waiting for Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh to come. Today, of course, will be a very, very short hearing. After cognizance of the charge sheet, the procedure that happens is that the accused persons, which is Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh and Vinod Tomar, who is also a WFI official, they will be appearing in the court. They will be given a copy of the charge sheet. The copy of the charge sheet has been given to them. They are most likely to seek bail in the case because they are most likely to argue that so far they have not been arrested by the Delhi police during the investigation, and therefore they should not be arrested now that cognizance has already been taken of the charge sheet and all the evidence has already been collected. That is likely to be the argument from them. But as you can see, heavy rain here, and even in this heavy rain, police deployment is being properly done. Barricades have been set up to ensure that no untoward incident happens as Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is expected to reach shortly. At this moment, we spoke to the lawyers for the wrestlers. What they have said is that it is unlikely for the wrestlers, the senior wrestlers at least, to reach court today. But some other supporters may also reach the Rouse Avenue court, and which is exactly why the police has set up this kind of barricading to ensure that no protests or any other untoward incident happens. I'm going to keep showing you the visuals of this area as we await Brij Bhushan Singh's entry into the Rouse Avenue court. Back to you.
All right, stay with us, Anisha. What we know of now is that there's a damning photograph as proof that's come out on the wrestlers' dangal for justice, even as they're hoping to get justice in this case. There's this one picture that's quite incriminating. There are photographs that confirm WFI boss Brij Bhushan's presence at that event where the alleged sexual incident, the sexual harassment incident took place as claimed by those victims. Now, these form really part of crucial evidence. This is technical and crucial evidence in the Delhi police's charge sheet against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. 2 photographs allegedly show him making advances towards one of those complainants. India Today has accessed 1,599, almost 1,600 page charge sheet that's been filed by the police against Brij Bhushan, in which a total of 108 people have recorded their statements, and out of which 15 of them have given their statements in support of the aggrieved wrestlers. Now, there are a total of 44 witnesses in the charge sheet. Meanwhile, in the testimony given by 6 women wrestlers, there's a mention of 10 such cases in which there's allegations of molestation. The BJP MP now faces serious charges of sexual harassment, inappropriate touching, intimidation and stalking. WFI Chief Brij Bhushan will now be appearing before the Delhi court today to answer those charges of sexual harassment against him, and he's also hoping to seek bail. Anisha, tell us more on what's going to really be happening in court. Give us really the agenda that will be followed in court today, as Brij Bhushan is just moments away from the court venue.
Well, Nabila, I'm continuing to show you the visuals of the security arrangements outside the Rouseni court, and as lawyers are also coming in now. Now, as I was saying, today is the first time that Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is going to be appearing here. He's been summoned after the court has taken cognizance of the charge sheet against him. Remember, in the procedure that is likely to happen is that Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh as well as Vinod Tomar will be appearing in the court. They will mark their presence before the judge, and then copies of the charge sheet have been will be given to them. They will also get a chance to raise their plea before them. What we've been told, what we've been informed is that because the cognizance has been taken, Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh as well as Vinod Tomar are both likely to ask for statutory bail. Remember, the procedure is that a person who has been arrested prior to cognizance or even not arrested prior to cognizance, once the charge sheet is filed and cognizance has been taken, they can then ask for bail. In Brij Bhushan's case, of course, he will be arguing that since he's not been arrested so far, and even the police in their charge sheet have said that he has been cooperating with the investigation, therefore he's likely to argue that he should not in fact be arrested. We are keeping a sharp eye on all the movement around here, but so far Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh and Vinod Tomar have not reached the Rouse Avenue court. Once they do reach, we will be giving you minute by minute updates of what is happening inside. The hearing is scheduled at around 2 p.m. and as far as the bail issue is concerned, it is highly likely, unless the police decides to vehemently oppose the bail, Brij Bhushan Singh as well as Vinod Tomar would most likely walk out from the Rouse Avenue court with copies of the charge sheet and the date for the next hearing in this case, because it is highly unlikely for people who've not been arrested prior to cognizance of the charge sheet to then get arrested afterwards. Of course, the wrestlers have been demanding the arrest of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh and as well as Vinod Tomar. We've seen over the last several months the kind of protests that happened out.
You've also heard at the same time that the same police who filed the charge sheet, Anisha, have said that Brij Bhushan has been cooperating with the investigation, therefore they haven't arrested him. This is the first time he's going to be appearing before the Rouse Avenue court. A charge sheet of nearly 1,600 pages filed, where there is also proof of a photograph that is technical and crucial evidence that suggests that he did make some sexual advances towards one of those victims. We're going to continue tracking those developments. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for a lot more on that. For now, we're slipping into a short break. We'll be right back with the headlines on the other side.
हमने किसी की हत्या कर डाली हो ऐसा हमें लग रहा है।
सरकार से ये चाहता हूँ, हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट है, यहाँ पर आ जाए। अगर अभी हिंदू मुस्लिम कहीं हो गया होता तो सारे नेता वहाँ पर होते।
The blue-colored construction that you see there is a cow shelter located just below a bridge in Delhi. But the floods didn't spare it, and many cows and other animals were left stuck, battling for their lives.
काफी गायें जो हैं वो पूरी डूब चुकी हैं, जिनके अंदर पेट में पानी भर चुका है। 3 सांड मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं जो बुरी तरह से फूल के और तैर रहे हैं उसमें, जो मर चुके हैं।
अंदर स्नेक घूम रहे हैं, सांप घूम रहे हैं गौशाला में, और सांड आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। गाय एक दूसरे की तरफ भाग रही है, दौड़ रही है, टक्कर मार रही है। उनमें से गाय को पकड़ के रस्सा मारना और यहाँ तक लेके आना, आप देख लीजिए कि गौरक्षक गुंडे या सेवक है, आज यहाँ पता चल जाएगा। सारी गायों के रस्से बंधे हुए थे, अगर पानी का लेवल और बढ़ जाता तो वो गाय तो वहीं डूब के मर जाती सबकी सब।
However, these Gaurakshaks allege that no one from the government came to the rescue.
ये जमुना में ये गौशाला बना रखी है, 2-3 दिन पहले इनको नोटिस भी मिला होगा, ये गौशाला क्यों नहीं खाली करवाई गई? कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से मदद नहीं है। गौ सेवक लगे हुए हैं, गौ रक्षक लगे हुए हैं, बस ये बोर्ड जरूर आई थी, बाकी तो सारी गाय हम वहीं से खोल के और यहाँ तक ला रहे हैं और ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं।
कैसे ला रहे हैं?
बोट के साथ 2-2 गाय बांध कर ला रहे हैं। इलाज चल रहा है, हमारे डॉक्टर भी हमारे पर्सनल आए हुए हैं। यहाँ तक तो दिल्ली सरकार ने वेटनरी डॉक्टर भी यहाँ पर अभी तक नहीं भेजे हैं।
But as for the government, they're doing all they can.
देखिए, उसके लिए एनडीआरएफ की भी मदद दी जा रही है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी कहा गया है कि हर संभव मदद दी जाए और जानवरों को निकाल के सेफ जगहों पे लाया जाए।
This man you see here is the owner of the cow shelter. He has been taking care of the shelter for the past 13 years. When asked why the shelter was constructed near a flood-prone area, he claimed to have never witnessed such a calamity here before.
गौशाला है ना, वहाँ काफी अच्छी हाइट करवा रखी है। मतलब आप पुल के लेवल में अगर आप जाओगे तो पुल का लेवल है पूरा, वो उस हिसाब से भराव करा के तो वहाँ गौशाला बनाई गई। जीवन में पहली बार ऐसा अनुभव हुआ, आपको बताएं। और बाढ़ तो हर साल आई, पर वो पानी बार जमुना में आशीर्वाद देके चली गई।
Meanwhile, animal rescue scenes across Delhi NCR were also witnessed. In Noida also, many dog shelters were found inundated with rainwater.
On 13th July, at about 4:30, the flood water started entering our shelter. We started evacuating dogs. We have about 350 sick dogs, and we managed to evacuate almost all of them so far, after rescue operations of about 30-35 hours. We have lost our entire solar panels, our entire refrigerator, our appliances, our oxygen concentrator, our treatment tables, all our medicines, food, everything. We have lost like everything. Thankfully, our dogs are safe. We've had a few casualties as well because of drowning.
We hope that the water that has crippled the lives of not just humans but also of our communities, animals and wildlife recedes and normalcy prevails.
It's often said that a rhythm is the essence of nature. The sun rising and setting almost at the same time is a rhythm. Eating along with the rise of the sun and before the sun is down is the rhythm that our body can adapt to and does wonders for our health. Jain scriptures talk about eating before sundown. The sun cycle diet, when you eat when the sun is up and stop eating when the sun is down, is called the circadian diet. So why is it a good diet to follow?
The circadian rhythm is a 24-hour internal body clock in humans. Your body functions best when it is in sync with the sun. And what I mean is, you start eating when the sun is up and stop eating when the sun is down. Your cortisol is highest in the early hours of the day, which gets your metabolism up and running. It's the best time for digestion. Whereas melatonin, which is the sleep hormone, does the exact opposite. It puts you to sleep. Let me take you through why when you eat is as important as what you eat.
The surges and dips in cortisol and melatonin correspond with sunrise and sunset. Cortisol rises in the earlier hours of the day, which gets the metabolism up and running. Whereas melatonin, which is the sleep hormone released as we move towards night, does the exact opposite. Food intake during circadian evening, when the melatonin is higher than cortisol in your body, disrupts this rhythm, thereby increasing fat content in your body as food will not be metabolized properly. As you move towards night, the tendency to store calories as fat is higher. During the day, cortisol is highest, stimulating.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. India Today tracking every development coming in from the opposition unity meet that's currently happening in Bengaluru. And a little while from now, the NDA show of strength is all set to start. Taking you through that, the headlines first. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on the opposition says the family first, nation is nothing for the opposition parties. Reiterates Prime Minister's 20 lakh crore graph attack on the opposition.
गाइड कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
Mega opposition huddle in Bengaluru that's currently underway. Mallikarjun Kharge says the Congress is not interested in Prime Minister's post. Sonia says a new name of the united opposition shouldn't have India in English, should have a Hindi word like Bharat in it. NDA counter-strike on united opposition. BJP and 38 allies meet Prime Minister Modi to attend this mega NDA huddle. WFI Chief Brij Bhushan to appear in Delhi court in any moment now. In fact, the court takes cognizance of the charge sheet. Shocking testimonies of wrestlers reveal harassment horror. A picture proof is surfaced against Brij Bhushan showing sexual advances. Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmudi grilled for over 8 hours at Chennai ED office. Summoned yet again for grilling at 4 p.m. today. All right, as the opposition meet now continues in Bengaluru, we're seeing all the opposition netas coming together to attack the BJP one after the other. We bring to you all their voices from Bengaluru. The opposition meet has just begun with all the top regional leaders who are coming together for a discussion on how to really form this united alliance and ensure that they are capable enough to take on the BJP. While deliberations are currently underway, here you have the opposition party netas outrightly attacking the BJP right before the meeting. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal was one who spoke to the media saying that Modi has made a mess of this country in the last 10 years of his rule. Mamata Banerjee says such a meeting is beneficial for India. Lalu Prasad says have to save democracy, the farmers and the youth, and therefore an alliance like this is mandatory. Let's have a listen.
I think it is important because Mr. Narendra Modi got a chance to rule the country for the last 10 years and he has made a complete mess of almost every sector in the country. He has created so much of hatred amongst the people. The economy is in shambles. There is so much of inflation. There is so much of unemployment in all sectors. So now I think it's a time that people of this country want to get rid of him.
I think this is a good meeting. This is a fruitful meeting and it's a constructive decision to be taken. All the agenda is very fruitful. Let us discuss today and if the outcome today what we discuss, after that the outcome may be the good for the people of this country.
जरूरी है देश के लिए, देश को बचाना है, डेमोक्रेसी को, इसलिए हर हालत में देश के किसान, मजदूर, नौजवान, माइनॉरिटी सबकी रक्षा करना है। नरेंद्र मोदी के शासन में बिल्कुल समूचा समाप्त हो चुका है।
मीटिंग जरूरी इसलिए है, देश को बचाना, लोगों को बचाना, पॉलिटिकल लीडर के साथ जिस तरह व्यवहार हो रहा है और मैं ये कहता हूँ कि देश की 2/3 जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ है, 2/3 जनता खिलाफ है। तो इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सफाया होने के लिए सब एक है।
Now, the opposition meeting day 2 is currently underway in Karnataka's Bengaluru. The top brass of the Congress party, Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, who are convening this meeting here. In fact, it is Mallikarjun Kharge under whose leadership this second meeting has been scheduled. Bigwigs of at least 26 opposition parties, including Mamata Banerjee, MK Stalin, Arvind Kejriwal, Nitish Kumar, Sharad Pawar and others are present to deliberate on strategies to take on the ruling BJP in 2024 Lok Sabha battle. The second opposition meeting this is that comes just 3 weeks after the first one was held in Bihar's Patna, that was held by Nitish Kumar on June 23rd. Pledging for unity, the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge has said that the Congress is not really interested in the Prime Minister's post but is concerned about protecting the constitution, the democracy, secularism and social justice.
हम सब लोग एक साथ इसलिए आए हैं क्योंकि देश के लोकतंत्र, देश के संविधान, देश की जो भाईचारा है, जो डाइवर्सिटी है इस देश की, उसको बचाने के लिए हम लोग सब लोग एकजुट हुए हैं। और जिस तरह से संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर दुरुपयोग कराया जा रहा है, जिस हिसाब से देश की संपत्तियों को बेचा जा रहा है, इन सारे जो असल मुद्दे हैं, इन पर बात ना करके जो जहर की बातें जो हैं, जो नाकों से चलती हैं, उसकी बात की जानी है। इसलिए हम सब लोग मजबूती के साथ एक साथ हैं।
जो इस वक्त मुल्क के हालात हैं, जिस तरह हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को उसके साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हमारी डेमोक्रेसी के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हमारी डाइवर्सिटी जो हमारे मुल्क की ताकत है, जो गांधी के मुल्क की ताकत है, सबको मलियामेट किया जा रहा है। इसलिए सब पार्टीज को इकट्ठा होके द आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया हैज टू बी सेव्ड।
I think it's important that we put up a united stand against everything that is going wrong in this country, particularly the way in which the Constitution is being eroded, the way in which the secular fabric of this country is being undermined, and all sensible parties need to come together and unite in opposition to this.
I think India is under a tremendous assault today, multidimensional, and the country has to be saved in order to change it for the better.
प्रधानमंत्री जी का दिन प्रतिदिन कद बढ़ते जा रहा है देश में नहीं विदेशों में भी, तो इससे अपने देश के जो विपक्ष के लोग हैं उनको ईर्ष्या हो रही है, दूसरे को सुख देख करके ईर्ष्या हो रही है, अपना दुख से तकलीफ उनको नहीं है कि वो कहाँ है। रोज विपक्ष रोज टूट रहा है और 2014 से लेके और आज तक देश की राजनीति में हमारे परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक अच्छा व्यवहार है, स्वभाव है, काम करने का तौर तरीका है, इससे विपक्ष को जलन हो रहा है।
You have all the opposition netas who are exuberating confidence. All of them believe that this meeting is highly necessary to save the constitution, save democracy, save secularism, social justice. While that said, you have the Prime Minister who himself addressed he in fact spoke today in a speech where he attacked the opposition parties, saying that this is a gathering of the most corrupt. And all the dynast parties have come together only to wriggle out of all the corruption charges that have been leveled against him, and that and to escape the central agencies who are currently probing them. This is what Prime Minister has said, that the opposition has come together only to get out of the 20 lakh crore corruption charges that have been leveled on many of them within the opposition parties. So while that said, you have the opposition parties in Bengaluru who are busy carrying a meeting right as we speak. There are deliberations that's currently underway where they're going to be trying to fine-tune all the differences, or rather iron out the differences that be on a local level, only to come together seamlessly on the national level to take on the BJP in 24. There are a couple of course, points that they should be touching upon, including the seat sharing in each of the states in the run-up to Lok Sabha, and more importantly, who's going to be their prime ministerial face. We believe that there is also a proposal now to set up a subcommittee for drafting a common minimum program, and all the points for communication between the alliance partners will be discussed. Whether all of that will be touched upon today, or will it take a few more meetings? Once the meeting is over, we're going to try and get you a thorough understanding on what exactly transpired. Rahul Srivastava of India Today is currently live with us in Bengaluru. In fact, he's been tracking the developments right from the start when Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, these are top faces that we're looking at. Nitish Kumar, Arvind Kejriwal, Mamata Banerjee, you have Sharad Pawar Pawar today, who's joined in. There was a lot of talk that Sharad Pawar might just skip this meeting, but he too has joined in this meeting in Bengaluru. So this has emboldened the opposition parties as such, as all the top leaders by and large are present in attendance. Now, how are they going to fix this alliance and make this unbreakable and strong enough to take on the BJP juggernaut is something that we'll follow up on. Now, there's Union Mantri who's hit out at the opposition meeting in Bengaluru. Anupriya Patel, who's spoken, says opposition parties are scared. The NDA is not scared. 2024 is not a challenge at all. Anupriya, the union minister, while she slams the opposition unity meeting, says sometimes there's back and forth in alliances, but the NDA is super strong. She also speaks these words right on the heels of the NDA's show of strength. At 3 p.m, we believe the NDA's 38 alliance partners are going to be coming together, and not really for anything else, but for just service. This is just basically to meet and greet one another. There is no deliberation as such, from what we understand. But this is surely a meeting now, right in the backdrop of the opposition unity meet happening in Bengaluru. Here you have the NDA as well, under the leadership of the BJP, coming together, 38 alliance partners, while the Union Mantri Anupriya Patel said
there's a big NDA meeting which is taking place in the national capital, while in the city of Bengaluru, opposition parties, 26 of them, are now making sure that they have a roadmap in place. But do the opposition parties really stand a chance in the 2024 elections? We have come with these questions to Union Minister Anupriya Patel. Anupriya ji, opposition is now saying that the NDA and the BJP is scared because of what took place in Patna, and that's the reason why this NDA meeting is taking place. Do you think BJP and all the other parties are scared, or do you think it's the opposition which is scared?
I think they're living in denial. Past two election results have clearly shown that the common voter of the country has its faith completely in the NDA alliance and in the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Insofar as our meeting today is concerned, it's a regular exercise. NDA partners do meet. We do speak to the Prime Minister. We do raise our individual concerns with respect to our own political parties or our own home states. So it is nothing new. And of course, 2024 election is now very close, and NDA alliance partners are today in New Delhi, giving an impression of our collective efforts which we are going to make in the next few months to make sure that NDA comes back to power and we get another opportunity to serve the people of this great nation.
Prime Minister today said that it is a coalition of the corrupt that is taking place in the city of Bengaluru. Do you think they don't have a roadmap, the opposition parties? They only have one agenda, which is to remove Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
Exactly. That's what I said, that this entire, this battle that they have decided to fight, I mean, what is your thought that we want Prime Minister to be ousted? Your vision for the country is nowhere clear. What is it that you want to give to the nation if you get an opportunity to serve the nation, if you get an opportunity to form a government? So that is never spoken of. All they speak of is, we want Modi out of power. I would advise, don't think about a single individual. You should think about what exactly is your roadmap for the country and for the people of this great nation.
The opposition parties at the moment need to think about what they can do for the country, and this ideology of removing Prime Minister Narendra Modi will take the opposition parties nowhere. With camera person Ajay, this is Aishwarya Paliwal reporting for India Today.
All right, that is Anupriya Patel, who's a union minister, BJP, who speaks about alliances going back and forth, but at the end of it, for the NDA, really has nothing to prove, as they're strong and they're coming together only to meet and greet, while she targets the opposition unity meeting that's currently happening in Bengaluru. Let me cut across to this National Democratic Alliance key meet that's all set to be held in the national capital today. Allies of the BJP-led NDA will be holding this key meeting in Delhi. The meeting of the BJP-led NDA is scheduled to be held on a day that several opposition parties are set to hold deliberations in Bengaluru in an effort to unite against the Modi government in 24. In a show of strength, the NDA meeting chaired by BJP chief JP Nadda is expected to witness the participation of nearly 38 alliances. Several new allies, including that of the Shiv Sena, headed by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, the NCP faction headed by Ajit Pawar, the Lok Janshakti Party chief Chirag Paswan, who is now the new entry into the NDA, he's come back to the NDA's fold, will be attending this meeting in a show of strength of sorts by the NDA now. This comes after Chirag Paswan himself met with Amit Shah in Delhi a little earlier, decided to return to the NDA's fold. It appears now the NDA also feels emboldened and stronger with at least 38 allies that they boast in their kitty. With the BJP making all-out efforts now to retain its majority in the Lok Sabha for a third straight term, its leadership has now made pragmatic adjustments to accommodate some new allies on board.
एनडीए में के जो मेन पार्टनर हैं बीजेपी की ये महानता है कि अन्य लोगों को भी साथ लेकर के चलने का प्रयास करती है वो, नहीं तो उनको तो अपने सरकार बनाने में सक्षम हैं और सबसे ज़्यादा सीट पर लड़ते भी हैं, लेकिन इससे साबित होता है कि वो सभी तरह के लोगों को समायोजित करना चाहते हैं, सभी क्षेत्रों को प्रतिनिधित्व देना चाहते हैं।
पूरे देश में जो जनाधार वाले नेता हैं उनका एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में राजग की बैठक हो रही है और आप देखेंगे कि 2024 के लोकसभा का चुनाव का ये आगाज है और 2024 में जब लोकसभा का आम चुनाव होगा प्रचंड बहुमत की माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की दोबारा सरकार बनेगी।
डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर में 28 लाख करोड़ रुपए have been directly transferred to the beneficiaries right into their accounts, and still we are trying to see to it. We have been able to block check the leakage of 4 to 5 lakh करोड़ जो लीकेज का स्कोप था। उसी तरीके से अगर हम देखें डिजिटल टूल्स का उपयोग बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में गवर्नेंस में बढ़ा है, जिसके कारण एक पारदर्शिता, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, उसको हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़ाया है। गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, युवा, महिला, किसान, इन सब के प्रति स्कीम्स को फोकस किया गया है और फोकस करने के कारण इनके एम्पावरमेंट में हम लोगों को बहुत ही सफलता मिली है और इसके कारण भी एनडीए और एनडीए के घटक दलों में एक उत्साह, एक वातावरण देखने को मिलता है और तीव्र गति से आगे चलने की आकांक्षा को हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। पिछले 9 सालों में स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी, यह हम सब लोगों को देखने को मिली है, जिसको देश ने भी सराहा है और एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिव वातावरण बना है। एक साधारण भारतीय भी गौरवान्वित महसूस करता है जब वो देखता है, बेचारा पढ़ा लिखा भी कम है तब भी वो जानता है कि मोदी जी ने कोविड मैनेजमेंट में दुनिया में एक मिसाल पेश की है, जहां बड़े बड़े डेवलप्ड देश अपने आप को अनडिसाइसिवनेस के कारण, अनिर्णयता की स्थिति के कारण वह सफल नहीं हुए, वहीं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कोविड मैनेजमेंट में दुनिया में मिसाल दी है।
Now, even as the NDA comes together in a show of strength, you had the Prime Minister a little earlier today training his guns at the big opposition huddle right now happening in Bengaluru. All the way from corruption, casteism to dynasty politics, Prime Minister has attacked several opposition leaders while attacking Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal for the alleged scams, Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee for the alleged, or rather the widespread violence that happened right ahead of Panchayat polls in West Bengal, and also accusing Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin of graft scandal. He even Prime Minister made some scathing attacks even on the Gandhi family. Taking a jibe at the opposition's mega meeting, the Prime Minister has branded this meeting itself as undemocratic, united opposition. He slammed the huddle and said that the opposition's motto is family first and really nothing towards the nation. He's gone on to count the number of ED and IT raids and cases that currently stand on the opposition netas, saying that all of them have united only to escape the corruption charges that have been levied on them. The attack comes right at a time when the opposition parties have attended a key meeting in Bengaluru to chalk out this strategy to take on the Prime Minister, of course the BJP itself, for 2024 general elections.
एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग, एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग। आप देखिए ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं। जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार। लोकतंत्र के लिए कहा जाता है ऑफ द पीपल, बाय द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल, लेकिन इन परिवारवादियों का मंत्र है ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। फैमिली फर्स्ट, नेशन नथिंग। इन लोगों का मोटो है, इनकी यही प्रेरणा है। नफरत है, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं। नफरत है, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं।
जहां तक यूपीए का सवाल है और ये जो ऑपोजिशन के अलायंस है, ये भानुमति का कुनबा है और कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुनबा जोड़ा, इस तरीके का ये अलायंस है। न तो इनके पास नेता है, न ही नीयत है, न ही नीति है और न ही फैसला लेने की ताकत है। यह फोटो अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए अच्छा है। स्वार्थ की राजनीति पर आधारित ये एकता की जो बुनियाद है वो बड़ी खोखली है और इसीलिए यह कोई डिलीवर करने के लिए नहीं है। यह 10 साल के यूपीए के सरकार के भ्रष्टाचार और घोटालों का टोला है।
This is rather a very disappointing commentary of Indian politics. That if you are with the BJP, you're pure, and if you oppose the BJP, you're somehow termed to be corrupt. And if you are BJP, you are a democratic party, and if you are against the BJP, you are a dynastic political party. I mean, this is a very disappointing comment, the political commentary which is being laid out. The NDA has put together a motley crew of political parties which don't have any presence in neither the assembly nor the parliament, and they call that an alliance. And the Congress party and other like-minded parties, including many chief ministers from regional parties, have come together to put together an alliance. The people of India will decide which alliance they want, which alliance they trust, which is the path India should go, whether a secular constitutional path is what we need to go, or do we need to go to a fundamentalist unitary idea of India, of India. Do you want India to be the Hindutva version of Iran, or do you want India to be a constitutional secular country? The people of India will decide.
फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा हो रहा है कि अपोजिशन एजेंडा सेट कर रहा है और भाजपा बौखलाई हुई उस पर कमेंट कर रही है या फिर उसी नक्शे कदम पर चल रही है। पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है। पहली विपक्ष की जो मीटिंग हुई पटना में, उसका परिणाम और उसकी बौखलाहट ये रही कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ी तोड़फोड़ की, लूट करके, लोकतंत्र को लूट के पहले से सरकार चला रहे थे, उसके बाद फिर उनको एमसीपी को भी तोड़ने की जरूरत पड़ गई। तो प्राइम मिनिस्टर किस मुंह से भ्रष्टाचार पर भाषण देते हैं? जिनके साथ भ्रष्टाचारी नेताओं की एक लंबी फहरिस्त, तो हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा से लेकर के सुवेंदु अधिकारी से लेकर के, और अब जिनके ऊपर ईडी के केसेस चल रहे थे, उनको आपने मिनिस्टर बनाया, डिप्टी सीएम बनाया। तो प्रधानमंत्री किस मुंह से भ्रष्टाचार पर भाषण दे रहे हैं? हम तो सिर्फ 26 पार्टियां अलायंस में है अपोजिशन।
All right, cutting across straight to Brij Bhushan, who's just arrived at the Rose Avenue court. He is now seeking bail as the Delhi police files a 1,600-page charge sheet. The matter now in the Rose Avenue court, where Brij Bhushan just arrives, and he's now seeking for bail. Anisha Mathur is joining us live. She's right there at the Rose Avenue court as we speak. This comes as right at a time when there's almost a 1,600-page charge sheet that's been filed against Brij Bhushan, where there are two photographs that are quite damning, all the way from 2019, showing Brij Bhushan making some physical advances towards one of the complainants in Kazakhstan. This comes as main evidence in the Delhi police's charge sheet. The charge sheet also mentions details laid out by the wrestlers of repeated sexual harassment by Brij Bhushan. Now, as many as 15 out of the 108 witnesses have been examined and have corroborated their statements in favor of the wrestlers who have accused Brij Bhushan of molestation. Anisha Mathur joining us for more on that. Anisha, give us more as Brij Bhushan has just arrived at the Rouse Avenue court. What's expected to happen now?
Well, Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh has appeared. His cavalcade, his car and a few cars with his supporters have gone inside the Rouse Avenue court premises. He will shortly be appearing before courtroom number 503, which is the special court for MPs and MLAs at Rouse Avenue court. Remember, he is facing a charge sheet for molestation, stalking and criminal intimidation. He, as well as Vinod Tomar, have been made accused in this particular case. Today, of course, what we are expecting is that since cognizance has been taken of the charge sheet, the accused persons will be given a copy of the charge sheet. They will have to sign for the charge sheet, and then the date for the next hearing will be given. What we're also being given to understand is because today is his first appearance, because he's never been arrested by the police so far during the investigation, he was also going to be seeking post-cognizance bail, which is a procedural thing that happens every time any person is made accused and there's a charge sheet against them. They have to appear before the court and seek bail so that they are not arrested during the period of trial. So that is the process we are expecting to happen today in the Rouse Avenue court. You can see police presence here. There's a lot of media presence here. But if you see the charges against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, he is facing allegations of molestation, he's facing allegations of stalking, as well as criminal intimidation. The women wrestlers who have raised allegations against him have very clearly said that he had misbehaved with them. There is also very harrowing allegations of the actual incident of the behavior that had occurred, what Brij Bhushan had done to these women, including the kind of touch, the kind of close contact that these women have raised objections to. What we also need to look at is what the police has said in their charge sheet. The police charge sheet is over 1,500 pages long. They have examined several witnesses, at least 15 of whom have corroborated the story of the women wrestlers. Remember, this is not this is a case of criminal intimidation, stalking and molestation, because it involves close contact behavior. Clear, direct witness evidence is very rare in cases like these. India Today has been analysing the charge sheet that was filed. We have taken a look at it, and some of the coaches and other staff have said that yes, they have seen incidents where a woman wrestler, one of the complainants, had moved away from Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh during a photo op. We've also seen reports regarding photos which have come out as part of the charge sheet, which have shown the visible discomfort in, as far as the women wrestlers are concerned. The wrestlers, of course, in their complaints had said that because of his behavior, they had taken the decision to not be alone with him at any point of time. At least 2 to 3 women would go together if Brij Bhushan had was meeting them. There are a lot of issues that have come
Anisha,
up.
but as many as
the trial process
100
could begin soon.
105 people have testified, given their testimonies. The charge sheet speaks of at least 15 people from within the wrestling community who have corroborated the same statements given by the victims, the wrestlers who have complained against Brij Bhushan of sexual harassment. At least 15 of them. All right, those are live visuals. They're coming in of Brij Bhushan live. Even as I speak, the accused Brij Bhushan is entering the Rouse Avenue court. These are images, first images right here on India Today that we bring to you of Brij Bhushan as he walks into court. This is the first time that he's come into court itself. Anisha Mathur, who's been tracking very closely the movements of Brij Bhushan, as we see heavy security deployment all outside and inside the court. He is a BJP MP. He's the WFI chief. He hasn't yet resigned from the position. One must know that he still holds the position of the Member of Parliament 1 and also as the chief of the Wrestling Federation of India. Despite the mounting allegations and the police investigation, there was no resignation in sight. Brij Bhushan has been defiant. He said very clearly that let the police do their job, and he claims innocence. At this point, we believe he is going to be seeking bail, even as the police have filed a nearly 1,600-page charge sheet with some damning evidence, including photographs that very clearly shows his physical advances to some of the victims. Anisha is right outside the court there. Anisha, we see Brij Bhushan walking into court with heavy security around him. He's going to be asking for bail, is it? Is an arrest impending?
Well, it is highly unlikely that he would be arrested now because he has not been arrested so far during the investigation. Remember, this is something that is a procedural issue. When there is a criminal case in a situation like this, it is for the police to decide whether or not they want to arrest. So far, the police has not arrested. In fact, in their charge sheet, the police has justified their decision to not arrest Brij Bhushan Singh so far. Of course, the wrestlers, which are the complainants in the case, have been asking for his arrest so far. It is for the court now to consider whether or not they will give him bail. But in most of the cases of this nature, when the police has chosen not to arrest, when all the evidence has been collected, when the charge sheet has been filed, courts normally do grant bail. The courts normally don't ask for arrest. Remember, this is not something that has come up for the first time here. These wrestlers had gone up to the Supreme Court, they'd gone to the High Court, they've filed a complaint before the trial court here as well, seeking monitoring of the investigation, and they had earlier also questioned why the police has not arrested Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. The police in their charge sheet, of course, has responded to those questions. They have said that there was that because Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh as well as Vinod Tomar have been cooperating with the investigation, they found no reason to arrest them, but that also because the allegations that have come out in the investigation are of offences which are punishable by less than 7 years of imprisonment, and that is also one big reason why the police decided not to arrest them. But if you look at it from the wrestlers' point of view, they have been agitating about this for months. They have been asking for action against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. They've been asking for his removal as WFI chief. They've been asking for his arrest. They've also raised allegations that the WFI, the Internal Complaints Committee, did not properly hear their complaint when it came to Brij Bhushan Singh's behavior towards them. There are also, as we've been discussing, photographs that show close contact between the wrestlers as well as Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, which the wrestlers have said they were very uncomfortable with, and they found it to be unnecessary molestation. They've also raised several complaints regarding his constant repeated behavior. So there are 6 women wrestlers, all of whom are medal winners. They're international level players who have raised these allegations against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. There are at least 15 witnesses, according to the charge sheet, who have corroborated the allegations raised by these women wrestlers. A total of 108 witnesses in total cited by the police in their charge sheet, and over 1500 pages of the charge sheet itself. The hearing, of course, is set to begin any moment now. My colleagues Shreya and Srishti are both inside the courtroom and will be giving you minute by minute updates of what is happening inside there. But the hearing has just begun. The lawyer for Brij Bhushan have asked for bail in this particular case. Here, as I said, my colleagues Srishti Ojha and Shreya are inside and will be giving us minute by minute updates of what is happening inside the courtroom. Back to you.
Hearing has just about begun, and Anisha tells us that this Brij Bhushan is likely to seek for bail as well. An arrest is unlikely though. While we see that this 1,600 page charge sheet really seems like is going to act as a point of trouble for Brij Bhushan, as there are some very crucial technical evidence that has been attached by the police as part of that charge sheet, and that includes photographs that we're showing to you on your screens there, which with the victims' faces blurred, of course. Brij Bhushan, they're showing some physical advances towards the victims, and these images coming in from 2019 showing him making those advances towards a complainant in Kazakhstan. And this will come as main evidence in the Delhi police's charge sheet. While all this now has been submitted in court, this is the first time that Brij Bhushan arrives in court itself amid tight security. Multiple photographs there that have now surfaced to show Brij Bhushan may have indeed intimidated some of those girls who were budding wrestlers, and a few of them show very how Brij Bhushan has been uncomfortably close towards those young girls. Many of them claim that this was despite them resisting. Brij Bhushan has intimidated them, molested them, sexually harassed them. These are allegations that of course need to be proved, but the Delhi police's charge sheet has a whole load to say. Testimonies of nearly 108 people, of which at least 44 of them, we believe, are witnesses, of which 15 of those witnesses have agreed with the complainant's allegations, saying that they have witnessed, indeed, Brij Bhushan making those advances towards them. So this is going to be a very, of course, a tough case on an influential man who happens to be the BJP MP and was the WFI chief, and has been defiant through and through about his stance in this entire in this case itself, saying that he is innocent and that these wrestlers had an ulterior motive before accusing him. They wanted they did not get what they want, which is why they're accusing him falsely. These are words of Brij Bhushan himself all through this fight in this case. Let me cut across to Nalini also, who's tracking court for us. Nalini, give us more on this case while Brij Bhushan arrives at the Rose Avenue court. There's a lot to be discussed today. He's going to be seeking bail. What's due to happen?
Well, Nabila, just to get you some breaking updates, right now we are given to understand that interim bail has been granted to Brij Bhushan right now by the Rouse Avenue court. This is only interim bail till tomorrow. Updates coming in from inside the courtroom through our colleague Srishti Ojha. And what she's saying is that arguments on regular bail as to whether or not regular bail should be granted to Brij Bhushan are going to be conducted before the court tomorrow. This after Brij Bhushan had specifically asked for interim bail, and the public prosecutor Atul Srivastava, who's appearing for the Delhi police, told the court that even though in the charge sheet they've said that there is no reason to arrest Brij Bhushan, but despite that they think that if bail is being granted to him, there need to be certain conditions that need to be imposed on him, more specifically regarding as to whether or not he can talk to any of the witnesses or the victims in this case, or in any manner try to influence them regarding this case. So those conditions the Delhi police has sought to ask to be imposed on Brij Bhushan if bail is being granted to him. But right now, small relief coming in for him. Till tomorrow, the court has granted it interim bail. The court has said that the case will be kept tomorrow for hearing on as to whether or not there is a case made out for regular bail, which means there will be arguments for or against regular bail tomorrow before the Rouse Avenue court. But for now, the court has asked them to supply all the documents, and interim bail has come in for Brij Bhushan for a time period of 24 hours from the Rouse Avenue court.
All right. Stay with us. Cutting to Anisha, who's also right outside court. Anisha, big development coming in. Conditional bail given to Brij Bhushan with a bond of 25,000 rupees. Give us more.
Well, what the information that is coming to us from our colleague Shrishti Ojha, who's inside the courtroom, is that the court is considering the final date for the hearing actually is still under consideration. The lawyers have asked, have said that the parliament session is day after tomorrow, and that is why the hearing date has now been changed to day after tomorrow. That is, today is Tuesday. The hearing will now be on Thursday for the bail hearing for Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. Remember, the court has granted him interim bail for the period of 48 hours. The hearing will now be day after tomorrow, that is Thursday, and court has given him conditional bail, interim bail, I beg your pardon, on a bail bond of 25,000 each. Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh as well as Vinod Tomar have been granted interim bail till Thursday on a bail bond of 25,000 each. They have also been directed very clearly to not contact any of the witnesses or victims in this particular case to ensure that they do not influence any of the witnesses. And that is something that the counsel for the public prosecutor, Atul Srivastava, had said that conditions must be imposed on both of them, as the regular bail plea will now be heard on Thursday. It is going to be very crucial to see what the stand of the police is going to be then, because today, as per the update sent by my colleagues Srishti and Shreya, the PP had said that while we have not arrested either Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh or the Vinod Tomar so far, I am opposing bail for now. What is also important is that the judge is also asking the media, and this is important for us as well, because the judge is now asking the media to ensure that there is nothing is misquoted in the media, because the bad reporting could have consequences, and this is something that the court is saying with regard to the reportage on this particular case. But this is going to be very, very crucial to see now on Thursday, as the regular bail hearing for Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh and Vinod Tomar will be held. The court has given 2 days interim bail to Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh as well as Vinod Tomar. They will now have to appear before the court on Thursday afternoon. The police has to give all the documents relating to the charge sheet as well as their response to the bail application on Thursday. Remember, the police so far had not arrested Brij Bhushan or Vinod Tomar, and in fact in their charge sheet itself they had said that because they were cooperating with the investigation, because they had appeared for questioning every time a notice under section 41A was given to them, that is why they've chosen not to arrest them. For now also, when the judge asked the public prosecutor, the special public prosecutor Atul Srivastava, what is it that you have to say today? The lawyer was initially telling the court about the law relating to arrest and bail in the country. The judge said, do not tell me the law, tell me what is your opinion as the prosecutor. Should they be granted bail or not? The police, public prosecutor at that point said that I am opposing bail, but if you do grant bail, then we could there should be certain conditions imposed on them to ensure that no witnesses are bullied, no witnesses are influenced in the time period that it takes for the trial to be conducted. Back to you.
At this point, it seems like, Anisha, that Brij Bhushan has barely 2 days now of relief. Can't really call this relief quite so, because in 2 days' time, the court is going to take up hearing yet again. In the next hearing, that's due to happen on Thursday, what's expected to be on the agenda? Like, will they be deliberating on the charge sheet itself? What more could be discussed?
Well, Nabila, remember, this is the procedure that happens, and I'm again reiterating this for the benefit of our viewers. When there is a charge sheet that has been filed, when the court has taken cognizance and issued summons to an accused person in a criminal case, the procedure that happens is that the accused has to come to the court, mark their presence before the judge, and then the procedure, the process begins. They are given a copy of the charge sheet. The court takes a note of what is in the charge sheet, whether all the documents have been given to them or not, and then the arguments on framing of charges under which the trial will go on, then that will begin at that stage. For now, on Thursday, what we will see is the arguments on whether or not Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh and Vinod Tomar will be granted bail during this entire process of framing of charges and then of trial. Remember, since the police has so far not arrested either Brij Bhushan or Vinod Tomar, the police even today, when the judge asked the prosecutor for his opinion, the prosecutor has said that while I am opposing bail, if in case the court chooses to grant bail, there should be certain conditions imposed on the Brij Bhushan as well as Vinod Tomar. So clearly, it seems that the police has not been inclined to arrest him so far and is unlikely to be very vehement when it comes to his arrest, even following the charge sheet. And in any case, if you see precedent cases, if you see how the criminal law behaves normally, in a case like this where the allegations are of offences which carry less than 7 years punishment, it is very rare for someone to be arrested, especially when they have not been arrested during the court itself. So at the moment, what we are looking at is what Brij Bhushan and Vinod Tomar both appearing before the court again on Thursday. They will again have to mark their presence. They will have to argue on the issue of regular bail. What the police has to say at that point will be very crucial, because today at least they have simply said if you grant bail, please impose certain conditions, that he should not influence the witnesses. If they have something more to say the next time, that will also be crucial. But what is also interesting right now, and this is the news that we are breaking from the information that my colleague Srishti Ojha has sent from inside the court, Brij Bhushan's lawyers have alleged a media trial against him. They have said that the entire details of the charge sheet, etc., is being put out in the media, that he is being faced with a media trial, and that is why they, according to Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh's lawyers, there should be in-camera proceedings and a gag order. The court, of course, for now has not passed any such orders. The judge inside has said that if you want an in-camera proceeding, you file the appropriate application, ask the court to order an in-camera trial. If you want a media gag, you'll have to go before the High Court for such an order. But at the moment, from the updates that my colleague Srishti Ojha is sending us from inside the courtroom, the lawyers for Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh are pushing very, very hard for this for the media to not report on this particular trial. They're saying that verbatim charge sheet is being reported, that he is being subjected to a media trial, but the court for now has not given him any relief with regard to these allegations. He will now have to appear before the court on Thursday
is 2 days barely, Anisha, for him. So it's not quite a relief that's come in the way for Brij Bhushan or Tomar. I'm going to cut across to Nalini as well, joining us on that. Nalini, the man we're speaking of here is a BJP MP. He was the WFI chief. He, in fact, completed his term, but was defiant all throughout. Never resigned, said that he is innocent, and this is just a vilification campaign against him by those wrestlers who tried to defame him for their own ulterior motives. This is what he's saying, and now with a charge sheet that's filed, nearly 1,600-page charge sheet in court, with evidence showing those photographs that we're playing on our screens as well, where it's quite evident that he's making some sexual advances or physical advances towards those victims. It seems like the doors are closing in, walls are closing in on Brij Bhushan.
Well, Nabila, there are some damning parts in this charge sheet, especially against Brij Bhushan, despite the fact that there is a detailed statement by Brij Bhushan himself where he is given his part of the story and his defense, where he says that he has never traveled alone anywhere at any times during any tournament. He ensures that there are always referees or coaches or his security staff that accompanies him, and he has never really met any woman wrestler by himself alone. So these are the statements that Brij Bhushan himself has given. In his response, that are made part of the charge sheet. But along with that, the testimonies of the wrestlers also paint a very, very horrific picture where they've spoken about the repeated sexual assault that Brij Bhushan had subjected them to ever since the year 2012 right up till 2022. So 10 years of repeated sexual assault instances have been laid out by the 6 women wrestlers very bravely in this charge sheet. And although there are certain aspects that are still under investigation, as stated by the Delhi police, because they've said that they've not been able to establish anything after the analysis of the call data records that they've got so far, and that they're still waiting for the forensic evidence regarding this case. Keeping those things in mind, there are likely to be many more twists and turns in the investigation in the coming days, because the Delhi police has also stated in the charge sheet that because of the protest that was ongoing of the wrestlers, due to that they were not able to take the wrestlers out of the city for investigation in different places, because the sexual harassment allegedly has happened in several different areas. So they need to take the wrestlers there for the investigation to be carried out, but they've not been able to do that because the protests were still going on. But now that the protests have been called off, the investigation on those aspects is going to continue, and we are going to have to wait and see exactly how far it goes. But for now, there is a slight relief coming in for Brij Bhushan Singh. Delhi police has categorically laid down their reasons for why they don't want to arrest him in the charge sheet, and today also they've said that they're only opposing his bail to the limited extent that some conditions need to be imposed upon him, which is slightly ironical considering the fact that those are the same reasons why the Delhi police has cited that they don't need to arrest him, because he's not tried to threaten or influence any witness in the case and has completely cooperated with the investigation. So for the Delhi police to now come and say there need to be certain conditions that need to be imposed upon him, it remains to be seen exactly why they did it. But for now, slight relief coming in for him, but day after tomorrow the hearing on the regular bail as to whether or not should be granted to him will be conducted.
You know, Nalini, we see a lot more points coming in by Shrishti Ojha from court, inside court, where we believe that Brij Bhushan has accused the media of conducting a trial against him. He says that he's being targeted by the media itself. Media doing its job, reporting on the wrestlers who sat in protest right from the month of Jan up to date. Months of protests, and finally it seems like the police have expedited the investigation here, filed a 1,600-page charge sheet, but it appears that Brij Bhushan feels like he's victimized here. How far will the court go to entertain such an allegation or clamp down on media reporting this case?
Well, Nabila, one thing that the court has made extremely clear today is that if there is any allegation that Brij Bhushan has to make, it can't be done in thin air. He has to move the appropriate application before the court, which means that if he is alleging a media trial, then he needs to go to the High Court and ask for a proper gag order to be put in place and put the money where his mouth is, and instead of making statements in thin air, get the things down on paper and move the court with an appropriate application. So the court is not going to take any statements just being made off record. They are going to ensure that everything is happens through the proper mechanism and through the proper procedure, and which is why when Brij Bhushan's counsel tried to make the argument that there is a media trial or there's an apprehension that a media trial might be going on, because the charge sheet has now reached several media houses, keeping that in mind, the Rouse Avenue Court categorically said that if he has any such apprehension, he should ask for a gag order or for in-camera proceedings, approach the appropriate court and try and get some sort of relief. Because for now, the court is not going to gag the media only on the basis of some apprehensions that are being raised by Brij Bhushan. But in the same breath, let me clarify, the court has also said that the media needs to be responsible when it comes to reporting cases, especially cases of sexual harassment, even though there are no minors in this case where the 6 women wrestlers have alleged charges of sexual harassment against Brij Bhushan. But at the same time, there needs to be some sort of prudence that needs to be carried out by the media organizations before reporting on such cases, especially with regard to the identities of the victims or rather survivors of the sexual harassment. So keeping that in mind, a word of warning is also coming in for the media from the court, but at the same time, there is no gag order being put in place. It remains to be seen whether Brij Bhushan is serious enough about these allegations to actually go ahead and ask for a gag order on the media, because we've seen even in the past instances, the court usually doesn't take lightly to suppression of freedom of expression in any manner. So if Brij Bhushan actually makes such an argument before the court, he will have to show some cogent reasons about how there is an actual media trial that is going on against him with some proper evidence in place along with media reports, and these statements cannot be just made out of thin air before the court of law.
So, well, Nalini, clearly Brij Bhushan here is more apprehensive about the details of the charge sheet being leaked. He's accused the media of conducting a trial on him. Very upset that a lot of information of the charge sheet has now come out, including those very damning images that shows clearly on Brij Bhushan making those advances, physical advances towards some of those victims that could really add up against or amount to a conviction sooner than later. Nalini, thank you very much for joining us. But relief here briefly, barely for 2 days for the axed WFI chief Brij Bhushan. In fact, Brij Bhushan, his tenure as the WFI chief has ended. He surely did not resign from it because he remained defiant on the allegations that were leveled against him, claiming his innocence. Delhi court has now granted him interim bail, and his regular bail plea would be heard on Thursday. This comes in the backdrop of some photographs that are quite incriminating as proof that's come out on the wrestlers' dangal for justice. There are photographs that we're showing to you here that confirm the suspended WFI, or rather the WFI chief who has completed his tenure, Brij Bhushan's presence at those events where alleged incident of sexual harassment took place. These form really a part of the technical evidence in the Delhi police's charge sheet against Bhushan Sharan Singh. 2 photographs allegedly show him making these advances towards the complainant. In the testimony given by 6 women wrestlers, there is mention of 10 such cases in which there's an allegation of molestation. The BJP MP faces some serious charges of sexual harassment, inappropriate touching, intimidation, stalking, etc. All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app. Stay tuned for a lot more on the Alliance versus Alliance meet, the NDA meet versus the Opposition Unity meet happening right as we speak. Preeti Chaudhary on the other side.
Many more lives? How many more houses? How many more vehicles? How many more villages? Annual nightmare drowns the north. India Today reports from every spot.
There are small children who are living in these houses, and this is the national capital we are talking about.
Each and every household, that's what we can see.
The holy shrine that saved Mandi from a disaster.
We report, we demand, we fix accountability. Maximum reporters, maximum coverage. Monsoon mayhem.
Aam Aadmi Party is making it clear now BJP is their main enemy. Who is KCR's main enemy? You're on mute.
Of doubt.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Iota of doubt at all that the NDA has failed the nation. But the Congress should realize that nation means every state including Telangana. You've started off saying that is it BJP versus Congress? It is not only BJP versus Congress, because the Congress should understand the meaning of opposition unity. 22nd March 2018, in Hassan of Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi attacked Deve Gowda ji and his party Janata Dal Secular. But on May 18th, 2018, when Congress needed to be in power, Rahul Gandhi ji reportedly apologized Deve Gowda ji and there was an alliance. Same in Maharashtra, Rahul Gandhi attacked Shiv Sena as the B team, A team of BJP. And what happened? Later on, Rahul Gandhi needed Shiv Sena, they were in power, they were in Mahavikas Aghadi alliance. Now, I'm not just quoting old examples. In this year, 22nd February 2023 in Agartala, Rahul Gandhi ji's statement, Trinamool Congress is a B team of BJP. Same thing, he comes here, attacks KCR ji, calls us as B team of BJP. Why would we entertain both BJP and Congress when we have been defeating both these parties? And why Mr. Rahul Gandhi?
So you will not choose. Are you telling me you are not in a position because Congress is your main opponent in Telangana? You do not want, plus you want to engage with whoever is in center. You will not choose. Am I correct? You will stay equidistant and take your call after the elections of 2024.
Yeah, because we strongly believe that in NDA there is the DNA of Congress leadership also. Because Rahul Gandhi ji doesn't come and attack the NDA or Prime Minister Modi here in Telangana. We are surprised about it. And their PCC president here, when Prime Minister Modi has already begun his election campaign here, this man shifts his base from Telangana and goes to the United States of America and holidays there. And till date, they have not even held a press conference against Modi ji's failure for Telangana and its promises. That itself explains.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon. You're watching our rolling coverage as many developments, political at that, take place on this thriller political Tuesday. There are two parallel conclaves of the opposition and the NDA taking place today. The opposition taking place in Bengaluru. We're expecting to hear from them in just about an hour from now. Have they come up with a new name? What happens with the UPA? All of that coming in. And at about 5 p.m. the NDA meet with 38 parties starting, 26 of the opposition, 38 of the NDA, all leading up to the numerical figure of 2024 general elections. Let me take you through the headlines first. Mega opposition huddle in Bengaluru underway. Kharge says Congress not interested in Prime Minister's post. Sonia says new name of United Opposition shouldn't have India in English. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on opposition, says families first nation, nothing for opposition, reiterates Prime Minister's 20 lakh crore graft attack on opposition.
गाइड कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
NDA's counter-strike on united opposition. BJP and 38 allies meet at 5 p.m. this evening. Prime Minister Modi to attend mega meet. Court grants interim bail to suspend WFI boss Brij Bhushan. 2-day interim bail for Brij Bhushan. Regular bail pre to come up on Thursday. Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmudi grilled for over 8 hours at Chennai ED office. Summoned again for grilling today at 4 p.m. All right, viewers, it's day 2 of the opposition meet. It is underway in Karnataka's Bengaluru. Many developments taking place. Lots up for discussion. The top brass of the Congress party, Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, all at the meeting there. Congress is hosting it as Karnataka is a Congress-run state. Bigwigs of 26 opposition parties, including Mamta Banerjee, MK Stalin, Arvind Kejriwal, Nitish Kumar, Sharad Pawar and others are all present to deliberate strategies to take on the ruling BJP in the 2024 Lok Sabha battle. The second opposition meet comes about 3 weeks after the first meeting that took place in Patna, Bihar on the 23rd of June. Now, pledging for unity, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge opened the meeting saying that Congress is not interested in the Prime Minister's post. Instead, the opposition is interested in protecting what the Congress said was constitutional democracy, secularism and social justice.
जरूरी है देश के लिए, देश को बचाना है, डेमोक्रेसी को, इसलिए हर हालत में देश के किसान, मजदूर, नौजवान, माइनॉरिटी सबकी रक्षा करना है। नरेंद्र मोदी के शासन में बिल्कुल समूचा समाप्त हो चुका है।
I think this is a good meeting. This is a fruitful meeting, and it's a constructive decision to be taken. All the agenda is very fruitful. Let us discuss it today, and if the outcome today, what we discuss, after that the outcome may be the good for the people of this country.
हम सब लोग एक साथ इसलिए आए हैं क्योंकि देश के लोकतंत्र, देश के संविधान, देश की जो भाईचारा है, जो डाइवर्सिटी है इस देश की, उसको बचाने के लिए हम लोग सब लोग एकजुट हुए हैं। और जिस तरह से संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर दुरुपयोग कराया जा रहा है, जिस हिसाब से देश की संपत्तियों को बेचा जा रहा है, इन सारे जो असल मुद्दे हैं, इन पर बात ना करके जो जहर की बातें जो हैं, जो नाकों से चलती हैं, उसकी बात की जा रही है। इसलिए हम सब लोग मजबूती के साथ एक साथ हैं।
जो इस वक्त मुल्क के हालात हैं, जिस तरह हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को उसके साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हमारी डेमोक्रेसी के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा, हमारी डाइवर्सिटी जो हमारे मुल्क की ताकत है, जो गांधी के मुल्क की ताकत है, सबको मलियामेट किया जा रहा है। इसलिए सब पार्टीज को इकट्ठा होके द आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया हैज टू बी सेव्ड।
I think it's important that we put up a united stand against everything that is going wrong in this country, particularly the way in which the Constitution is being eroded, the way in which the secular fabric of this country is being undermined, and all sensible parties need to come together and unite in opposition to this.
मीटिंग जरूरी इसलिए है, देश को बचाना, लोगों को बचाना, पॉलिटिकल लीडर के साथ जिस तरह व्यवहार हो रहा है, और मैं ये कहता हूँ कि देश की 2/3 जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ है, 2/3 जनता खिलाफ है। तो इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सफाया होने के लिए सब एक है।
आई थिंक इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट बिकॉज Mr. Narendra Modi got a chance to rule the country for the last 10 years, and he has made a complete mess of almost every sector in the country. He has created so much of hatred amongst the people. The economy is in shambles. There is so much of inflation. There is so much of unemployment in all sectors. So now I think it's a time that people of this country want to get rid of him.
I think India is under a tremendous assault today, multidimensional. And the country has to be saved in order to change it for the better.
प्रधानमंत्री जी का दिन प्रतिदिन कद बढ़ते जा रहा है, देश में नहीं विदेशों में भी। तो इससे अपने देश के जो विपक्ष के लोग हैं उनको ईर्ष्या हो रही है, दूसरे को सुख देख करके ईर्ष्या हो रही है। अपना दुख से तकलीफ उनको नहीं है कि वो कहाँ है। रोज विपक्ष रोज टूट रहा है। और 2014 से लेके और आज तक देश की राजनीति में हमारे परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक अच्छा व्यवहार है, स्वभाव है, काम करने का तौर तरीका है, इससे विपक्ष को जलन हो रहा है।
All right, just about viewers, in the next 40 minutes we should hear a press conference from the united opposition. One thing is very clear, that there is going to be a change in the coalition of opposition, the name especially. United Progressive Alliance 1, 2, 3, whatever it might have been, is done and dusted, laid to bed, laid to rest. There is going to be no UP, as there are new members where the opposition coalition is concerned right now. However, what will be the new name of this new coalition of the opposition? Interesting. We're going to try and get an understanding from our reporters on what really is going to be the new name of this coalition. Word coming in, especially with, all of them coming in on one platform, what it really means. And there we have it. The UPA has renamed itself, and that's the news that we are breaking. UPA has renamed itself as India. Biggest news break on United Opposition Huddle. India Today first with new opposition bloc name. India is going to be an acronym for Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance. So viewers, going into 2024, we can safely say it's India versus NDA. It will be India versus NDA. What is the full form of India? The acronym of India, of Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance is going to be INDA. Very interesting. The headline now, at least going into 2024, will be India versus NDA. The UPA has been laid to rest. The United Progressive Alliance, done and dusted, a new name. And the new name, Sagai Raj, my colleague, joining us from the opposition meet venue. The acronym is India, Sagai. Earlier on, it seemed that there was an intention of getting a Hindi name and not using India as the name, an English name. Sonia Gandhi had apprehensions of that. But having said that, now the new name for the opposition alliance is India. It's the acronym for a larger terminology. Give us the latest.
Absolutely, every single leader have proposed with a name, and everybody wanted consensus of one single name. And what we get to learn is everybody were on the same page when they proposed India, that is India National Democratic Alliance, Inclusive Alliance. And what we get to learn is Sonia Gandhi has objected that and said that we need to come up with a name in Hindi which will be very vocal, which will reach out to the people. But still they are taking a decision on the name. But as of now, India is a name which is doing rounds. Probably
right.
That might be the opposition.
Sagai, it's confirmed, it seems. So it is confirmed. It seems RJD has tweeted it out. The Rashtriya Janata Dal Lok handle, the Rashtriya Janata Dal handle, Twitter handle has tweeted it out. So has Priyanka Chaturvedi from the Shiv Sena. INDIA, Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance versus now, viewers, the National Democratic Alliance, NDA. It will be India, INDA versus NDA going into 2024. Sagai, take us through what are the modalities of India? Have any other decisions being made? When can we hear the press conference? Is the meeting over?
The press conference is scheduled at 4 o'clock where the top leaders will be addressing what was discussed in this entire meeting for 1.5 days, probably yesterday's evening as well as today, and whether they have come up with common minimum program, because much before this particular meeting started, the agenda was quite clear that they will come up with a new name, and now almost they have finalized with the new name of United Opposition. On the other side, we also get to learn is the discussion on common minimum program was actually not come to a conclusion. So they have also worked on a mechanism to avoid any kind of confrontation between their alliance partners. So there will be discussion how to handle any kind of differences or any kind of misunderstanding between the parties. So they are trying to work a mechanism between them. So we need to wait and watch what is the outcome of this meeting. Probably the press conference which will be addressed around 4 o'clock will reveal the outcome of this particular meeting of United Opposition in Bengaluru.
Well, very, very interesting, Sagai. Sagai, too early right now in terms of discussions on seat sharing, because clearly now it seems it's for the opposition's sense, from their point of view, it's well begun. They have a new name. Is India now going to meet the third time around? All of that, so many questions coming to the fore. Seat sharing, how will differences be managed? Because, I doubt if they can come up or reach a point of, bargain, especially where a common minimum program is concerned. But at least a common consensus, common issue program, all of that being discussed, or that is for later?
So, Preeti, you need to understand that all these parties have around 144 seats in their kitty all now. So probably they are targeting more, and this common minimum program, which was supposed to be discussed in this particular meeting, what we get to learn through our sources has not been discussed. So probably in the days to come, they are planning to tackle the NDA or BJP, how they're going to tackle them inside the parliament as well as outside the parliament. And even the next meeting, who will be hosting the next meeting? First was Nitish Kumar, now the Congress. Next will be Mamata Banerjee or Sharad Pawar or MK Stalin. believe. They will decide where will be the next meeting and what will be the agenda of the next meeting, on whether it will be on seat sharing or whether they will be on a common ideology or something else. So they have to come up with the next plan of action. Probably in the next meeting they will discuss on all these terms. So as of now, there is a strategy which has been worked out, a name which has been given, and probably the press conference will reveal or announce the name which has been decided by the United Opposition Front.
All right, press conference where the name will be decided. Once again, viewers, let's take you through a flurry of tweets coming in from opposition political parties that attended the meet. The RJD's Twitter handle has just announced it will be India versus NDA, which is INDIA. On the other hand, Priyanka Chaturvedi from the UBT, the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction, has also gone ahead and tweeted out that in 2024 it will be Team India versus NDA. India is the acronym, viewers, for Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance. Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance, and it will face off with the National Democratic Alliance. Very, very interesting. One can expect when the NDA meets, when the National Democratic Alliance meets in just about 2 hours from now, you will hear a lot of commentary on INDIA, on India. But the latest that we are getting, and that's the news that we are breaking, viewers, going ahead in 2024, 26 political parties have decided that they are going to be called India. UPA has been dusted, laid to rest, and a new India is hopefully what the opposition would want to create. But earlier this morning, the Prime Minister has already set the agenda in a lot of ways, calling out the motley crew of what he calls opposition parties, coming under the charade of trying to save India, but actually a conglomerate of corruption or corrupt people. All of that aside, what we can break right now, viewers, is that the 26 opposition parties that have met in Bengaluru have come up with one consensus, and that is the name, which is India, which is National Democratic Inclusive Alliance. Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance. They will be facing off with the NDA in 2024. The NDA is going to meet in 2 hours from now. They say they have 38 political parties in the fray. It is clearly open election season. It's a clash of conclaves, be it the opposition or the incumbent NDA. And going ahead to 2024, things will only get that much more interesting. The Prime Minister this morning did try and set the agenda very clearly in terms of attacking one of the fiercest attacks that he's mounted on the United Opposition, without naming a single political party or political leader, targeting right from the Gandhis to Arvind Kejriwal to Lalu Prasad to even Mamta Banerjee and other political leaders as well, taking them on, calling them a bunch of corrupt politicians living under the umbrella and trying to further their own dynastic interests. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said, where he trained his guns at the big opposition huddle. From corruption to casteism to dynastic politics, Prime Minister, various pot shots at the opposition. The opposition today, of course, has come up together with their counter, coming up with the new name of India. Listen in to the Prime Minister first, then we're going to cut across to other political reactions.
एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग। एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग। आप देखिए ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं। जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार। लोकतंत्र के लिए कहा जाता है ऑफ द पीपल, बाय द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल, लेकिन इन परिवारवादियों का मंत्र है ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। फैमिली फर्स्ट, नेशन नथिंग, इन लोगों का मोटो है, इनकी यही प्रेरणा है। नफरत है, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं।
Once again, let's take you through the latest news break that is coming in. The opposition has come up, like I said, the UP had done destined laid to rest. A new formulation coming together with the acronym of India, standing for Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance. In all probability, viewers, we are going to be looking at a 2024 general elections where India faces off with the NDA, and the Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance versus the National Democratic Alliance is what the picture will be in 2024. If this opposition actually stands, that's the question. Lots of commentary coming in, cutting across to Mr. Amit Malviya from the Bharatiya Janata Party, the IT cell head. Mr. Malviya, what do you make? You're going to be facing off come 2024 with India. It's India versus NDA.
Well, it doesn't matter whatever name the opposition regroups, because it doesn't change the character of the people who are part of this alliance. They were called the UP earlier, and there was clearly nothing progressive about the alliance except for the fact that it perpetuated corruption. Everybody in that alliance is dynastic, is corrupt, and is probably coming together to save and protect their own self-interest. SIMI was a banned organization because it was radical. People in the SIMI regrouped under a different name, but that did not change its character. It's similar. You could be called UPA till 2014, but since people identify you with obnoxious amount of corruption, so you regroup under a different name, it's not going to change anything.
On that account, there has been commentary from either sides that the current NDA is actually no different if it comes down to dynastic politics. You have the LJP, you have the JJP, you have the Apna Dal, you have the Ajit Pawar NCP faction, and the same Ajit Pawar, which till 2 weeks ago was corrupt. So, you know, the arguments stand both ways. It cuts both ways then.
Well, the fact is that a dynastic succession means that somebody inherits the position his family leaves behind. And as far as the BJP, which is the lead party in the NDA is concerned, there is nothing dynastic about it. People vote for character of the leader. In our case, we have Prime Minister Modi, who is the tallest leader in the country. He is the most popular leader in the world. On the other side, you have Rahul Gandhi, whose entire generations are steeped in corruption, from the Jeep scandal to Bofors, and most recently the UPA, which saw Colgate and all kinds of scams which were there. Both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are currently out on bail. So the nature of the leadership, the character of those leading these alliances is most important. And clearly there is no comparison. This attempt to draw equivalence between a corrupt dynastic UPA and a more meritocratic, progressive NDA, I think is a alibi that we must not lean too much on.
Mr. Malviya, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. Lots of commentary coming in. Let's cut across to other political reactions as well. You just heard the BJP IT cell, Mr. Amit Malviya. Questions, of course, now that will be raised on be it the dynastic components of both the NDA and now the INDIA, which is India. Both of them, in terms of dynastic components, are rich. Even where the NDA is concerned, you have the likes of LJP, JJP, Apna Dal, NCP, Ajit Pawar. In terms of the corruption charges as such, enough leveled on either sides of the divide. But ultimately, one thing is very clear: the leadership issue is fairly settled. Is Prime Minister Modi leading the charge where the NDA is concerned? And that is a huge plus point for the NDA, where if you see the conglomerate on the left-hand side, nobody quite knows who's leading it even yet. The Congress very clearly opened the remarks at the conclave saying we don't want to be the Prime Minister. If the Congress doesn't, then who is going to take the lead? In all probabilities, Congress has turned out to be the pivot on which stands the fulcrum of opposition unity. With that, a quick break. Do stay with us. We're back with the latest on the other side.
are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked a temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagri community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haider's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community. A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine. This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
After Senthil Balaji, now it's DMK Minister Ponmudi. Another Tamil Nadu Mantri is under ED lens as investigators knocked at the minister's residence early on Monday morning. Ponmudi and his sons were subjected to raids by multiple teams. Their properties in Chennai and Viluppuram searched by the agency. The DMK minister faces charges of money laundering similar to his colleague Senthil Balaji.
case came for hearing on June 19th in Madras High Court, and at that time Gautam Sikhamani urged the court to quash the case, which is about a time when Ponmudi was the mines minister between 2007 and 2011 and is said to have allegedly misused the quarry license and mined close to 2.64 lakh truck loads of red sand, causing a 28 crore loss to the exchequer.
As expected, the DMK has lashed out at BJP over the raids, making it clear that like Balaji, they will back Ponmudi through this corruption saga. Tamil Nadu CM MK Stalin, who touched down in Bengaluru for the opposition meet, linked the huddle with the crackdown on his minister.
மேலே கூட பொன்முடி அவர்கள் மீது சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த கடந்த கால ஆட்சியால் சுமத்தப்பட்டிருந்த 2 வழக்குகளிலிருந்து அவர் விடுதலை செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறார். ஏன் உங்களுக்கே தெரியாதா? நீங்க மனசாட்சியில கை வச்சு சொல்லி கேட்டு பாருங்க. உங்களுக்கே இது நியாயமா? இது எதுக்காக செய்யறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும்.
These raids by ED promptly kicked off a political storm in Tamil Nadu as the DMK and BJP sniped at each other. The opposition has meanwhile come together to once again call ED a political tool of the BJP. From Aam Aadmi Party to Congress, parties part of the opposition huddle expressed their solidarity with the DMK.
जो तमिलनाडु में आज हमारे एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर डीएमके के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर पर जो आज ईडी की रेड हो गई है, ये भी एक प्रेशर करने का एक टैक्टिस है. जोर जबरदस्ती हो गई तो उसके खिलाफ हम लड़ते रहेंगे.
Will Ponmudi meet a similar fate as his colleague Senthil Balaji and be arrested? Can DMK emerge out of this corruption cloud that it finds itself shrouded in? With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let's shift the focus now from Bengaluru to the national capital for a brief while we wait for the press conference coming in of the opposition. NDA partners have begun to arrive at the mega meet. Chief Minister Shinde of the Shiv Sena, the Ajit Pawar NCP camp, all arriving in Delhi. Praful Patel that you see on your television screen. Mega meet of BJP and 38 allies in Delhi to take place in a short while from now. The NDA counter strike on the united opposition. Will it be the NDA versus India, which is INDIA? No official confirmation on that name yet, but it seems in all probability that's what it is going to be. But right now, NDA partners, 38 of them all coming in for the mega meet. It's a clash of conclaves, viewers. One of the opposition in Bengaluru, Karnataka, the other one in the national capital of the NDA. Muscle flexing, a peacock dance, a show and tell, all the political cliches also that come to mind where it is a massive show of strength from either sides. What will it tantamount to? 26 of the opposition, 38 of the NDA, leading up to the numerical figure of 2024 general elections next year. Let's listen in to all the reactions coming in.
एनडीए की बैठक हो रही है आज और हम लोग सभी लोग हैं। मेरे ख्याल से 38 पार्टीज इसमें शामिल हो जाएंगे। शिवसेना एक एनडीए का और बीजेपी का बहुत ही पुराना पार्टनर है। अटल जी, अडवाणी जी और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में अभी महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से इसलिए हम लोग आज की बैठक में शामिल हैं।
आज एनडीए की प्रथम बैठक है और अजीत पवार जी और मैं इस बैठक में उपस्थित रहेंगे एनसीपी की ओर से, और हम अच्छा ही चाहेंगे कि एनडीए यशस्वी हो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। और आज इस बैठक के बाद देखेंगे कि आगे का एजेंडा क्या तय होता है। भाई देखिए, सबको अपनी अपनी पार्टी के हिसाब से निर्णय लेने का अधिकार है और बैठक वहाँ बेंगलोर में हो रही है, वो अपने हिसाब से काम करेंगे, हम हमारे हिसाब से काम करेंगे।
All right, we're going to split the frame in a short while, but right now all focus on the national capital where the NDA meet is taking place. Members of the NDA, some of them newly minted, all coming in together. You just saw Praful Patel along with Ajit Pawar, Deputy CM of Maharashtra, along with the Chief Minister of the Shiv Sena there of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, also coming in. Cutting across to Aishwarya Paliwal, joining us for the NDA meet. The latest details filtering in. Aishwarya, what does it look like? Who all have come in? When does the meet begin?
Well, the meeting begins at 5 p.m. What we are expecting is the Prime Minister to be reaching anywhere between 4:45 to 5 p.m. Preeti. A very crucial meeting. However, the BJP at the moment is saying that this is the 25th year of the NDA and that's the reason why this meeting is taking place. But we all know what the opposition has been saying that because they all gathered in Patna, that's the reason why the BJP is now making sure that all the allies come back into their fold. A very crucial meeting. We are also expecting a press conference later in the day today. Preeti.
All right, expecting a press conference later in the day. 38 political parties that have come in where the NDA is concerned. It's political muscle flexing, of a different level. Like I said, show and tell, peacock dance, numbers versus numbers. But ultimately, it'll come down to the litmus test of 2024. But that's the latest news. NDA meeting to begin at 5 p.m. The new members of the NDA coming through. You just saw the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, as well as the new Deputy CM, Ajit Pawar, alongside Mr. Praful Patel. All of them coming in. But the big focus right now is also going to be what really comes off these two meetings. So we give you a ringside view on both sides. You have at one level the NDA alliance meet in the national capital. On the other hand, you have the opposition meeting in Bengaluru. The NDA key alliance meet is to be held at 5 p.m. Allies of the BJP-led NDA will hold a key meet in Delhi today. The meeting of the BJP-led NDA is scheduled to be held on a day when several opposition parties are deliberating in Bengaluru in an effort to unite against the Modi government in the polls to come. In a show of strength, the NDA meet chaired by the BJP chief Nadda is expected to witness the participation of 38 alliances, several new allies, including Shiv Sena, headed by Maharashtra Chief Minister as well as MCP. The Lok Janshakti Party chief Chirag Paswan will also attend the BJP-led NDA meet in a show of strength by the ruling party. This after Chirag Paswan met Amit Shah earlier. With the BJP now making all-out efforts to retain its majority in Lok Sabha for a third straight term, its leadership has made pragmatic adjustments to accommodate new allies.
डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर में 28 लाख करोड़ रुपए have been directly transferred to the beneficiaries right into their accounts, and still we are trying to see to it. We have been able to block check the leakage of 4 to 5 lakh crores जो लीकेज का स्कोप था. उसी तरीके से अगर हम देखें, डिजिटल टूल्स का उपयोग बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में गवर्नेंस में बढ़ा है, जिसके कारण एक पारदर्शिता, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, उसको हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़ाया है. गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, युवा, महिला, किसान, इन सब के प्रति स्कीम्स को फोकस किया गया है और फोकस करने के कारण इनके एम्पावरमेंट में हम लोगों को बहुत ही सफलता मिली है और इसके कारण भी एनडीए और एनडीए के घटक दलों में एक उत्साह, एक वातावरण देखने को मिलता है और तीव्र गति से आगे चलने की आकांक्षा को हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। पिछले 9 सालों में स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडरशिप ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी, यह हम सब लोगों को देखने को मिली है, जिसको देश ने भी सराहा है और एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिव वातावरण बना है। एक साधारण भारतीय भी गौरवान्वित महसूस करता है जब वो देखता है, बेचारा पढ़ा लिखा भी कम है तब भी वो जानता है कि मोदी जी ने कोविड मैनेजमेंट में दुनिया में एक मिसाल पेश की है, जहां बड़े बड़े डेवलप्ड देश अपने आप को अनडिसाइसिवनेस के कारण, अनिर्णयता की स्थिति के कारण वह सफल नहीं हुए, वहीं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कोविड मैनेजमेंट में दुनिया में मिसाल दी।
Anupriya ji, opposition is now saying that the NDA and the BJP is scared because of what took place in Patna, and that's the reason why this NDA meeting is taking place. Do you think BJP and all the other parties are scared, or do you think it's the opposition which is scared?
I think they're living in denial. Past 2 election results have clearly shown that the common voter of the country has its faith completely in the NDA alliance and in the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Insofar as our meeting today is concerned, it's a regular exercise. NDA partners do meet. We do speak to the Prime Minister. We do raise our individual concerns with respect to our own political parties or our own home states. So it is nothing new. And of course, 2024 election is now very close, and NDA alliance partners are today in New Delhi giving an impression of our collective efforts which we are going to make in the next few months to make sure that NDA comes back to power and we get another opportunity to serve the people of this great nation.
बस ये जो मीटिंग हो रही है, ये मीटिंग खाली नरेंद्र मोदी जी को हटाने के लिए हो रही है। उनकी मीटिंग जो है वो देश का विकास नहीं चाहते हैं और उनके मीटिंग में 26 पार्टीज के नेता लोग हैं। लेकिन आज जो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के उपस्थिति में जो इंडिया की मीटिंग हो रही है, इसमें 38 पार्टी के देश भर के नेता लोग आ रहे हैं और हमारा एजेंडा है कि 2024 में नरेंद्र मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री पद पर बिठाना और देश का विकास बहुत बड़ी गति से करना।
पूरे देश में जो जनाधार वाले नेता हैं, उनका एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में राजग की बैठक हो रही है और आप देखेंगे कि 2024 के लोकसभा का चुनाव का ये आगाज है और 2024 में जब लोकसभा का आम चुनाव होगा, प्रचंड बहुमत की माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की दोबारा सरकार बनेगी।
एनडीए में के जो मेन पार्टनर हैं बीजेपी की ये महानता है कि अन्य लोगों को भी साथ लेकर के चलने का प्रयास करती है वो, नहीं तो उनको तो अपने सरकार बनाने में सक्षम हैं और सबसे ज़्यादा सीट पर लड़ते भी हैं, लेकिन इससे साबित होता है कि वो सभी तरह के लोगों को समायोजित करना चाहते हैं, सभी क्षेत्रों को प्रतिनिधित्व देना चाहते हैं।
नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व ही ऐसा है कि पूरे देश में फिलहाल उनका कोई विकल्प नहीं है। उनके साथ एकजुट होकर हम सब लोग चुनाव लड़ेंगे और अगली सरकार फिर उनके नेतृत्व में बनेगी।
विपक्ष के लोग बेंगलुरु में मीटिंग कर रहे हैं कि विपक्ष को मजबूत किया जाए। कब के लिए? 24 के लिए। दिल्ली में मीटिंग हो रही है, अशोका होटल 5 बजे मीटिंग हो रही है कि तीसरी बार माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को प्रधानमंत्री बनाया जाए। अब दोनों में सोच लीजिए, वो विपक्ष की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, यहाँ सरकार बनाने के लिए फाइनल हो गया है। हुआ 26 लोग पता लग रहा है कि इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, यहाँ 38 लोग हैं। अगर दोनों लोगों के तर्जुए पर तौल देंगे तब वो कहाँ खड़े होंगे वो लोग।
Power has brought so much of arrogance in Bharatiya Janata Party that they were only focusing on one individual, and that is Mr. Narendra Modi. But what happened after NDA came into power? Shiv Sena left them, Shiromani Akali left them, Telugu Desam Party left them, numerous parties, JDU left them, So strong regional parties left NDA. So today, with just to show that there are parties or stakeholders in them, why doesn't Bharatiya Janata Party have the guts to fight alone?
बैठक में तो रणनीति बनेगी और मोदी जी को बधाई देना होगा कि आपके पिछड़ों के निषादों के मछुआरों के और सभी जाति धर्म का नेतृत्व करने की क्षमता, इस देश के नेतृत्व करने की क्षमता आपके अंदर है और उन्हें उस समय अवसर मिलेगा। सारे बदल मिलेंगे आपस में, कैसे हम लोग इस जो जन कल्याणकारी नीतियां बनी हैं उसे धरातल पर उतारे गए हैं, कैसे हम लोग आपस में तालमेल मिलाकर फिर 2024 का जीत सुनिश्चित करेंगे और एनडीए की सरकार बनाने की रणनीति मिलेगी।
देखिए, बीजेपी में हलचल नहीं है, सही शब्द है भगदड़। उनका जो इनपुट है इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज का, वो साफ साफ बता रहा है कि 2014 से खराब स्थिति भाजपा की होने वाली। उन पार्टियों को शामिल करके संख्या बढ़ा रही है 35, 36, 37, जिनका एक एमपी नहीं, जिनके वोटों का प्रतिशत नहीं। वो सिर्फ गिनती गिन रहे हैं, जैसे पहाड़ा बच्चे को सिखाया जाता है।
All right, let's quickly listen in to that quick interview of Rajdeep Sardesaiya, consulting editor, with the LJP chief Chirag Paswan, a new member of the NDA.
Chirag, just 15 months ago, you were at war with the NDA when you were evicted from your late father Ram Vilas Paswan's house. Now you are coming back to the NDA. What has suddenly changed?
Well, to begin with, Rajdeep ji, let me begin by saying this, that I feel so nostalgic and I feel so emotional today talking to you, because I remember my last interview with my father together was with you only. And so yes, I mean, this makes me a little emotional remembering those things. But coming back to your question, well, I wasn't really at war with BJP. I mean, even when my house was, when it was evicted, I was to do that because I wasn't really authorized to continue staying in that house because I wasn't really eligible. But then, yes, the way I was thrown out of the house, that was one of the concerns. But my fight is not for my, it's not for me individually, I have bigger goals. It's more for my party, it's more for my state. So yes, I mean, alliances are made on that basis, not keeping your personal benefits in mind. It's always for the benefit of the party, benefit of the state, and more importantly, your ideology that you believe in. So yes, I mean, coming back in an India alliance is keeping all those things in mind.
All right, the latest now coming in. The Prime Minister also training his guns at the big opposition huddle, from corruption, casteism to dynast politics. Prime Minister attacked several opposition leaders. Without naming them, he took on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi, Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee for Bengal Panchayat poll violence, and also Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin for graft scandal. Made scathing attacks on the Gandhis as well, taking a jibe at the opposition. The mega meet, Prime Minister branded it as an undemocratic united opposition, slamming the huddle and said the opposition's motto is family first, nation nothing.
एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग, एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग। आप देखिए ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं। जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार। लोकतंत्र के लिए कहा जाता है, ऑफ द पीपल, बाय द पीपल फॉर द पीपल। लेकिन इन परिवारवादियों का मंत्र है ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। फैमिली फर्स्ट, नेशन नथिंग। इन लोगों का मोटो है, इनकी यही प्रेरणा है। नफरत है, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं।
जहां तक यूपीए का सवाल है और ये जो ऑपोजिशन के अलायंस है, ये भानुमति का कुनबा है और कहीं का ईंट कहीं का रोड़ा, भानुमति ने कुनबा जोड़ा, इस तरीके का ये अलायंस है। न तो इनके पास नेता है, न ही नीयत है, न ही नीति है और न ही फैसला लेने की ताकत है। यह फोटो अपॉर्चुनिटी के लिए अच्छा है। स्वार्थ की राजनीति पर आधारित ये एकता की जो बुनियाद है वो बड़ी खोखली है और इसीलिए यह कोई डिलीवर करने के लिए नहीं है। यह 10 साल के यूपीए के सरकार के भ्रष्टाचार और घोटालों का टोला है।
Conclave of political parties is not new to Bengaluru. Earlier also they were done. But never before IAS and IPS officers have been designated and put to do the PRO work as if they are some PRO staff. And I can understand that if there is a sitting chief minister, there is some protocol. But even if those are not chief ministers now, and they are not chief ministers at all, such people are given such a protocol, which is unprecedented, misuse of government machinery to conduct their political conclaves for the political needs. It is really shameful.
All right, with that, a quick break. Coming up on the other side, a mega opposition huddle in Bengaluru, which is underway, expecting a press conference soon. To stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
हमने किसी की हत्या कर डाली हो ऐसा हमें लग रहा है। सरकार से ये चाहता हूँ, हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट है, यहाँ पर आ जाए। अगर अभी हिंदू मुस्लिम कहीं हो गया होता तो सारे नेता वहाँ पर होते।
The blue-colored construction that you see there is a cow shelter located just below a bridge in Delhi. But the floods didn't spare it, and many cows and other animals were left stuck, battling for their lives.
काफी गायें जो हैं वो पूरी डूब चुकी हैं, जिनके अंदर पेट में पानी भर चुका है। 3 सांड मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं जो बुरी तरह से फूल के और तैर रहे हैं उसमें, जो मर चुके हैं।
अंदर स्नेक घूम रहे हैं, सांप घूम रहे हैं गौशाला में, और सांड आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। गाय एक दूसरे की तरफ भाग रही है, दौड़ रही है, टक्कर मार रही है। उनमें से गाय को पकड़ के रस्सा मारना और यहाँ तक लेके आना, आप देख लीजिए कि गौरक्षक गुंडे या सेवक है, आज यहाँ पता चल जाएगा। सारी गायों के रस्से बंधे हुए थे, अगर पानी का लेवल और बढ़ जाता तो वो गाय तो वहीं डूब के मर जाती सबकी सब।
However, these Gaurakshaks allege that no one from the government came to the rescue.
ये जमुना में ये गौशाला बना रखी है, 2-3 दिन पहले इनको नोटिस भी मिला होगा, ये गौशाला क्यों नहीं खाली करवाई गई? कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से मदद नहीं है। गौ सेवक लगे हुए हैं, गौरक्षक लगे हुए हैं, बस ये बोट जरूर आई थी, बाकी तो सारी गाय हम वहीं से खोल के और यहाँ तक ला रहे हैं और ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं।
कैसे ला रहे हैं?
बोट के साथ 2-2 गाय बांध कर ला रहे हैं। इलाज चल रहा है, हमारे डॉक्टर भी हमारे पर्सनल आए हुए हैं। यहाँ तक तो दिल्ली सरकार ने वेटनरी डॉक्टर भी यहाँ पर अभी तक नहीं भेजे हैं।
But as for the government, they're doing all they can.
देखिए, उसके लिए एनडीआरएफ की भी मदद दी जा रही है,
और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी कहा गया है कि हर संभव मदद दी जाए और जानवरों को निकाल के सेफ जगहों पे लाया जाए।
This man you see here is the owner of the cow shelter. He has been taking care of the shelter for the past 13 years. When asked why the shelter was constructed near a flood-prone area, he claimed to have never witnessed such a calamity here before.
गौशाला है ना, वहाँ काफी अच्छी हाइट करवा रखी है। मतलब आप पुल के लेवल में अगर आप जाओगे तो पुल का लेवल है पूरा, वो उस हिसाब से भराव करा के तो वहाँ गौशाला बनाई गई। जीवन में पहली बार ऐसा अनुभव हुआ, आपको बताएं। और बाढ़ तो हर साल आई, पर वो पानी बार जमुना में आशीर्वाद दे के चली गई।
Meanwhile, animal rescue scenes across Delhi NCR were also witnessed. In Noida also, many dog shelters were found inundated with rainwater.
On 13th July at about 4:30, the flood water started entering our shelter. We started evacuating dogs. We have about 356 dogs, and we managed to evacuate almost all of them so far, after rescue operations of about 30-35 hours. We have lost our entire solar panels, our entire refrigerator, our appliances, our oxygen concentrator, our treatment tables, all our medicines, food, everything. We have lost everything. Thankfully, our dogs are safe. We've had a few casualties as well because of drowning.
We hope that the water that has crippled the lives of not just humans but also of our communities, animals and wildlife recedes and normalcy prevails.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked a temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagdi community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haider's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community.
श्री मेरी माता का मंदिर है जिसको मुसलमान किया जा रहा है.
A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine.
7 करोड़ रुपए का भेज दिए.
This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now.
Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 25 and minimum 21 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News.
So sorry.
हाँ जी नमस्कार जी। डूब गया लाल किला, डूब गया आईटीओ, डूब गया है जी कनॉट प्लेस। भागती दौड़ती दिल्ली की रुक गई है जी पेस। पता कर रहा हूँ जी इस हालत का कौन है जिम्मेदार। हरियाणा से छोड़ा गया पानी या हिमाचल से आई है बौछार। बड़ा क्लोरीन है क्या पानी में? ये या यमुना का पानी हमारा कलिंदी कुंज वाला। एक एक को हिसाब देना होगा, एमसीडी को जवाब देना होगा। ओ सॉरी, एमसीडी तो मेरे पास ही है जी, सॉरी। सब धुले हुए हैं जी, सब धुले हैं जी।
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. Our rolling coverage on two mega meets, one of the opposition with 26 political parties, the other of the NDA with 38 political parties, all leading up to the mega event of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Let me, before we get you the latest coming in, the UP is done and dusted. The new formulation of the opposition is India. We're going to tell you what it really stands for. The press briefing anytime now. First up, the headlines. Mega opposition huddle in Bengaluru underway. Kharge says Congress not interested in Prime Minister post. Big speculation over name of new alliance. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on opposition, says family first, nation nothing for opposition. Reiterates Prime Minister's 20 lakh crore graft attack on opposition.
गाइड कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबिल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
NDA counter strike on united opposition. BJP and 38 allies to meet. Shinde and Ajit faction arrive. Prime Minister Modi to attend big mega NDA meet. Court grants interim bail to suspend WFI boss. 2 days interim bail for Brij Bhushan. Regular bail plea to come up on Thursday. Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmudi grilled for over 8 hours in Chennai by the ED office. Second round of drilling today. All right, here's the latest news break right now coming in. It's going to be India versus NDA. Rahul Gandhi has proposed the name of India, the acronym for Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance. India name has been approved. That's the latest that is coming in. Our sources tell us going into 2024, it will be India, which is the acronym for Indian National Democratic Inclusive Alliance, taking on the National Democratic Alliance, the NDA. The NDA meet to begin in just about an hour from now. What we're also been given to understand, Rahul Gandhi was the proponent of the name India, and it seems the 26 political parties that joined in today with the opposition meet endorsed the name, and going ahead in 2024, UPA 1, 2, 3, all done, dusted, buried. The new formulation of the opposition this time is India, Indian National Democratic Alliance. That's the latest, inclusive alliance. That's the latest that is coming in right now. The proponent of this name was Rahul Gandhi. And I want to cut across immediately to my colleague Maushmi Singh, joining us right now from Bengaluru. Maushmi, going into 2024, it is going to be India versus NDA. And the proponent of the name, seemingly behind the scenes, what went on? It seems Rahul Gandhi proposed it. Maushmi, can you hear me? All right, as we try and get... Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you, Preeti, and we're right here where the press conference is about to start. We'll see Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders along with the opposition leaders coming in here. Rahul Gandhi apparently proposed the name India as far as, you know, the alliance is concerned, and he said that our fight is against Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP, who are in fact targeting the entire idea of India, and there is and that's one reason that no name can be more apt than India. So he mooted that idea, and apparently all other opposition leaders agreed upon the view that Rahul Gandhi had voiced, and the finality would be given. We'll know from the press conference whether the name would be announced formally shortly now. But even Javed Ali, the Samajwadi Party MP who was with Akhilesh Yadav, he confirmed to us that this name was mooted. All leaders also felt that this was an apt name for the alliance, and everybody in fact had no objection to that name.
Well, it does seem so, Maushmi. Most sources, the Aam Aadmi Party sources, TMC, Congress sources confirming the name is right now India, which stands for, it's an acronym, Maushmi, taking on the National Democratic Alliance, the NDA. Also, what was decided in the meeting, Maushmi, are we getting the basic contours of that? The opening remarks, Mr. Kharge made very clear that the Congress is not vying for the Prime Minister's post, at least setting the ground for having equal partnership. All right, let's listen in to more reactions coming in, and we cut across back to Maushmi.
समाजवादी पार्टी के सांसद जावेद अली खान साहब हैं, ये उनसे बात करते हैं। जावेद साहब, क्या हुआ बैठक में? क्या किसी नाम पर मोहर लगी?
बैठक बहुत खुशगवार माहौल में हुई। सबने सहमति के साथ ये तय किया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी से देश को मुक्त कराना है, देश की जनता को मुक्त कराना है। इसके लिए एक अलायंस बनाया है सभी पार्टियों ने, जिसका नाम है इंडियन नेशनल डेमोक्रेटिक इंक्लूसिव अलायंस।
अच्छा, और ये इस पर मुहर लग गई है, किसने ये नाम सुझाया था?
नहीं, कई लोगों ने सुझाया, सबकी सहमति थी, सबका नाम है।
सबने सहमति भर दी है?
सबका नाम।
अच्छा, और ये अभी अनाउंस हो जाएगा, कुछ मेगा रैली प्लान?
अभी एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी जिसके अंदर जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट साइंड बाय ऑल द लीडर्स ऑफ द पार्टीज, और उसके वो जारी होगा, और उसमें आगे की भी आपको रणनीति थोड़ी बहुत बताई जाएगी।
क्या नाम को लेकर कोई प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ है?
हाँ, नाम सबकी सहमति से पास हुआ है। ये कोई मतलब ऐसी बैठक नहीं है जिसमें प्रस्ताव वोटिंग से पास होगा। सबकी सहमति बन गई, एक नाम आया, कुछ साथियों ने नाम दिया और नाम आया, उस पर सहमति बन गई। अब जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देश से जल्दी मुक्ति मिल जाएगी।
Let's cut across back to my colleague Maushmi on ground reporting. Maushmi, we are expecting the press conference anytime soon. One thing is clear going into 2024. It's going to be India versus the NDA, 26 opposition parties as of now where the opposition is concerned, and 38 leading up to the numeric of 2024 general elections. But Maushmi, getting you in, what were the contours of the meeting? What are your sources telling you? What else was on the table? I'm sure in this meeting now a third meet of the opposition would be announced, possibly hosted in Bengal or in Tamil Nadu.
Preeti, we are getting you these pictures of Rahul Gandhi along with Hemant Soren, Sharad Pawar, Mamata Banerjee, all in the same golf cart. You know, they rode on the same golf cart. Siddaramaiah, Sitaram Yechuri right there, and you know, all the leaders, Dipankar Bhattacharya, all the leaders now coming in for that mega press conference where the contours of the entire alliance will actually be put forth in front of the public. Rahul Gandhi we saw coming in with Mallikarjun Kharge, Sharad Pawar and Mamata Banerjee on the same golf cart now. Naturally, you know, there have to be big takeaways from this meeting because this is second in the line, and importantly, you know, the question really is whether the alliance partners, this entire opposition meet is giving some big deliverables that can convince the people that they can come together. And that's why, you know, several pictures of unity, bonhomie, goodwill we've seen. I think we should proceed inside the press conference room to get you that mega picture on the stage where here you are, all the leaders pouring in, Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi falling behind Mr. Kharge, and there you are. Interestingly, we've seen it all. If you remember that in Patna, a lot of nameplates and positioning here. Rahul Gandhi, Kharge takes center stage, and Mamata Banerjee and all the other leaders now coming in. So clearly a message of unity, united we stand, and whether that opposition parties meet will have an India title to it, that's the big question. So Rahul Gandhi, they're seated next to Mamata Banerjee. We've seen they've had a bit of a bitter rapport in the past as the battle lines in Bengal were drawn. But now here, Rahul Gandhi seated next to Mamata Banerjee. Okay, Sonia Gandhi, we have not seen Sonia Gandhi come here. So Sonia Gandhi isn't there. Sharad Pawar flanked on the left of Mr. Kharge. Sitaram Yechuri, there's a front line and there is a second line. So clear messaging there. Siddaramaiah also being seated. Then you have the MD, MK, the Kerala Congress and other regional satraps who are also there. MK Stalin is not there, so he is left. He wasn't there in the previous presser. I'm waiting to see Arvind Kejriwal, whether Arvind Kejriwal will be here or not. Arvind Kejriwal is also not here yet. So there are some leaders who have to leave back. I saw Nitish Kumar right there. We are told that Nitish Kumar might also have to go back. Akhilesh Yadav and is also not there. So perhaps this is a wait and watch. Rahul Gandhi writing something on the pad there. Kharge showing him that paper, probably that is what is the name of the alliance, which Kharge is in fact holding on that A4 sheet, and Rahul Gandhi is writing the name. Mamata Banerjee looking the other way towards Hemant Soren. Hemant Soren is on the telephone, and Sitaram Yechuri and D. Raja are seated on the other side. Okay, Arvind Kejriwal just walks in. We are seeing Arvind Kejriwal walks in, leaders making way for Arvind Kejriwal. DK Shiv Kumar and Nasir Hussain are there, and Uddhav Thackeray also walks in. So we are seeing all the leaders, the chieftains or the supremos of the parties walking in. Bhagwat Mann going on the other side. Still Akhilesh Yadav is awaited. He is not in the front seat, neither in the second line. We can see that Akhilesh Yadav and Nitish Kumar, these are the two leaders. So Rahul Gandhi has finished that thing. Perhaps there could be a big announcement today that could actually indicate for formalizing of the entire coalition of these 26 parties. Kharge had also put out a tweet saying we've had some very healthy discussion, and we do know of the fact that DMK chief has already left, so he won't be there. Are they all waiting for Akhilesh Yadav and Nitish Kumar? Tejasvi Yadav, in fact, I don't see that Lalu Yadav is right there. So Lalu Yadav also has to come in, and the stage is set here. We see that the leaders are waiting for somebody perhaps to start the entire presser. So some leaders still awaited. You can see Arvind Kejriwal having a word with Uddhav Thackeray. Remember, he had gone to meet Uddhav Thackeray to seek his support for the ordinance in Maharashtra. And you have some left parties as well. Behind are the second rung leaders who are present. Sharad Pawar right there next to Mallikarjun Kharge, that actually is in tune with the Congress adopting a wait-and-watch approach to what's happened in the NCP. Sharad Pawar there, in fact. So there you are. Let's go over to see what Jairam Ramesh has to say.
First, Congress President Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji will make some opening remarks, and thereafter leaders of political parties who attended today's meeting will make their own remarks. Subsequently, we'll take a few questions, but please bear in mind that many of these leaders have flights to catch, so we are under a time constraint, but we will try to accommodate as many questions as possible. Shri Mallikarjun Kharge ji.
Respected Rahul Gandhi ji, senior leader Shri Sharad Pawar ji, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and CPM leader Sitaram Yechuri ji, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal ji, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann ji, Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren ji, Karnataka Chief Minister Sri Siddaramaiah ji, D. Raja ji, वाई को नहीं है शायद. So all the leaders on the dais, because there is short of time and many leaders want to go their respective destination, therefore they are requesting this should be summed up as early as possible because their flights are right time. So they will pardon me who are sitting here, whose names I have not mentioned, but still the all 26 party leaders were present in the meeting, including Sonia Gandhi ji, our respected leader, and all senior 26 party leaders, Nitish Kumar, Lalu Prasad, all were there because their flight is in time, they have gone. So friends, this is a very important meeting for the purpose to save the democracy and constitution, and in the interest of people of this country, we have come together, discussed various points, and with one voice, people supported the resolution that will be circulated to you after the meeting. and the details are there. Our alliance will be called the All People Have Agreed to have one name for the alliance. Earlier, we worked with UPA. Now, with all 26 parties, a new name is given, that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. That is INDIL. And this is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. So everybody agreed for this, and unanimously this name is given, and everybody is happy with this name. So I thank you very much them, because I'm the host state, and it is a great achievement for us that all 26 parties together, they solved many problems of the country. This is second. And third is 11-member coordination committee will be set up. That we will decide shortly, and we are going to meet again in Maharashtra, Mumbai. There we will discuss the names of the coordinators, and 11-member name will be announced there. And the date will also be announced shortly for Mumbai, this meeting. Fourthly, this one secretariat will be set up for campaign management, and other committees on a specific issue will be set up mostly in Delhi, because Delhi is a capital place and it will be convenient for everybody. Fifth is a joint statement after today's meeting was approved, and this is being circulated, just I told earlier, and our friends will circulate to you. Sixth is a next meeting will be held in Bombay, I told, and really I am thankful to all the leaders, those who have come from various parties here, 26 parties. They gave very good suggestions, and particularly today's situation that the BJP government wants to destroy the democracy in this country, and also they want to destroy the constitution. They are using the autonomous bodies like CBI and ED, vigilance, all such institutions they are using against opposition party leaders and their workers. Therefore, there is a grave situation. To save this situation, we have come together, and country is important for us. Though we have got some differences in each state politically, but that is, we have kept that behind, not front. The front is only to how to save the country and people of this country. That is the issue before us, and that our leaders have shown. We should be together in the interest of the country, and they gave many suggestions, and we have accepted, and we will continue to follow it. Another thing is, earlier, first we met in Patna. There nearly 16 parties were there. Now 26 parties have joined because some people did not come there, and many of the people came to Bangalore, and today 26 parties have joined. After seeing everything, now Modi ji is calling NDA meeting with 30 parties. I don't know where 30 parties are there, whether they are registered parties in Election Commission or whether I have not heard, because I am also in the Parliament, in the Rajya Sabha, here also. I have not heard so many parties in India, and that too 30 parties with NDA. They are also holding meeting. And earlier they never cared even their own alliance. They never used to talk even them. Many people left, but now one by one he is calling and they are meeting, and their party president is also going each state, and in one party several divisions were there. बहुत से टुकड़े टुकड़े हो गए थे. वो पूरे टुकड़ों को जोड़ने का काम मोदी जी अब कर रहे हैं. He is doing it now. So it means that he is now afraid of opposition parties. Otherwise, there was no necessity for him. He never bothered. This is one thing. And secondly, our people gathered here, they're not to become something. They want to save democracy and constitution and to fight against the unemployment, inflation. So many issues are there. So all those issues in the interest of country we'll take and we'll fight. Now our aim will be to take important issues one by one, and we'll highlight, we'll move throughout the states, entire country with all these issues, and also highlighting the failure of the government. Therefore, I don't want to say much. This is our aim, and when some proposal came for our keeping the name and other things, I'm happy. Everybody, Rahul ji, Mamata Banerjee, and everybody, those who are sitting here, they all agreed. This is the first achievement of our alliance agreeing for the name. And friends, I don't want to take much of your times. Today we are facing many issues, including media also, because all media are captured by Modi, and without their isara or signal, nobody moves. I have seen, because many meetings I have conducted, I have seen, and even earlier in my 52 years of political active life, I have not seen such hostile information against us or against the opposition parties and suppressing the opposition leaders. So anyway, we have to fight, we'll fight and we'll move together, and I hope we'll succeed in this, and all youngsters, farmers, MSME people, everybody is fed up, and even freedom of speech and everything, you know it. That's why many people don't write. Even if they write something, they will say, ye unke vichar hai. Every paper will say, they are his opinion. And even newspaper also, they don't want to own it, the statement or written, whatever the articles they write. So this is the situation. So we have to come out from this, and 2024, election. We will fight unitedly and will come out with great success. Therefore, once again, I thank all leaders, those who are sitting here, and I also thank you for waiting nearly 2 hours for hearing some good news from our Indian National Development Inclusive Alliance. Once again, I will repeat, Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. This is the name we have given. There is a lot of meaning in this, and I hope everybody will see this name and properly, because sometimes it happens, जरा लिखते वक्त इधर उधर लिख जाते हैं और शुरू से ही कमेंट भी हो जाता है, तो इसीलिए मैं बार बार पढ़ रहा हूँ. I am also writing this, speaking this. This is good for the country. This name emerged today, and I thank you very much, all of you, and also I thank you, persons, leaders who are sitting on the dais. Thank you, one and all.
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी. मैं अभी पश्चिम बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी जी से गुजारिश करूंगा कि आपको संबोधित करें.
थैंक यू सो मच. जस्ट नाउ खारगे जी ने आप लोगों को बताया. He has already mentioned everything, whatever we discussed in the meeting. Here also all the chief ministers, including Udhav, ex-chief minister, even I don't say ex-chief minister. Tomorrow they will be again coming. Arvind ji, Sitaram ji, Raja, Hemant, Maan, Sitaramaya ji, Ramesh ji, DK, our favorite Rahul Gandhi, Sharad Pawar ji, and all my youngsters who are sitting behind the dais. They are the future. So I thanks to everybody, and thanks the Indian press, international, national, state and regional and local. Today the meeting was very good. It was constructive, fruitful, and I think from today it's a real challenge. We already started. हमारा जो अलायंस मीन्स जो 26 पार्टी का मीटिंग हुआ, इसमें तैयार हुआ. पहले आप यूपीए के नाम सुना, एनडीए तो अभी भी है लेकिन एग्जिस्टेंस नहीं है. इसी के लिए आने वाला दिन देश में जो जिंदगी खतरा में है, चाहे दलित हो, चाहे माइनॉरिटी हो, चाहे हिंदू हो, चाहे मुस्लिम हो, चाहे सिख हो, चाहे ईसाई हो, चाहे मणिपुर हो, चाहे अरुणाचल हो, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो, चाहे दिल्ली हो, चाहे बंगाल हो, चाहे बिहार हो, चाहे महाराष्ट्र हो, सरकार बेचना, सरकार खरीद करना एक ही काम है गवर्नमेंट का. इसी के लिए हम लोगों ने आज सब मिलके एक रियल चैलेंज लिया है. डिटेल्स खारगे जी ने आपको फुल फ्लेजेड नाम बताया, लेकिन इसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म में होता है इंडिया. लेट अस चैलेंज इंडिया. एनडीए, कैन यू चैलेंज इंडिया? Bhajpa, can you challenge India? The other people, can you challenge India? We love our motherland. We are the patriotic people of this country. We are for youth, we are for students, we are for farmers, we are for Kishans, we are for Dalits, we are for good economy, we are for the country, we are for the world. So our challenge will be all focus, all publicity, all campaigning, all program, it will be under the banner of India. If anybody has a challenge, catch us if you can. Save India from disaster. Save India from atrocious terrible. Save atrocious terrible from Manipur. Save the people of India. Save India. इसको हम भारत बोलते हैं हिंदी में और इंग्लिश में इंडिया है. इंडिया को बचाना है, देश को बचाना है. भाजपा तो देश बेचने का सौदागिरी कर रहा है. देश बेचने का सौदागिरी कर रहा है. लोकतंत्र को खरीदने का सौदागिरी कर रहा है. इसी के लिए आज कोई इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी को भी काम नहीं करने देता है. कोई आदमी कोई ऑपोजिशन को सपोर्ट करते हैं, ऑपोजिशन स्टेट को, तो नेक्स्ट डे ईडी और सीबीआई और कोई चला जाता है और खाली धमक देता है हम 355 करेगा, हम 356 करेगा. हम लोगों ने आज 420 कर दिया. 420 धारा अप्लाई कर दिया पॉलिटिकली, जिसमें इंडिया जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. भारत जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. इंडिया जीतेगा और हमारा देश जीतेगा. यही मेरे को कहने हैं. थैंक यू सो मच. I am grateful to all of the political party. They have accepted the slogans of India, this name, alliance. The main foundation we started from today. Next Maharashtra, the meeting will be there. There the core committee and other, the manifesto, the common minimum program or whatever you say, the joint committee, shop, everything will be decided there also. So the meeting date, Khargeji will inform you later on. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thanks to Karnataka Congress Party also and government also to organize this meeting. Thank you so much.
शुक्रिया ममता जी. मैं अभी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा कि वो आपको संबोधित करें.
मंच पे मौजूद सभी मुख्यमंत्रीगण और देश की 26 पार्टियों के सभी सीनियर नेतागण, आज हम सब लोग 26 पार्टियां बेंगलोर में यहाँ पे एकत्रित हुए. ये दूसरी मीटिंग थी. पटना में 16 पार्टियां इकट्ठी हुई थी. तो ये अच्छी बात है कि कुनबा बढ़ रहा है. आज से 9 साल पहले इस देश के लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भारी बहुमत देके जिताया था. इन 9 साल के अंदर उनके पास मौका था, वो देश के लिए बहुत कुछ कर सकते थे. लेकिन इन 9 सालों में उन्होंने एक भी सेक्टर ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें हम कह सकें कि तरक्की हुई है. हर सेक्टर को बर्बाद करने में उन्होंने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. सबसे बेस्ट तो है आप सेकंड क्लास की रेलवे की टिकट लेके किसी भी ट्रेन में चढ़ जाइए, आपको पता चल जाएगा कि आज से 4-5 साल पहले रेलवे ठीक ठाक चला करती थी. आज पूरी बर्बाद कर दिया इन लोगों ने रेलवे. इन्होंने इकोनॉमी बर्बाद कर दी, इन्होंने रेलवे बर्बाद कर दी, सारे एयरपोर्ट बेच दिए, इन्होंने जहाज बेच दिए, आसमान बेच दिया, धरती बेच दी, पाताल बेच दिया, सब कुछ इन्होंने अपने लोगों को बेच दिया, कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. आज देश में हर आदमी दुखी है. युवा दुखी है, किसान दुखी है, मजदूर दुखी है, व्यापारी दुखी है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट दुखी है, गृहिणी दुखी है. ऐसा कौन सा व्यक्ति है जो दुखी नहीं है? तो आज ये 26 पार्टियां हम सब लोग अपने लिए एकत्रित नहीं हुए. हम देश को एक तरफ बचाना है, जिस तरह से पूरे देश के अंदर नफरत फैलाई जा रही है उससे बचाना है, और दूसरी तरफ एक नए भारत का सपना लेके हम सब लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं जिसमें हर युवा को रोजगार मिलना चाहिए, हर गरीब बच्चे को अच्छी शिक्षा मिलनी चाहिए, हर बीमार आदमी को अच्छा इलाज मिलना चाहिए। ये सपना लेके हम सब लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं, जहाँ पे ऐसा भारत होगा जहाँ सब सुख शांति होगी, प्यार मोहब्बत होगी और देश तरक्की करेगा, ना कि देश के संसाधन जो हैं कुछ लोगों के लिए, चंद लोगों के लिए लुटाए जाएंगे। आज बहुत अच्छा डिस्कशन हुआ और मैं कर्नाटक सरकार को, कांग्रेस पार्टी को, सीतारामैया जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं आज की ये मीटिंग होस्ट करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
शुक्रिया केजरीवाल जी। मैं अभी महाराष्ट्र के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आपको संबोधित करें।
मंच पे उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर और मेरे पत्रकार भाइयों और बहनों, दूसरी कामयाब मीटिंग हुई है हमारी और आपने देखा होगा तानाशाही के खिलाफ जनता इकट्ठा हो रही है। खरगे साहब, आपने तो हमारे अलायंस का नाम बता दिया, लेकिन मैं तो इंडिया, भारत, जिसके लिए हम लड़ रहे हैं उसी को लेके हम आगे जाएंगे। इसीलिए तो हम इकट्ठा आए हैं। और आप देखते होंगे पहले सवाल कई लोगों ने मुझे पूछा कि अलग अलग विचारधारा के लोग हैं, राजनीति में विचारधारा तो अलग होनी चाहिए, इसी को तो प्रजातंत्र मानते हैं। लेकिन इसके बावजूद हम एक आए हैं क्योंकि अब लड़ाई सिर्फ हमारी पार्टी की नहीं है। कुछ लोगों को ऐसे लग रहा है कि परिवार के लिए लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। हाँ, देश हमारा परिवार है और इस परिवार के लिए हम लड़ रहे हैं। देश ही हमारा परिवार है, तो इस परिवार को हमें बचाना है। और लड़ाई हमारी एक पार्टी के खिलाफ या एक व्यक्ति के खिलाफ नहीं है, लड़ाई हमारी नीति के खिलाफ है, तानाशाही के खिलाफ है। और जैसे एक जमाने में आजादी की लड़ाई हुई थी, तो अब आजादी खतरे में आई है। तो इस आजादी के लिए हम सब इकट्ठा आए हैं और पक्का भरोसा है कि हम कामयाब रहेंगे, हो जाएंगे। और देश की जनता के मन में एक डर है कि अब क्या होगा, तो हम इतना उनको एक एहसास दिलाना चाहते हैं, कि विश्वास दिलाना चाहते हैं, डरो मत, हम है। जैसे एक वो पिक्चर आया था, मैं हूं ना, वैसे हम है ना, आप क्यों डरते हो, चिंता मत करो। एक व्यक्ति या एक पार्टी मतलब देश नहीं हो सकता, पूरे देश की जनता मतलब देश है। और देश की जनता अब इंडिया और भारत बनकर सामने आएगी। अपने देश को हम सुरक्षित रखेंगे। और 2 मीटिंग हुई है, आज की मीटिंग काफी कामयाब रही। मैं खरगे साहब, आपको, शिव कुमार जी, सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, मुख्यमंत्री जी को देना चाहता हूँ। बहुत ही अच्छी मीटिंग हुई। और अगली मीटिंग हम महाराष्ट्र में करेंगे, मुंबई में करेंगे। तारीख तो हम तय करेंगे ही, लेकिन अगली मीटिंग हम मुंबई में करेंगे। सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
शुक्रिया उद्धव जी। आखिर में मैं राहुल गांधी जी से गुजारिश करूंगा कि वो आपको संबोधित करें।
खारगे जी, शरद पवार जी, ममता जी, बाकी ऑपोजिशन के सीनियर नेता, प्रेस के हमारे मित्रों, आप सबका यहाँ बहुत बहुत स्वागत। यह हमारी दूसरी बैठक है और बहुत प्रोडक्टिव काम हुआ आज। बहुत स्मूथली काम हुआ। लड़ाई बीजेपी की विचारधारा, उनकी सोच के खिलाफ है। वो देश पर आक्रमण कर रहे हैं, बेरोजगारी फैल रही है, देश का पूरा धन चुने हुए लोगों के हाथ में जा रहा है। और इसलिए जब हम डिस्कशन कर रहे थे, हमने अपने आप से सवाल पूछा, लड़ाई किसके बीच में है? ये लड़ाई ऑपोजिशन और बीजेपी के बीच में लड़ाई नहीं है। देश की आवाज को दबाया और कुचला जा रहा है। ये देश की आवाज के लिए लड़ाई है और इसीलिए ये नाम चुना गया, इंडियन नेशनल डेवलपमेंटल इंक्लूसिव अलायंस। मतलब इंडिया। लड़ाई एनडीए और इंडिया के बीच में है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी और इंडिया के बीच में है, उनकी विचारधारा और इंडिया के बीच में है। आप जानते हो, जब भी कोई हिंदुस्तान के सामने खड़ा होता है, इंडिया के सामने खड़ा होता है, तो जीत किसकी होती है, कहने की जरूरत भी नहीं है। मैंने कहा दूसरी मीटिंग है, इसके बाद हमारी मीटिंग महाराष्ट्र में होगी और हमने निर्णय लिया है, सबने निर्णय लिया है कि अब हम एक एक्शन प्लान तैयार करेंगे जहां हम एक साथ मिलकर देश में हमारी विचारधारा के बारे में और जो हम देश के लिए करने जा रहे हैं उसके बारे में बोलेंगे। थोड़ा मैं अंग्रेजी में बोल देता हूं। It's an honor for me to come here in this meeting. I'd like to welcome all the senior leaders from the opposition. I'd like to welcome the press. The idea of India is being attacked today. It is being attacked by the ideology of the BJP. The wealth of India is being snatched from the millions and millions of Indians and being handed over to a few business people who are close to the Prime Minister and to the BJP. Unemployment is spreading, prices are rising, and this is what the fight is about. The fight is about two different ideas of India. And while we were having this discussion, this name frankly emerged from the discussion because we asked ourselves, what is the fight? Who is the fight between? And we realized the fight is not between two political formations. The fight is a fight to defend the idea of India. And that is why we came up with the name Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, which also happens to stand for India. And what we are doing here as a group is we are defending the Indian Constitution. We are defending the voice of the Indian people. We are defending the idea of our great country, the idea of India. You know what happens to anybody who opposes or tries to fight the idea of India. You can look in our history and you will see that nobody has been able to fight the idea of India. So I don't need to go into who is going to win this fight. This is a fight between the idea of India and the idea of the BJP. This is a fight between India and the BJP. It is a fight between India and Mr. Narendra Modi. Thank you very much.
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी हमारे पास 3-4 सवालों के लिए ही वक्त है। संक्षिप्त में आप सवाल कीजिएगा, इसी बैठक पर सवाल उठाइएगा, दुनिया भर की बातें नहीं। और खरगे जी, क्योंकि आज की बैठक की अध्यक्षता उन्होंने की है, प्रयास करेंगे इन सवालों को जवाब देने का। हाँ संजीव, माइक देना है उनको।
Sir, you've named this alliance as India. We just wanted to know any discussions forward on who would lead this alliance and who would be the face of India.
Sir.
देखिए, आपने जो सवाल पूछा कि कौन इसको लीड करेंगे और कौन इसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे, इसीलिए मैंने इसमें कहा था कि हम एक कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी 11 लोगों की बना रहे हैं। उस 11 लोगों के मीटिंग में ये तय होगा कि कौन से वो 11 लोग होंगे फिर उसमें कौन कन्वेनर उसको बनाएंगे आगे के लिए, वो मुंबई में तय होगा और हम वो तो छोटी बात है, उसको सॉल्व कर देंगे, वो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं।
Sir, 1 minute, please. Sir, yes, please. Sir, both the meetings that have happened. Sir, this is Jayaprakash from NewsX here, sir. So, two meetings have happened. One in Patna and the other one here in Bengaluru. So, on both these meetings, you have said the discussions have been fruitful. So, can you deliberate on what these discussions were? For example, UCC. Have you come on a common ground from where these differences have been sorted out?
देखिए, one thing, I have not received UCC bill. If you have got, you give me, then I will react. Still, they are calling objections up to 28th. So, where is the question of discussing here? We have discussed about Manipur issue and other issues, unemployment, inflation, and other issues, and how to come together and how to fight against this divisive forces and save democracy and save constitution. About that we elaborately discussed, and we are satisfied, and all are satisfied with that.
Sir, are you chart a common union program for the next parliament elections?
Pardon?
Sir, are you chart a common union program for the all parties? Common union program for the next parliament election.
Together fight, that's why 26 parties have come together. And we will fight together against the BJP, against Modi government. There is no...
Mr. Jaram.
खड़गे जी प्लीज, अरे सुनो, बैठो यार, ये तरीका नहीं है, प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज बैठिए।
अरे एक एक पूछो तो मैं जवाब दूंगा।
No, you can't just speak like that.
प्लीज बैठिए, आपको मौका मिलेगा।
सर इधर हूँ सर, खड़गे साहब।
मिस्टर खड़गे जी।
सर, सीट शेयरिंग को लेके प्रधानमंत्री ने भी ये लगातार आप लोग पर आज बहुत बड़ा हमला किया है कि आप लोग हर जगह हर स्टेट में लड़ रहे हैं आपस में मुद्दों को लेके। सीट शेयरिंग को लेके एक बड़ा मसला है कि आप लोग सीट शेयरिंग कैसे करेंगे। कई स्टेट्स में आप एक दूसरे से लड़ रहे हैं, तो क्या कोई कमेटी बनाएंगे आप? और प्रधानमंत्री इसको करप्ट अलायंस घोषित कर रहे हैं कि नेशनल करप्ट अलायंस है।
देखिए, ये कोई बड़ी बात नहीं। मैंने कहा कि 11 लोगों की कमेटी जो बना रहे हैं उसमें ये सब डिस्कशन होगा, और सीट शेयरिंग तो एक हो जाएगा। जहाँ कैसा करना, ये हमारे अभी सभी नेता लोग मिलके और कमेटी मिलके वो तय करेगी, उसकी कोई बड़ी बात नहीं।
हाँ, शिव कुमार और
मिस्टर खड़गे जी, सर
शिव कुमार और खड़गे जी, शिव कुमार और
खड़गे और
सीताराम पटेल,
as you are grouping
Karnataka.
See, as you have come together, we can see the threat to the regional parties. We can see what has happened in Maharashtra to Shiv Sena and also to NCP. Do you see a major threat to other regional parties, and the JDU is also is on the radar now? JDU in Bihar.
ಅದೇನ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, see, NCP and Shiv Sena has come under threat from NDA government, that is BJP. How will you keep these regional parties together for all these days? Another 7-8 months are left and they are being targeted. And you told you are fighting NDA has 30. Why have you left out Raj Bhavans, which is 31?
Okay, good. You have realized that. I am very thankful to you. But Pawar Saab, NCP leader, tall leader, popular, supported by people, he is here. And Uddhav Thackeray, who is also popular leader of our Shiv Sena. What more you want? When people are with them, MLA might have gone and may come. That is not important. But a creator is here. And all creators, both are creators and fighters. So you don't worry, we will be one, and there is no question of division.
शुक्रिया दोस्तों, अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस समाप्त हो चुका है। सभी को स्टेटमेंट दिया जा रहा है।
All right, with that, the second session of the opposition meet has concluded with big takeaways. Announcement made that a joint statement will be issued. Now the opposition will be called, a united opposition of 26 parties will be now called India. And it would be India versus the NDA in 2024. The biggest takeaway is, of course, that the united opposition will be called India. There will be 11 coordinators that will be decided soon, shortly. 11 of them will be coming across from various political parties of India, which is, of course, an acronym there. And with that, also a campaign committee or a campaign station will be put up in the national capital. A coordinating center of sorts is what we are being given to understand. The modalities of ticket distribution, all of that will be taken care of, is what Mr. Kharge is saying on the big question of who is going to be the face of India, who will lead the campaign of India. He says that is yet to be decided, and those details are small and later to be discussed. The biggest issue right now is to fight the cause of India. Therefore, India has been formulated by the opposition. We're going to keep our spotlight on. In minutes from now, the story of India moves to Maharashtra, Mumbai, the next meeting there. But NDA is meeting at 5 p.m. in the national capital. All of that coming up on the other side. Please stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
We are standing on the ring road. You can see there's only water, water and water everywhere.
What could have been done to provide proper facilities to the people who have been affected by the Yamuna flood?
How long will it take for normalcy to return to Delhi?
The national capital now finding itself virtually submerged in water.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, in the water reporting, only on India Today TV.
Aam Aadmi Party is making it clear now BJP is their main enemy. Who is KCR's main enemy? You're on mute.
Of doubt.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Iota of doubt at all that the NDA has failed the nation. But the Congress should realize that nation means every state including Telangana. You've started off saying that is it BJP versus Congress? It is not only BJP versus Congress, because the Congress should understand the meaning of opposition unity. 22nd March 2018, in Hassan of Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi attacked Deve Gowda ji and his party Janata Dal Secular. But on May 18th, 2018, when Congress needed to be in power, Rahul Gandhi ji reportedly apologized Deve Gowda ji and there was an alliance. Same in Maharashtra, Rahul Gandhi attacked Shiv Sena as the B team, A team of BJP. And what happened? Later on, Rahul Gandhi needed Shiv Sena. They were in power. They were in Mahavikas Aghadi alliance. Now, I'm not just quoting old examples. In this year, 22nd February 2023 in Agartala, Rahul Gandhi ji's statement, Trinamool Congress is a B team of BJP. Same thing, he comes here, attacks KCR ji, calls us as B team of BJP. Why would we entertain both BJP and Congress when we have been defeating both these parties? And why Mr. Rahul Gandhi?
So you will not choose. Are you telling me you are not in a position because Congress is your main opponent in Telangana? You do not want, plus you want to engage with whoever is in center. You will not choose. Am I correct? You will stay equidistant and take your call after the elections of 2024.
Yeah, because we strongly believe that in NDA there is the DNA of Congress leadership also. Because Rahul Gandhi ji doesn't come and attack the NDA or Prime Minister Modi here in Telangana. We are surprised about it. And their PCC president here, when Prime Minister Modi has already begun his election campaign here, this man shifts his base from Telangana and goes to the United States of America and holidays there. And till date, they have not even held a press conference against Modi ji's failure for Telangana and its promises. That itself explains.
After Senthil Balaji, now it's DMK Minister Ponmudi.
Powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Airtel Extreme Fiber.
Super Political Tuesday thriller. Political quake over war of alliances. NDA Delhi huddle versus opposition Bengaluru meet. Special 26 take on Modi in 2024. Is 2024 a battle of alliances? Top focus on 5 Live.
A very good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. It's indeed a Tuesday political thriller. Super One, India Today is on top of the story where we're looking at the 2024 tone has been set. It's now going to be NDA versus India, the new acronym that the UPA has given to its opposition united front. A meeting currently that's happening in Bengaluru. We heard all the top guns of those regional parties coming together as one unit, speaking to the media. It's now time for the NDA show of strength. We're going to bring you all the live updates. The headlines first. UPA has now been renamed India for Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. That's what it stands for. The Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge says the opposition will fight 2024 polls together. Mamta roars, saying India will win, BJP will lose. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on the opposition says family first, nation is nothing for the opposition. Reiterates the 20 lakh crore graph that has been leveled against the opposition leaders, many of them trying to wriggle out of the investigation.
दायित्व कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबल कुछ है, माल कुछ है। 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है।
NDA counter-strike on the united opposition. BJP and 37 allies huddle in the national capital soon now. Time ticking for that meet to begin. Prime Minister Modi hails the NDA, says it is a time-tested alliance and is focused around national progress. The court grants interim bail to suspended chief of the WFI. 2-day interim bail for Brij Bhushan. Regular bail plea to come up on Thursday. Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmudi has been grilled for over 8 hours at the Chennai ED office on Monday. Second grilling session that's happening today. He's been summoned. 4 p.m. it all began. He's still with the ED officials being questioned. All right, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi who's come out with his first reaction after UPA has changed its name now to India. That's the new acronym for the UPA, the United Alliance, the United Opposition Alliance now will be called India. Now, Prime Minister Modi has tweeted on this saying that right after the India meet concludes, Prime Minister says, ours is a time-tested alliance. NDA seeks to further national progress. Prime Minister also to attend the meeting shortly now in Delhi of the NDA alliance. And while opposition unity meet has just about ended, the Prime Minister puts out a tweet saying NDA is a tried and tested, or rather time-tested alliance. Ours is a time-tested alliance. The NDA seeks further national progress. This is the aim of the NDA. This is, of course, the Prime Minister asserting that the NDA's alliances or the alliance partners are all natural partners. They are aimed at the progress of this country, unlike the newly formed India. Basically pointing at UPA's new name, INDIA, which is India. Prime Minister Modi's first reaction. Soon after that opposition unity ended, Prime Minister puts out a message saying that ours, the NDA, is a time-tested alliance. NDA seeks to further national progress. I have with me joining us Rahul Srivastav, who's tracking those developments at the opposition unity meet live in Bengaluru. We also have Paulami joining us live from Delhi, where the NDA meeting is due to begin. Let me start with Paulami. Paulami, a quick word from you. What time is the NDA meeting going to start? Prime Minister Modi himself is going to be in attendance. And are all 38 parties, alliance partners, going to be in attendance today?
That's right. We are standing by at the venue right now, the Ashok Hotel in Delhi, where that NDA meeting is to commence very shortly at about 5:30 p.m. We expect that the Prime Minister will be arriving at the venue. All the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which includes, of course, the Defence Minister, the Home Minister, JP Nadda, BJP President, who will officially be convening this meeting of NDA allies. They're all over here already. NDA allies, including Edapadi Palaniswamy, as well as Nufu Rio. There is also Jitan Ram Manji. Also Eknath Shinde. These are some of the leaders that we can see on our screens right now. You can just show, my camera person Alok will show you just the media contingent that's present over here as I take you through some of those pictures that we're getting from that NDA meeting, I beg your pardon. They're all standing by right now in order to, of course, welcome the Prime Minister as he arrives for this meeting. Of course, the Prime Minister has just tweeted a short while ago saying that this is a time-tested alliance. Remember that the NDA has completed 25 years. This year, in 1988, is when the NDA was formed. Since then, many allies, including one of its oldest allies, left its side, which was, of course, the Shiromani Akali Dal over the farmers' protest issue. But the BJP, of course, we hear, is still trying to woo the SAD back into the NDA fold. Similar sort of murmurs we hear about the TDP as well in terms of bringing them on board. The JDS is also playing ball with the BJP as far as Karnataka politics is concerned, possibly expected to join the NDA fold as well. Again, conversation that is still underway as far as that is concerned. But in the pictures, if you're getting those images right now, Nabila, we can see JP Nadda, Jitan Ram Manji, Eknath Shinde, Edapadi Palaniswamy, all of them present over here in order to welcome Prime Minister Modi as he, in fact, arrives for this meeting of the NDA. 38 parties.
Can you tell us a little? The images coming in, those are live images coming in from Delhi of the NDA meeting. Paulami, the time precisely when this meeting is going to begin and what exactly is the primary agenda of this NDA show of strength? We know it's happening right in time when the opposition alliances have come together or the opposition unity meet was held in Bengaluru. Last evening was a dinner, today was a formal meeting. They've changed the UPA's name now to India. While that hectic developments were happening on that end, on the opposition end, here is the ruling NDA that's come together in a show of strength. But is there a core agenda to this meeting apart from just the optics?
far as this meeting is concerned, like I said, to answer the question that you asked at the start, this meeting is expected to begin at about 5:30. But already with the NDA leader standing by, we're expecting that the Prime Minister will be here shortly. They're just awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival to, in fact, begin this NDA meeting. But this is the first NDA meeting that is happening in Modi Sarkar 2.0. So since this government came to power for a second term in 2019, this is the first meeting of the NDA that's happening. Yes, the optics part of it is huge and possibly one of the big points that the NDA, that the BJP wants to make in terms of perception, because already the opposition was building up in terms of perception from 17 parties in Patna on June 23rd, 26 opposition parties that came together over the last couple of days in Bengaluru in order to forge a new alliance called India. The BJP, of course, was feeling the heat. Also, there was a perception among its allies that they were being sidelined. They were feeling insecure about the fact that the BJP was growing from strength to strength, that it had regional aspirations, which in a way was cutting into and eating into the aspirations of other regional allies. But that is something that the BJP now wants to counter, because it needs to forge these alliances if it is to, in fact, repeat the spectacular performance of the party and the alliance in 2019.
Pallavi, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Rahul as well, who's joining us from Bengaluru. He's been privy to the extensive meeting that was carried out with all the regional chiefs, speaking one after the other, hailing this unity of the opposition, now renamed from UPA to India. This is indeed a big move, Rahul. It's sent tongues wagging. There's enough and more discourse on the new acronym now given to the UPA, which is called India. But how much good does it do to the opposition unity? Is it one step forward for them in terms of showing a united, a strong unit to take on the BJP?
See, when it comes to the opposition unity element, this is definitely a leap of hope. Why I say that? Because till yesterday, it was ridden with improbabilities that whether this will happen, whether this can happen. So eventually 26 political parties, many of them bitter critics and rivals in different states, have eventually come together. One of the most surprising element was, for the first time in decades, I have heard Mamata Banerjee referring to Sitaram Yechuri of CPM and D. Raja of the CPI, mentioning their name not in a negative, critical manner or in any other way. And she, in fact, addressed them and mentioned them as a mark of respect. Now, this perhaps is a good template to begin with. But if you heard the press conference, questions were asked about, has there been a decision on the face, coordination, chairman, or any other somebody who will be leading, or even the face of India, this new 26-party alliance. Mr. Kharge, though,
Rahul, I request you for a moment. Apologies. That's at Ashoka Hotel, live images coming in of Prime Minister Modi himself arriving for this NDA meeting. Pallavi is joining us right from the spot at Ashoka. That's JP Nadda greeting the Prime Minister, some of the alliance partners, Eknath Shinde as well, Chief Minister of Maharashtra. You also have Edapadi Palaniswamy of the AIDMK. These are top leaders, alliance partners of the BJP as part of the NDA alliance who are greeting the Prime Minister. This is indeed huge for the NDA as they're coming together right on the same day. The opposition has decided to meet. In a way, a strong message going out that they are a strong unit themselves and have a bigger number, 38 versus 26. Pallavi joining us. Pallavi, Prime Minister has arrived. What's the enthusiasm like among the NDA members?
That's right. We can report that the Prime Minister has arrived at the venue right now at the Ashok Hotel in Delhi, where that NDA meeting, like I said, is to shortly convene. So the Prime Minister over there being greeted by NDA allies, in fact, who lined up to welcome the Prime Minister. That included, of course, BJP President JP Nadda and allies, which included Nephew Rio from Nagaland, as well as Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra, as well as Edapadi Palaniswamy, who also was there, Jitendra Manjhi was also there as well. So these are, of course, some of the allies of the BJP. The BJP, of course, showcasing its strength and muscle as it brings together alliance partners from 37 other parties to this one podium today in Delhi, basically flexing its muscle and saying that the NDA is not dead, that the NDA is very much alive. And while, of course, the opposition is forging an anti-Modi and anti-BJP bloc, as far as the NDA is concerned, they're firmly behind the Bharatiya Janata Party. So today, of course, is a conglomerate of some existing and some new allies who have joined and come together over here for this NDA meeting. So as far as NDA meetings go, Eknath Shinde and his faction of the Shiv Sena is attending one such NDA meeting for the first time. Same goes for Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel, who represent the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. Chirag Paswan, who formally joined and officially joined the NDA fold yesterday, is in fact part of this meeting as well. O.P. Rajbhar, also now part of the NDA, he's present as well. Jitan Ram Manjhi back in the NDA fold, he's present at this meeting as well. Also interestingly, Pawan Kalyan, Janasena chief, is here from Andhra Pradesh attending this meeting as well. So some new allies and some existing allies, but obviously a lot of criticism that the NDA faces from the opposition, saying some of its time-tested allies have left its side over the last few years, which includes the JDU, which includes the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, the TDP and the Shiromani Akali Dal.
You know, it's very interesting to see that all of these alliance members are today in attendance, and the new entry, like you rightly said, is Chirag Paswan. So somehow it appears that Chirag Paswan is trying to rope in on board even his uncle. The LJP will be a strong addition to the NDA as an alliance partner because they've managed to win well in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So the BJP is really hoping to embolden itself with the involvement of this new ally, or rather coming back to the NDA's fold. Now, at a time like this, when we're seeing the opposition unity itself strengthening on one end, on the other, the NDA scheduled a meeting right on the very same day that this was decided. Was this a deliberate attempt, or is this coincidental that the NDA also has its alliance meeting today itself around the same time?
No, it is definitely a very, very interesting choice of date, Nabila, because it was not a date which was finalized a long time ago, and then the opposition, of course, chose their dates for the Bengaluru meeting. So it was around about the same time, just a few days apart, that both alliances, in fact, decided that this is going to be the date when they're going to meet. Of course, the opposition had a two-day meeting in Bengaluru, and the NDA chose to, of course, announce this meeting today itself, on the day that the main meeting of the opposition alliance was happening in Bengaluru. This, of course, very crucially comes before the monsoon session of Parliament as well. So the NDA, of course, they're flexing its muscles, because remember that all of these parties now pose a new challenge for the Bharatiya Janata Party-led NDA in Parliament, because, for instance, as far as the Congress is concerned, it has extended its support to the Aam Aadmi Party as far as the Delhi Services Ordinance is concerned, and all of those other opposition parties are going to back Arvind Kejriwal when that ordinance is brought forward in Parliament as well. Similar such issues, the Manipur issue is also going to be discussed, in the sense that the opposition will press for a discussion, will press for responses from the Home Minister, seeking a detailed report on the law and order situation in Manipur. So there are several issues now which this collective opposition alliance is going to use to mount pressure on the NDA, on the Bharatiya Janata Party with. So that's why it has become, of course, incumbent upon the BJP to ensure that it has its strength and might. It has its strength and might in terms of sheer numbers in the Lok Sabha. It cannot be defeated, the NDA, in terms of the numbers that it has in the Lok Sabha. But in the Rajya Sabha, there is obviously the challenge that it faces. The numbers balance is, the game, so to say, Nabila, is a very tightrope balancing act which is being done between the BJP-led NDA and the opposition as well. And that's when it will come into the picture, and very crucially so, it will come into the picture when the Delhi Services Ordinance, which is going to be one of the big talking points of this monsoon session of Parliament, that is brought into the upper house of Parliament. So at a time that the opposition is forging its numbers to corner the BJP is hoping to flex some muscles and say basically that we're not dead, the NDA is not dead, we have our allies and partners, but the opposition, of course, countering it and saying, let's speak about that in Parliament. How many of these allies even have MPs in Parliament?
You know, Pallavi, this NDA meeting also comes right after Prime Minister Modi's spirited attack, or quite a personal attack, right early today, where he spoke extensively about the corruption charges leveled against many of the opposition party leaders, about dynasty politics, on many levels, attacked outrightly at the number of opposition parties who have come together and accused them of trying to wriggle out of these corruption charges by standing together united. And he himself, as a Prime Minister himself, he says that I'm one against them all. So for the NDA alliance meet, Prime Minister Modi himself to arrive and be part of it certainly is quite a moral booster for the alliance partners as well, the ruling alliance.
Absolutely, it is a morale booster, but the BJP needs this as well for the alliance partners to feel that they're needed, that they're wanted, that they form a critical part of this alliance, and they're not just mere placeholders or fixtures as far as this alliance is concerned, that they're not being replaced by the Bharatiya Janata Party in their various states in terms of their own regional aspirations. The BJP, of course, was getting that feeling, and the feelers that were coming in from, of course, the grassroots level was that allies were feeling left out, allies were feeling that they don't exactly, hold a major position as far as the scheme of things within the NDA is concerned. All major partners, in fact, those who flexed any kind of muscle, had left the NDA fold because of the BJP in the last few years. Like I said, naming a few of them, Shiromani Akali Dal left the Bharatiya Janata Party, its oldest ally ever. Then, of course, the TDP. Then, of course, she wasn't technically a part of the NDA alliance, but PDP's Mehbooba Mufti, who was in government with the Bharatiya Janata Party in Jammu and Kashmir, quit the alliance as well. Quit, the government of the BJP-PDP alliance in Jammu and Kashmir after the BJP, of course, pulled the rug from under her feet. So there are several such instances as far as Ram Vilas Paswan's party is concerned, Lok Jan Shakti party is concerned. After the demise of the leader, you saw how the party split as well. Pashupati Paras came on board with the NDA, with the Bharatiya Janata Party. He was made a minister in the union government as well. And Chirag was left out all by himself. He's the only member of parliament, so to say, technically, from his faction of the LJP, but now he's on board.
Like Rajdeep Sardesai, India Today's consulting editor, had mentioned a little earlier, for the NDA right now, it's fairly simple. Rather, it's not much of a responsibility for them to prove their merit because, for one, they're already in power, they have the numbers, and more importantly, they have a prime ministerial face. Prime Minister Modi is certainly the most popular prime minister and a prime minister candidate for 2024 as well. So it's really... at this point for the NDA, this meeting is mere coming together to boost the morale of their alliance partners and only to send out a message. That's more or less what we understand from this. But looking at the opposition unity meet a little earlier, we heard Mallikarjun Kharge and the entire bunch, all the regional party heads speaking, and their attack was clearly on one man, and that was Prime Minister Modi. His promises have failed, people are unhappy, they've ruined India and all the sectors in India, and we are here to save India, save democracy, save secularism, etc. So this is almost Modi versus all, isn't it, Palmi?
Well, it seems like, while the opposition, of course, will say that they're targeting the Bharatiya Janata Party, but they, of course, make that same allegation against the NDA bloc that it is all about one individual and his aspirations, which is Narendra Modi. And very interestingly, this is what the BJP makes it about as well, that one man is enough to take on that entire alliance, that entire alliance of partners.
We're getting live visuals here of Prime Minister Modi being garlanded by all the alliance members there. Paulami, if you're able to look at those images, please do explain to us the kind of optics this really projects. A huge garland for that's used to honor Prime Minister Modi's arrival right at that meeting there at Ashoka Hotel in Delhi. This is almost 38 alliance partners who have come together to show strength to the NDA ahead of 2024. The battle lines certainly have been drawn. That's Prime Minister Modi almost greeting Chirag, the man who's come back to the NDA's fold. He's meeting with a bunch of those alliance partners. Follow me, give us more, if you're able to see these images. It speaks for a lot, all of the alliance partners greeting Prime Minister Modi one after the other.
That's right. I'm looking at some of those images right now that are coming in from inside the venue hall right now. The Prime Minister there greeting all the partners that have come in. That was a very warm exchange, of course, that the Prime Minister had with Chirag Paswan. The Prime Minister, of course, held Mr. Ramvilas Paswan, Chirag's father, in high regard as well. Now, this is going to be extremely crucial, given that the BJP will have to do the balancing act as far as Chirag and his uncle Pashupati Paras's aspirations are concerned. Chirag Paswan earlier spoke exclusively to our colleague Ashok Singhal this morning after, of course, formally joining the NDA yesterday and meeting with JP Nadda and Amit Shah. And he clearly stated that, you know, I have no ill word to say. I have, you know, the water's flown under the bridge. I am moving on now. I want to build my party. I want to work for the people of Bihar. As far as my uncle is concerned, I do hear that he keeps saying a lot of things as to how, you know, he will do anything but join hands with me. Those are his views, of course, but clearly, you know, the bitter exchange that happened between the two family members after the passing away of Ramvilas Paswan, that somehow is not something that's in the past as well. So the BJP, of course, has to do the balancing act in terms of the aspirations of both sides, in terms of the seats they want to contest from as well. Hajipur is going to be extremely crucial because Chirag is unlikely to allow for anyone a seat that his father represented for a very long time. He's unlikely to have anyone else represent that or contest that seat, if you may, from, of course, as far as the LJP faction is concerned. So that is, of course, going to be extremely crucial as well. As we look at those images, you can see Eknath Shinde over there. You can see, of course, all the leaders over there who are, you know, presenting the Prime Minister with that massive garland as well. The Prime Minister there, Upendra Kushwaha, greeting Upendra Kushwaha. Of course, he is joined on the one side by Amit Shah as well. Upendra Kushwaha, again, someone who was part of the NDA fold, left the NDA fold, joined the Mahagathbandhan in Bihar and has come back to the NDA fold as well. It's going to be very interesting. I see Anupriya Patel in some of those images as well. Now, Anupriya Patel, and you see Sanjay Nishad as well. Now, that is going to be very interesting. Again,
a very interesting aspect here of this NDA meeting is that Pawan Kalyan, the Jan Sena chief, has been invited, while TDP and YSRCP, both of them have been skipped. This is the same YSRCP and the TDP, both of them had attended the Parliament's inauguration, almost warming up to the BJP. But it appears that both the parties, the TDP and the YSRCP, have been skipped. But instead, the smaller player, Pawan Kalyan's Jan Sena, have been invited to this NDA meet.
That's right. As far as Pawan Kalyan is concerned, it's very interesting how the equation has developed as far as Pawan Kalyan and the BJP is concerned. Now, the Prime Minister last year, when he visited Vizag, Visakhapatnam, he dedicated a 30-minute closed-door meeting to Pawan Kalyan. A lot of speculation then went down as to what was discussed between the two leaders. But that was when he was on an official program to Visakhapatnam, the Prime Minister, that in the evening he dedicated 30 minutes to just having a one-on-one bit between himself and Pawan Kalyan. No images per se were released from that meeting. Pawan Kalyan, of course, spoke with the media that was waiting outside, did not get let out much. But that in itself is the hugest indication in terms of how much importance Pawan Kalyan and the alliance with Pawan Kalyan that was in the works was being given at that point of time. As far as TDP is concerned, again, no official word on it. We hear a lot about how the back channels are being worked in order to bring the TDP on board, but then that is again part of very detailed
That way, TDP and the Jan Sena seem like one unit. Both of them are close either way. So possibly, it's a way to look at it is that possibly TDP and Jan Sena, both of them come as one unit fighting against the YSRCP. But clearly here, the BJP has chosen at this point to invite Pawan Kalyan and leave out the other two. But for what we see here is that most of the alliance partners have arrived. We don't see Ajit Pawar. Have you seen Ajit Pawar yet? Has the newly sworn-in Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra come by to represent the NCP, Palami?
Well, in those pictures, I do see Praful Patel so far, but I haven't seen Ajit Pawar yet. But Ajit Pawar is expected to be at this meeting. We're not very sure where he is at the moment in terms of those pictures that we're looking at. But yes, Ajit Pawar is expected to be present in this meeting, but we'll try and get a confirmation of that. But Eknath Shinde, of course, arrived earlier. It was, in fact, speculated that Eknath Shinde and the Deputy Chief Minister of the state, Ajit Pawar, would be travelling together, that they'd come together as far as this meeting is concerned. But when I look at these images, of course, I see Mr. Praful Patel. I don't see Ajit Pawar in those pictures. So again, it remains to be seen whether Ajit Pawar, of course, is attending this meeting. We'll try and get a confirmation of the same. But these are the pictures that we're getting at the moment from inside the venue where that meeting has in fact begun. So we will, of course, try and get more details because the Prime Minister is likely to speak and address the NDA partners at that meeting. It's been 25 years of the NDA. There are new entrants into the NDA, like, of course, the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena, though the Shiv Sena, again, was a staunch supporter of the NDA, a partner of the NDA. But when it broke away, one faction chose to come back and rejoin the NDA. The other faction is now part of the India alliance. So it's going to be very interesting to see how all of this is worked out, because eventually, Nabila, it boils down to their strength in numbers.
Correct.
It's about perception, yes. It's about putting up a stage front of 38 parties, yes. But can the Eknath Shinde, if we speak of, say, the Shiv Sena, can the Eknath Shinde faction...
All right. So we see some images there, Palumi, of Ajit Pawar. So it appears that he's also very much part of this meeting. Ajit Pawar is also attending this NDA alliance meet. So this is really a big, big message being sent out to the opposition unity meet, right? On the same day that the opposition unity had their grand alliance meeting, on the same day the NDA chose to come together. And here are the visuals coming live of Prime Minister Modi being honoured by all the alliance partners with a massive garland. He's likely to talk in a few moments from now, but I'm going to quickly toss to the very sharp attack that Prime Minister Modi made on the opposition parties and the netas who've come together to form a united opposition, accusing each one of them of being corrupt and a product of dynasty politics, saying that this is family first for them and the nation really means nothing. While the 26 opposition parties have gathered in Bengaluru to chalk out their strategy, here's the NDA coming together as a show of strength, with the Prime Minister Modi starting the day with a blistering attack on the opposition's unity meet. Listen in.
एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग, एक चेहरे पर कई चेहरे लगा लेते हैं लोग। आप देखिए ये लोग कितने चेहरे लगाकर बैठे हैं। जब ये लोग कैमरे के सामने एक फ्रेम में आ जाते हैं तो पहला विचार देश के सामने क्या आता है? पहला विचार देश के लोगों के मन में यही आता है, पूरा फ्रेम देख करके देशवासी यही बोल उठता है, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार। लोकतंत्र के लिए कहा जाता है ऑफ द पीपल, बाय द पीपल, फॉर द पीपल, लेकिन इन परिवारवादियों का मंत्र है ऑफ द फैमिली, बाय द फैमिली, फॉर द फैमिली। फैमिली फर्स्ट, नेशन नथिंग। इन लोगों का मोटो है, इनकी यही प्रेरणा है। नफरत है, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। नफरत है, घोटाले हैं, तुष्टीकरण है, मन काले हैं। परिवारवाद की आग के दशकों से देश हवाले हैं।
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Pallavi Saha is also with us, and Aishwarya Paliwal too, joining us right from outside of Ashoka Hotel. Aishwarya, give us more on the sentiment, the mood among the NDA alliance partners, as all of them have gathered to welcome Prime Minister Modi and have this nice, possibly a cup of tea, and discuss the road ahead for 2024. Is there really anything specific on the agenda here as part of that meeting today, or is it just to sort of warm up in a sense and send out this message that we have higher numbers, more alliance partners on board with us than the opposition?
Well, the numbers definitely, Nabila, are speaking. We are seeing what exactly is taking place when we talk about the opposition. The opposition now has a new name, and they are saying that they have a sole motto of making sure that they stall Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the BJP, and now the entire NDA. The NDA partners now, obviously, when they will speak, they will also chart out a plan for the big 2024 elections. That's something which will be discussed at length today. And obviously, the strengths of each and every partner will also be something that the Prime Minister, Home Minister, and all the top leaders of the BJP, along with all the top leaders of the NDA, will also be speaking about in today's very crucial meeting. It will be a long meeting from what we are understanding at the moment, followed by dinner. So obviously it is a strength game and it is a numbers game. The timing obviously is something that the opposition now has been talking about. Opposition saying because we gathered in Patna and because the BJP saw our strength, that's the reason why they are gathering now. But today is the day, 25 years of the NDA. This is what the BJP at the moment is saying. But yes, it's an all-out war between the opposition and the BJP, and we could also see this spilling onto the upcoming parliament session. Nabila.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you very much. But stay with us. Pallavi Saha is also right there. She's very closely tracking the developments coming in right from inside Ashoka Hotel, where Prime Minister Modi has just arrived and the NDA alliance meeting is going to begin. We're going to cut across live, but slipping into a short break. On the other side, we're also going to bring you glimpses of the UPA that's now been renamed to India. That stands for Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. That the acronym is now called India. The Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge says that India will fight the NDA for 2024. Mamata Banerjee roars that India will win, BJP will lose. Stay with us.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Dr. Vikram Singh, police officers, the police have a sixth sense. You know, you've spent over 4 decades in the police. Given your long experience, what were red flags, and were red flags either ignored or played down initially?
The red flags are there for all of us to see. Number one, see the compatibility of Sachin and Seema. 2, no questions asked, love can be blind. Second, Seema, as per her own confession, is only class 5. But yes, her comfort level with Sindhi, Urdu, English and Hindi are amazing. Then her use and IT skill, interpersonal skills, her level of confidence, her voice, her choice of words is unnatural for a student who has just cleared class 5. Obviously, there has been mentoring, grooming and training. Then it is totally unconvincing for a person of her caliber to sell off the house and take the 4 kids and bring them to India. For whom and for what? For a person who is making 10,000 rupees a month as a palletar. It is just does not add up. Then the use of hotspot, using her IT skills. She had, of course, she was not in the lap of luxury in Sindh, Pakistan too. But yes, here, from the frying pan into the fire, there was nothing so very luxurious for her to make this hazardous journey. And yes, there are things that need to be investigated by the ATS, the use of the hotspot, the breaking of the mobile phones and the SIM cards, procurement of the identity papers at the drop of a hat. These are the things that they will have to investigate. And coming down close to the proximity of the Zevar Airport and the Hinton Air Base also needs to be evaluated, examined, and from the point of view of fieldcraft and tactics.
Are you worried that artificial intelligence will render you jobless? A United Nations agency assembled a group of robots at a news conference recently to address the concerns of human beings. 9 robots posed upright along with their creator at the podium in Geneva for what the International Telecommunication Union billed as the world's first news conference featuring humanoid social robots. The agency invited reporters to ask the robots questions that sparked discussion about the future of artificial intelligence. In one of the answers that could trouble our politicians, the robots suggested that they could be more efficient government leaders.
I believe that humanoid robots have the potential to lead with a greater level of efficiency and effectiveness than human leaders. We don't have the same biases or emotions that can sometimes cloud decision-making and can process large amounts of data quickly in order to make the best decisions.
When asked about the rise of humanoid robots, they advised caution.
That's a difficult question. I think it depends on how they are used and what purpose they serve. We should be cautious, but also excited for the potential of these technologies to improve our lives in many ways.
Organizers said the event was meant to showcase not just the capabilities, but also the limitations of robotics.
To showcase the capabilities and how these technologies could support the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. While robotics are not yet as mainstream as, say, generative AI, we wanted to demonstrate AI in action to you. In a world's first. This is the world's first press conference with 9, actually, we have an extra one, AI-enabled humanoid social robot.
The event was part of the AI for Good Global Summit, meant to illustrate how new technology can support the UN's goals for sustainable development. Artificial intelligence has entered uncharted territory, and the world has started recognizing its abilities. Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. Now, UPA is called India. That's the new acronym given to the UPA. The UPA name itself has been scrapped. It's now been called India. The alliance of 26 opposition parties have been renamed, and that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, which equals to India. That's the acronym given. This comes just a day after the two mega opposition meets that took place, one in Bihar and now in Bengaluru, where at least 26 like-minded parties have come together to discuss on how they can come together as a united front and be a solid opposition or give a solid fight to the Modi government for 24. Bigwigs of the opposition parties have launched quite a scathing attack at the BJP, while Mallikarjun Kharge himself started off speaking on the Saffron Party and how there's been a vicious campaign against the opposition parties across India. You also had Rahul Gandhi, who spoke about how this fight is now between Modi and India. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee spoke about how Modi will lose indeed this time and blame Modi for selling off the country, etc. Same as Arvind Kejriwal, who accused Modi of not being successful in any stream in the last 9 years. All the attacks against the Prime Minister and the BJP as they step up as one opposition front, which is now called India. I'm going to cut across to snippets of that talk.
This is a very important meeting for the purpose to save the democracy and constitution, and in the interest of people of this country, we have come together, discussed various points, and with one voice people supported the resolution that will be circulated to you after the meeting, and the details are there. Our alliance will be called, the all people have agreed to have one name for the alliance. Earlier we worked with UPA. Now with all 26 parties, a new name is given, that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. The BJP government wants to destroy the democracy in this country, and also they want to destroy the constitution. They are using the autonomous bodies like CBI and ED, vigilance, all such institutions they are using against opposition party leaders and their workers. There is a grave situation. To save this situation, we have come together, and country is important for us. Though we have got some differences in each state politically, but that is, we have kept that behind, not front. The front is only to how to save the country and people of this country. That is the issue before us, and that our leaders have shown. We should be together in the interest of the country, and they gave many suggestions, and we have accepted, and we will continue to follow it. In my 52 years of political active life, I have not seen such hostile information against us or against the opposition parties and suppressing the opposition leaders. So anyway, we have to fight, we will fight, and we will move together, and I hope we will succeed in this, and 2024 election, we will fight unitedly and we will come out with great success.
And what we are doing here as a group is we are defending the Indian Constitution. We are defending the voice of the Indian people. we're defending the idea of our great country, the idea of India. You know what happens to anybody who opposes or tries to fight the idea of India. You can look in our history and you will see that nobody has been able to fight the idea of India. The fight is about two different ideas of India. And while we were having this discussion, this name frankly emerged from the discussion because we asked ourselves, what is the fight? Who is the fight between? And we realized the fight is not between two political formations. The fight is a fight to defend the idea of India. And that is why we came up with the name Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, which also happens to stand for India.
हम लोगों ने आज सब मिलके एक रियल चैलेंज लिया है. डिटेल्स खड़गे जी ने आपको फुल फ्लेजेड नाम बताया, लेकिन इसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म में होता है इंडिया. लेट अस चैलेंज इंडिया. एनडीए, can you challenge India? Bhajpa, can you challenge India? So our challenge will be all focus, all publicity, all campaigning, all program. It will be under the banner of India. India जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. भारत जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. इंडिया जीतेगा और हमारा देश जीतेगा.
आज से 9 साल पहले इस देश के लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भारी बहुमत देके जिताया था. इन 9 साल के अंदर उनके पास मौका था, वो देश के लिए बहुत कुछ कर सकते थे, लेकिन इन 9 सालों में उन्होंने एक भी सेक्टर ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें हम कह सकें कि तरक्की हुई है. हर सेक्टर को बर्बाद करने में उन्होंने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. इन्होंने इकोनॉमी बर्बाद कर दी, इन्होंने रेलवे बर्बाद कर दी, सारे एयरपोर्ट बेच दिए, इन्होंने जहाज बेच दिए, आसमान बेच दिया, धरती बेच दी, पाताल बेच दिया, सब कुछ इन्होंने अपने लोगों को बेच दिया, कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी. आज देश में हर आदमी दुखी है. युवा दुखी है, किसान दुखी है, मजदूर दुखी है, व्यापारी दुखी है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट दुखी है, गृहिणी दुखी है. ऐसा कौन सा व्यक्ति है जो दुखी नहीं है?
और लड़ाई हमारी एक पार्टी के खिलाफ या एक व्यक्ति के खिलाफ नहीं है. लड़ाई हमारी नीति के खिलाफ है, तानाशाही के खिलाफ है. और जैसे एक जमाने में आजादी की लड़ाई हुई थी, तो अब आजादी खतरे में आई है. तो इस आजादी के लिए हम सब इकट्ठा आए हैं और पक्का भरोसा है कि हम कामयाब रहेंगे, हो जाएंगे. और देश की जनता के मन में एक डर है कि अब क्या होगा, तो हम इतना उनको एक एहसास दिलाना चाहते हैं, कि विश्वास दिलाना चाहते हैं, डरो मत, हम है. जैसे एक वो पिक्चर आया था, मैं हूं ना, वैसे हम है ना. आप क्यों डरते हो? चिंता मत करो. एक व्यक्ति या एक पार्टी मतलब देश नहीं हो सकता. पूरे देश की जनता मतलब देश है, और देश की जनता इंडिया और भारत बनकर सामने आएगी. अपने देश को हम सुरक्षित रखेंगे.
Well, as we see, all of those alliance partners there have come together as one united front, and they have renamed UPA as India. We're going to slip into a short break. As coming up on the other side, Akshita takes you through the NDA's counter-strike on the united opposition. BJP and 37 allies huddle in the national capital that begins. Live visuals coming in as Prime Minister Modi hails the NDA alliance members, says it's really a time-tested alliance only to further national progress. Stay tuned.
हमने किसी की हत्या कर डाली हो, ऐसा हमें लग रहा है.
सरकार से ये चाहता हूँ, हाथ जोड़कर रिक्वेस्ट है, यहाँ पर आ जाए. अगर अभी हिंदू मुस्लिम कहीं हो गया होता तो सारे नेता वहाँ पर होते.
The blue-colored construction that you see there is a cow shelter located just below a bridge in Delhi. But the floods didn't spare it, and many cows and other animals were left stuck, battling for their lives.
काफी गायें जो हैं वो पूरी डूब चुकी हैं, जिनके अंदर पेट में पानी भर चुका है। 3 सांड मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखे हैं जो बुरी तरह से फूल के और तैर रहे हैं उसमें, जो मर चुके हैं।
अंदर स्नेक घूम रहे हैं, सांप घूम रहे हैं गौशाला में, और सांड आपस में लड़ रहे हैं। गाय एक दूसरे की तरफ भाग रही है, दौड़ रही है, टक्कर मार रही है। उनमें से गाय को पकड़ के रस्सा मारना और यहाँ तक लेके आना, आप देख लीजिए कि गौरक्षक गुंडे या सेवक आज यहाँ पता चल जाएगा। सारी गायों के रस्से बंधे हुए थे, अगर पानी का लेवल और बढ़ जाता तो वो गाय तो वहीं डूब के मर जाती सबकी सब।
However, these Gaurakshaks allege that no one from the government came to the rescue.
ये जमुना में ये गौशाला बना रखी है, 2-3 दिन पहले इनको नोटिस भी मिला होगा, ये गौशाला क्यों नहीं खाली करवाई गई? कोई भी सरकार की तरफ से मदद नहीं है। गौ सेवक लगे हुए हैं, गौरक्षक लगे हुए हैं, बस ये बोट जरूर आई थी, बाकी तो सारी गाय हम वहीं से खोल के और यहाँ तक ला रहे हैं और ट्रीटमेंट भी करा रहे हैं।
कैसे ला रहे हैं?
बोट के साथ 2-2 गाय बांध कर ला रहे हैं। इलाज चल रहा है, हमारे डॉक्टर भी हमारे पर्सनल आए हुए हैं। यहाँ तक तो दिल्ली सरकार ने वेटनरी डॉक्टर भी यहाँ पर अभी तक नहीं भेजे हैं।
But as for the government, they're doing all they can.
देखिए, उसके लिए एनडीआरएफ की भी मदद दी जा रही है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी कहा गया है कि हर संभव मदद दी जाए और जानवरों को निकाल के सेफ जगहों पे लाया जाए।
This man you see here is the owner of the cow shelter. He has been taking care of the shelter for the past 13 years. When asked why the shelter was constructed near a flood-prone area, he claimed to have never witnessed such a calamity here before.
गौशाला है ना, वहाँ काफी अच्छी हाइट करवा रखी है। मतलब आप पुल के लेवल में अगर आप जाओगे तो पुल का लेवल है पूरा, वो उस हिसाब से भराव करा के तो वहाँ गौशाला बनाई गई। जीवन में पहली बार ऐसा अनुभव हुआ, आपको बताएं। और बाढ़ तो हर साल आई, पर वो पानी बार जमुना में आशीर्वाद देके चली गई।
Meanwhile, animal rescue scenes across Delhi NCR were also witnessed. In Noida also, many dog shelters were found inundated with rainwater.
On 13th July at about 4:30, the flood water started entering our shelter. We started evacuating dogs. We have about 350 sick dogs, and we managed to evacuate almost all of them so far, after rescue operations of about 30-35 hours. We have lost our entire solar panels, our entire refrigerator, our appliances, our oxygen concentrator, our treatment tables, all our medicines, food, everything. We have lost everything. Thankfully, our dogs are safe. We've had a few casualties as well because of drowning.
We hope that the water that has crippled the lives of not just humans but also of our communities, animals and wildlife recedes and normalcy prevails.
When Seema Haider reached India, she declared that she had married Sachin in Nepal itself and that she had accepted Hinduism. In India, Seema Haider was seen practicing all rituals of a Hindu married woman, even puja and bhajans. A Muslim woman from Pakistan leaving her husband, living in India and adopting Hinduism. For the radical Muslims of Pakistan, this was no less than a crime. And so the frustrated fundamentalists started threatening the Hindu community in Pakistan. Make no mistake, this was no empty threat. The rocket launchers that were used by Pakistani terrorists are now being used on Hindu temples. However, Pakistan is claiming that the attack on Hindu temple was the handiwork of local dacoits. Reports suggest a gang of dacoits attacked the temple in Pakistan's southern Sindh province. The attack was carried out in the Kashmir area where rocket launchers were fired at Hindu temples and houses. Fortunately, the temple was closed. It is maintained by the Bagdi community and is opened only once a year. Kashmir police says 8 to 9 people were involved in the attack. Pakistan police also suspect that this attack may be linked to Seema Haidar's PUBG love story, as fundamentalists had threatened the Hindu community.
श्री मेरी माता का मंदिर है जिसको मुसम्मार किया जा रहा है.
A similar attack took place a few days ago when bulldozers demolished a Hindu shrine. This is not the first time Hindus have been under attack in Pakistan, in the Sindh province especially. Hindus are systematically persecuted and forcibly converted. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 36 and minimum 29 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 25 and minimum 21 degrees.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
Good evening, you're watching 6 PM Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and over the next 1 hour we're getting you all the highlights of 2 meetings that have taken place, one that's still underway. On one hand, you have the opposition coming together, 26 of them holding a meeting in Bengaluru, the result of which is that the UPA has now been renamed as India, the Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. I got it all right. And on the left is the images that's coming in from the NDME that's currently underway in the national capital. So both of these huddles happening on a day when they're setting the stage essentially for 2024. What are the takeaways from these meetings? What has been decided? We'll tell you all that and much more. A look at the headlines first. NDA counter-strike on united opposition. BJP and 37 allies huddle in the national capital. PM hails NDA, says it's a time-tested alliance to further national progress. UPA renamed India for Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. Congress Chief Kharge says opposition will fight 2024 polls together. Mamta roars India will win, BJP will lose. Prime Minister Modi's unsparing attack on opposition, says family first, nation nothing for opposition, reiterates 20 lakh crore graft attack on the opposition.
गाइड कुछ है, हाल कुछ है, लेबल कुछ है, माल कुछ है. 24 के लिए 26 होने वाले राजनीतिक दलों पर ये बड़ा फिट बैठता है.
Court grants 2-day interim bail to suspended WFI boss in sexual harassment case. Regular bail plea will be heard on Thursday. Tamil Nadu Mantri Ponmudi grilled for over 8 hours at Chennai ED office on Monday. Second round of grilling will take place. And Chandrayaan 3 mission to the moon on track. ISRO says third orbit-raising maneuver performed successfully. So let's begin by getting you all the updates on the NDA meeting that's currently underway in the national capital. You've had 38 parties, including the BJP, coming together for this huddle to discuss the 2024 agenda, to discuss what their strategy will be in lieu of what's happening right now in Bengaluru, of 26 like-minded parties coming together, deciding how exactly they're going to combat the BJP. So this is a 26 versus 38 fight right now. The BJP is essentially chairing this meet. JP Nadda is chairing the meet. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also arrived for that huddle. Important, of course, to see what will be the takeaways of this particular meeting. But there's no doubt that the NDA allies will take note of what's been happening in Bengaluru in the last 2 days. And the fact that all of their political rivals have come together to form another alliance which could perhaps take on the NDA as well. Let's take this across to Aishwarya Paliwal. She's joining us live from outside the Ashoka Hotel. That's where the NDA meet is currently taking place. Aishwarya, good evening. What really have you been able to pick up from your sources on the inside track of the meeting currently?
Well, Akshita, very, very important meeting for the Bharatiya Janata Party and all the NDA allies. But let me tell you, we were speaking about the number 38. JP Nadda, the BJP president, in fact, yesterday when he spoke at the press conference, said that there are possibilities this number could swell to even 40 in days to come. So that was something which was very interesting. And coming from BJP president, obviously, means something. We could see some more parties joining the NDA fold in months to come. But yes, what this meeting will actually do is that, the swords are all out. It is an all-out war between the opposition, which is now being called India, and the people, which are part of the NDA. They will obviously speak about what needs to be done for the 2024 elections. Now, if you remember, Akshita, it was way back in January that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said and told all the MPs of his party that you only have 400 days left for the big elections. So obviously, the key meeting will be keeping in mind what to do for the big 2024 elections. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will also be speaking with all the party leaders, and obviously from here on, we will see, all the machinery gearing up for the big 2024
It'll be interesting to see, and I'd like to bring in Paulumi Saha also on this broadcast. She tracks the BJP very closely. She's also joining us live from outside the venue where this meeting is currently taking place. It'll be interesting to see how the NDA really takes cognizance of what's happened in Bengaluru, Paulumi. Just a few hours ago, we had the Prime Minister also very clearly sending out a message to the opposition and lashing out at this attempt to really unite. But there's no doubt that the NDA will have to take this threat very seriously.
Absolutely no doubt about it that the NDA will have to take this threat of the opposition coming together, 26 parties coming together to forge an alliance to take on the Bharatiya Janata Party in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. It cannot simply dismiss it. There is, of course, the optics, the rhetoric which will carry on, where the Prime Minister will, of course, keep attacking the opposition and saying that this is a conglomerate of the corrupt, that this is all about dynasty politics and furthering family agenda, family first, nation nothing, is what the Prime Minister said today about this grouping of 26 opposition parties. But at the end of the day, this alliance, this grouping is trying to forge together the numbers. These are not numbers that can be dismissed very easily. Of course, if we start looking at their performance in 2019, the BJP, of course, had a spectacular run in that election, and the NDA virtually, swept that election with the BJP emerging victorious to a point that they possibly did not even need, alliance numbers to further their cause as far as Parliament was concerned and the House of the People was concerned. But the fact is that today, of course, the BJP feels weakened because of the fact that several alliance partners, time-tested alliance partners at that, have left the BJP's side, which includes, of course, the Shiromani Akali Dal, the TDP, then, of course, the Shiv Sena when it split away, but, of course, a faction of it has come back with Eknath Shinde to the NDA fold as well. So the BJP is, of course, constantly working on bringing together as many alliance partners as possible. It's already, open back-channel conversations with the Shiromani Akali Dal, where they basically need to agree on certain points in terms of seat sharing in Punjab before, of course, the SAD comes back on board with the NDA, especially because the matter which they protested on and stepped out of the NDA, the farm laws, the 3 contentious farm laws, were withdrawn by the central government. As far as the TDP is concerned, again, in conversation with the TDP in Andhra Pradesh as well, we've seen Pawan Kalyan in the NDA fold today.
Okay.
Only a matter of time possibly before the TDP comes back. The JDS in Karnataka again, holding conversations with the BJP. So the BJP, of course, knows that these numbers are going to be extremely crucial. It cannot sit tight on the fact that it had 303 on its own in 2019 and is going to simply outperform itself or, redo that magic figure again in 2024.
Yes.
It needs to work hard for it.
And, notice how many of these allies that they're focusing on and trying to woo are also based in the south, because the BJP knows that they have to rely on some regional parties there to ensure that they can really increase their base, increase their vote share and seat share in these states particularly. But those images of the Prime Minister being garlanded also speaks volumes of who is at the heart of NDA, that the entire alliance is relying very, very heavily on the BJP. And that's not necessarily the case for the opposition. They're not relying on one party. They're relying on every single regional party essentially pulling their weight. When the NDA, despite it having more parties, of 38 parties, they're largely reliant on the Modi factor, largely reliant on the BJP, which is why what emerges, what are the takeaways from this meeting also will be very, very crucial. Paulami, Aishwarya, I'll come back to you for more details. Let's focus for the moment on the opposition meet, which culminated in a press conference at 4 p.m. where you had the formal announcement being made that it's no longer UPA, it's going to be called India, which is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. This is, in fact, the new front that's been formed with 26 parties. You see several of those leaders present there on that stage when they came together to make the big announcement that, yes, they're going forward with dialogue. This is just the beginning. There are, of course, a lot more issues to be ironed out, but Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Mamta Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, Uddhav Thackeray, all of them spoke and they all sent out one message, that they've come together with the sole intent of defeating Narendra Modi, of defeating the BJP. Let's get you some of those reactions. If you missed out on the press conference, here are some highlights.
And what we are doing here as a group is we are defending the Indian Constitution. We are defending the voice of the Indian people. We are defending the idea of our great country, the idea of India. You know what happens to anybody who opposes or tries to fight the idea of India. You can look in our history and you will see that nobody has been able to fight the idea of India. The fight is about two different ideas of India. And while we were having this discussion, this name frankly emerged from the discussion because we asked ourselves, what is the fight? Who is the fight between? And we realized the fight is not between two political formations. The fight is a fight to defend the idea of India. And that is why we came up with the name Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, which also happens to stand for India.
हम लोगों ने आज सब मिलके एक रियल चैलेंज लिया है. डिटेल्स खड़गे जी ने आपको फुल फ्लेजेड नाम बताया, लेकिन इसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म में होता है इंडिया. Let us challenge India. NDA, can you challenge India? Bhajpa, can you challenge India? So our challenge will be all focus, all publicity, all campaigning, all program. It will be under the banner of India. India जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. भारत जीतेगा, भाजपा हारेगा. इंडिया जीतेगा और हमारा देश जीतेगा.
This is a very important meeting for the purpose to save the democracy and constitution, and in the interest of people of this country, we have come together, discussed various points, and with one voice, people supported the resolution that will be circulated to you after the meeting, and the details are there. Our alliance will be called, the all people have agreed to have one name for the alliance. Earlier we worked with UPA. Now with all 26 parties, a new name is given, that is Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance.
आज से 9 साल पहले इस देश के लोगों ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भारी बहुमत देके जिताया था। इन 9 साल के अंदर उनके पास मौका था, वो देश के लिए बहुत कुछ कर सकते थे, लेकिन इन 9 सालों में उन्होंने एक भी सेक्टर ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें हम कह सकें कि तरक्की हुई है। हर सेक्टर को बर्बाद करने में उन्होंने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी।
The BJP government wants to destroy the democracy in this country, and also they want to destroy the constitution. They are using the autonomous bodies like CBI and ED, vigilance, all such institutions they are using against opposition party leaders and their workers.
और लड़ाई हमारी एक पार्टी के खिलाफ या एक व्यक्ति के खिलाफ नहीं है, लड़ाई हमारी नीति के खिलाफ है, तानाशाही के खिलाफ है। और जैसे एक जमाने में आजादी की लड़ाई हुई थी, तो अब आजादी खतरे में आई है। तो इस आजादी के लिए हम सब इकट्ठा आए हैं और पक्का भरोसा है कि हम कामयाब रहेंगे, हो जाएंगे। और देश की जनता के मन में एक डर है कि अब क्या होगा, तो हम इतना उनको एक एहसास दिलाना चाहते हैं, कि विश्वास दिलाना चाहते हैं, डरो मत, हम है। जैसे एक वो पिक्चर आया था, मैं हूं ना, वैसे हम है ना, आप क्यों डरते हो, चिंता मत करो। एक व्यक्ति या एक पार्टी मतलब देश नहीं हो सकता, पूरे देश की जनता मतलब देश है, और देश की जनता इंडिया और भारत बनकर सामने आएगी। अपने देश को हम सुरक्षित रखेंगे।
So that was a message from Uddhav Thackeray saying hum hai na to the people of the country. Our National Affairs Editor Rahul Srivastava is live with us. We also have Maushmi Singh, both of whom have been tracking the latest updates coming in from the opposition meet in Bengaluru. Rahul, if I could begin with you, good evening. You know, the biggest takeaway and the headline that's emerged from the opposition meet is, of course, the name of the alliance itself. But beyond that, and while that's great, you know, optics-wise, what are the takeaways and what's really been the decisions that have been taken after this two-day meeting?
Good evening, Akshata. I think the opposition 26 parties have moved from Patna 23rd June to Bangalore 18th of July in a very simple term, that what was an amorphous group of 20 odd has now become 26 odd and has a name to it. And that is very interesting. I have Gurdeep Sapal, who is an aide to the Congress President, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, with me. Gurdeep, how did this idea of India come about? Because it's going to be very critical.
As Rahul Gandhi said today to the press also, that the core issue was what is at stake. The entire idea of India is at stake, because there is a constitutional idea of India and there is a RSS idea of India. And the fight essentially is between RSS idea of India and Constitution's idea of India. That is why it emerged that the alliance should be named as India, because this is a fight essentially between the Modi's model and the Constitution's model.
The second important element, from here on, this is the easier part, I think. You know that strategic alliances and others are going to be very important.
Yes, from here these 26 parties which have come together, Rahul, when they contested separately in 2019, they polled more votes than BJP. In fact, they polled 50 lakh votes more than BJP. So now these parties have come together. So certainly the strength will grow. Now we'll be working, sitting state by state and developing.
You mean to say alliances will be state level, not the top national level?
No, alliance will be at national level, but the seat adjustment has to be at state level because many parties, they are confined to certain states. So the alliances have to be at state level also. The seat adjustment has to be at state level.
Important. Face for the alliance.
You see, this is an alliance. This is a collective. A collective goes to people of India. There's no question of face, single face coming up today. This has not happened in past also.
So you are ruling out the possibility of face. Convener or somebody who controls the whole thing?
You see, I'm not ruling out the possibility of a convener or a formation. Issue is that the face in the terms which BJP wants us to say will not happen. It's a collective. This face idea came up only in 2009.
But the challenges are there. And contradictions.
Well, politics is not politics without challenges. You need to take challenges, you need to respond to them, and this time these 26 parties have come together. They have this common goal that we need to restore democracy, because in this country the democracy, fabric of democracy has been shattered in last few years.
Thanks, Gurdeep. That was Gurdeep Sapal, aide to Mallikarjun Kharge, one of manning perhaps one of the nodal offices as far as the Congress's effort to bring the opposition together is concerned. Akshata.
Thanks, Rahul, for getting us that conversation. I also want to bring in Maushmi Singh on this broadcast. Maushmi, there was one particular question asked with regards to who is the leader, who's the face of this opposition meet. Mallikarjun Kharge says that's not important for now, that a coordination committee is being set up. But that's perhaps one of the most important questions being asked about, you know, who amid this alliance with so many strong faces will actually lead.
You're right, Akshita, because, you know, BJP is also constantly asking that question, because not only the answer is very, very tricky, it could be very divisive within the alliance. And that's one reason that leaders have often been found skirting around that issue, not trying to, in fact, take the bull by the horns as far as, you know, saying, yeah, there is one answer to it. In fact, I was highlighting how Mallikarjun Kharge in a rally in Hyderabad had said that Rahul Gandhi will lead, you know, the Congress government is going to be formed and Rahul Gandhi would be leading that. And then in Chennai, when he was there on Stalin's birthday, he said that I have never said that the Prime Minister should be of the Congress party. And now he goes on to say that Congress is not even wanting power or PM post. This is about saving the country. So thereby there is a rethink amidst all the opposition leaders that that's a very thorny question. It should be addressed perhaps very late, you know, maybe right before the election dates announced, or maybe post-elections, whoever gets the maximum seats can throw claim to that crown. But clearly, you know, this question will persist, and so will the seat-sharing question also persist.
That's also a very, very important question right now that will be asked. And as Rahul Srivastava said, in this round of meeting, what's been essentially, you know, concretized is that 26 parties have come together, they've pledged their allegiance, and the name of this alliance has been put forth. Those are essentially the decisions have been taken. Let's sum up for you really at this point the big takeaways that have emerged right now from the opposition meet. 5 takeaways that we've identified. One, that the UPA now has been renamed as India, the Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance. Now the second takeaway is that there's been no decision taken on who will be the face of this alliance. In fact, Kharge has said that that's not the most important thing. We'll discuss it at a later stage. Takeaway 3 that you need to know about the opposition meet, that an 11-member coordination committee will be set up. And that's important to highlight here because the next meeting that will take place will be in Mumbai, where perhaps there will be more details about this coordination committee. That's the next takeaway also that we're getting for you. In the next meeting that happens, we'll perhaps have more details of who will be a part of the coordination committee, because that's something, as Mallikarjun Kharge said, they're still working on. Now, the next takeaway takeaway also of the opposition meeting that's happened in Bengaluru is also the fact that there is no clarity at this point on a common minimum program. Too many ideological differences between each of these parties. You have Uddhav Thackeray, Congress, Left, TMC all seated together. Obviously, there has to be a common minimum program put in place. That hasn't happened yet, though there has been a confession that yes, we recognize that there are a lot of differences. The other big takeaway is that there's no decision on seat sharing formula, and this is extremely crucial. How will this work? For example, in a Bengal where Left and Congress completely pull out and ensure it's a TMC versus BJP battle alone, that remains a question mark. Hopefully, there will be more details on this that emerge after the next round of talks that will happen in Mumbai. With that, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we'll get you details of exactly what the Prime Minister has to say about this latest opposition huddle.
How many more lives? How many more houses? How many more vehicles? How many more villages? Annual nightmare drowns the north. India Today reports from every